I'm gonna address this real quick. I guess this is Mona Lisa makeup. She says, I feel like brothers should work on the violence within the community. Go to school, start a business, build wealth, read more, and have more self control. Mona Lisa, that ain't our issue at all. The issue with black women is the guys you're talking about right there. That's the ones y'all focus on. That's y'all issue. Y'all focus on the small minority of men who have those issues because America won't let black men do that type of stuff on a regular basis. When black men won't get their act together, they're gonna end up getting killed, they're gonna end up in
Or in jail.
prison, or they're gonna end up homeless. So that ain't nowhere near the majority of black. It's not even a good portion of the minority, but that's who y'all focus on. And that's why y'all see things the way y'all see it. You know what I'm saying? If y'all would focus on the men that weren't doing that, we have a better black community. And that's not me
Yeah, I
attacking
agree.
you as
I
a
agree.
person. I'm just telling you what the narratives are and what you as black women do. Y'all focus on the worst men, and y'all got a problem with the fact that the worst men gonna create problems. You like having sex with the worst men, therefore you have them. Stop having sex with those guys, and they won't be your focus anymore. And I'm not saying you personally had sex with them because I don't know who you had sex with, but I'm talking about from a collective issue.
It's
Y'all
a
focus
small
on them dudes
minority.
because y'all always trying to suck their dicks. They got time. That's really what's going on. They got extra time because they don't work, at least not the way they should, and therefore, from a collective standpoint, y'all steady trying to have sex with these dudes because they got time to give y'all sex. While other brothers doing the stuff that y'all say y'all want a brother to do, the ones who got a job, they busy at work. They busy running the business. They busy dealing with the
Mm-hmm.
military. They busy at school. So y'all are trying to have sex and suck the dicks of men that are free. And who are the free men? The degenerates of the society. Those are the guys that got all the time. So
She
if
said we're
y'all would
supposed to
hold them
do as
accountable
men.
with if y'all would hold them accountable with your pussy, and I'm saying this right, I'm saying this because she said this, y'all hold them accountable. It is a woman's job to hold the man accountable that she's having sex with. It ain't my job to hold him accountable. That's your job. You going with the pussy that's jumping on his dick. You supposed to hold him accountable to have a job. You supposed to make sure he in school. You supposed to make sure he's got a business. You supposed to be making sure he's doing something constructive in his life. Not me. I just ignore him. If you do the same thing, black women wouldn't have problem. And I'm talking about from a collective standpoint, because I ain't gonna make it just about you. But collectively, you wouldn't have a problem if you leave his dick alone. Stop jumping on his dick. Stop trying to suck his dick because he ain't got no job, and your problems would go away.
It's kind of like you said, Roger. The degenerates are winning because they're getting rewarded for with sex and babies, and they're getting supported with free food and everything else, and housing and all this other stuff. So why would he change if he's getting everything he wants and needs? Why would he
Yeah,
get off his? Why would he get off the couch?
exactly. Now, and the thing is, because I want to make this clear to you, because I obviously you're new here, and I would advise you to start looking at some of my other streams, and I would advise you to keep on coming back so you'll understand what's going on. You say y'all not checking them. We are not the leader. Y'all are. I'm the leader of the people I lead. If you're following a man who is not up to par, that's your fault. It's your fault you sucked the dick of a man without no job. It's your fault that you had sex with a man who won't go to school. That's your fault. It ain't got nothing to do with me. If you say we're leaders and you believe that, then you follow the men that are leading and you follow the other men that they are leading. We're not leading men that are unproductive, but you still want to have sex with those men. That's you. That's a you issue. That's not even a community issue. That's a you personal issue. Stop trying to have sex with unproductive men and then tell productive men that they got something to do with us. No productive man tells women to have sex with unproductive men. Your dads don't do it. Your brothers don't do it. Your cousins don't do it. The other men of the community don't do it. Who tells y'all to have sex with bums? Just women. So y'all need to stop listening to y'all and start listening to the men that say don't have sex with unproductive men, and then you wouldn't be worried about somebody trying to check him. And what am I gonna check him for? Having sex? I'd have sex too. So what you want me to tell you that I'm doing myself? Like you want me to be a hypocrite? Don't have sex, but I'm gonna have sex. You don't have no sex, okay? But I'm gonna go out and have it.
So this
So
this kind of points to the fact that there are women who want the responsible men to hold the unresponsible men or irresponsible men accountable after the fact, after the kid is here, after the relationship, after everything else, when everything is preventative. So to a responsible man, everything is preventative, meaning that you don't create those problems in the first place. You don't create the baby out of wedlock. You don't get with the knucklehead. You don't. There's a whole lot of things you don't do, and everything points to responsibility, accountability, and productivity. If you're not doing any of those
I would
things,
love to
my
call
question
in.
is,
The call link is in the description.
okay, hold
The
on.
call link's in the
This
description.
what we gonna do. Y'all be getting on my nerves with these shows sometimes. Nah, I mean I love y'all at the end of the day. That's why I do it. But I seen the comment where you said you want to call in. There's a link in the description if you actually want to come up, and I'll go a little bit longer if you actually want to come up. But you say y'all have to work together. Unfortunately, they are a part of the community. Look here. There's two communities in the black community. There's two subsections. There's a productive patriarchal section, and there's a single mother section. You are focused on men that are in the single mother section. Now I don't know if you're a single mother yourself, and I'm not saying you already had the baby because you might be a single mother that just ain't had a baby yet. You focused on the single mother community when you need to be focused on the black patriarchal community. So that's what your problem is from a personal standpoint. You focus on men that you don't need to be focused on. Why are you worried about degenerates when you could just be worried about guys that's got something going for themselves? That's an issue you have. That's why you bringing it up. And it ain't just you. A lot of black women do that. That's one. That's basically the one of the main answers black women give. Period. Y'all always want to talk about a guy who ain't doing nothing because you like having sex with him so much, and that's your own fault. Period. Shout out to constructive consult. Excuse me, constructive consultant. Sorry about that, brother. He says at makeup, all y'all need to worry about is shutting up, losing weight, and get to a sandwich and make it in the kitchen. That is all. All right, and Taipan says, and black women want to raise mentally handicapped boys. Yeah, that's a problem in itself, right there. That's a problem in itself. So, all right, looks like she actually has come up. So, Black Rule then came back up. So, what I'm gonna do? We'll stretch this out for a bit, but you know what? First of all, let me check to see if this is actually her.
How can you
Hello,
check to see if it's me? Hi, good afternoon, brothers.
how you doing, sister?
I'm blessed in yourself.
I'm doing wonderful, doing wonderful.
Okay. So here's what I'm saying, sir. And thanks for actually having me. This is like my first time actually coming up on someone's panel and speaking. But the thing is, I've been watching like a lot of YouTubes and stuff like that about women and about men not taking accountability and blah blah blah. I just feel like at this point we all need to come together and figure out a solution.
But
And
the solutions are over here, but they don't include everybody.
But here's the thing, that's why there are other races that are winning right now because they all work together. We are the only community that do not work together. And you see how you said like, oh, hey, we're not supposed to take hold the other men accountable because that's not us. That's the issue right there. Like no one is saying nothing to the Pookies and Ray Rays. You understand? And then not to mention, it's a collective of you guys. It's not just a minority. It's a collective of you guys that are Pookies and Ray Rays. So then it's as
What?
far as
What?
like,
what hold on. There's an extremely small minority. The CDC has already estimated that it couldn't be no more than 8%. Okay, so you worried about 8% of men.
it
That's
can't
not.
be eight. There's no way it's
No,
8%
no,
of
no,
men.
no.
There's no
Listen,
way.
listen to me. Listen to me. They've already said it couldn't be no more than 8%. regardless of how you feel about that, I understand you heard propaganda for a long period of time. Regardless of your feelings of that statement, it's the absolute truth, whether you like it or not. It's only about 8% to do at best.
And what was the research to this, sir?
That was the United States government.
Saying what? What's the research?
Which is the last group that's finna admit that black men ain't out of pocket. That's the last group of people that's
they have no incentive to actually make black men.
No,
good.
here's what I'm asking.
I think we need to explain to her. Roger specifically referring to a report or a study that was performed of particularly the involvement of fathers, how dedicated fathers are to their children. And basically, also the census reporting says that less than half of all black men even have children at all. So, and then when you factor in another 30% of black men who are married, you're somewhere in the range of about 18% of black men, children being born to black men out of wedlock. And then when you say maybe half of those men are good men, they just happen to not marry the mothers of their children, you're left with somewhere around 7 to 9% of your pookies who just ain't doing right by their children. So that's what Roger's basically talking about.
So here's what I'm gonna do, because I'm not one to be emotional, and I like to go by facts. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look it up for myself, and I'm gonna return to your channel, and I'm gonna state the facts to you, because there's no way that you're saying a majority of the black men are actually, and again, no offense to anyone, but for you to say a majority of the good, there's good men, there's more good men than there are pookies, I find that to be ludicrous.
Yeah, a lot of them disagree
Well,
with.
you know, part of the problem we're going to have here, your name, how do you pronounce your name?
You could call me Mona.
Mona. Hi, Mona. Part of the problem we're going to have is even agreeing as to what a pookie is. See, so you know, while you look that up, maybe we should also determine or mutually agree as to what a pookie is and is not, because we may not even agree about that definition. And if we can't agree about that definition, then we can't have a productive discussion, because we're probably going to be talking about two different things.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I agree.
Let me clear up what a pookie is then right now. A pookie is simply an unproductive man below the age of 65 who's not already wealthy.
It shouldn't. I don't think pookies have an age requirement.
No,
any age could be a pookie.
65 is a retirement age. So men should be working and making something happen, being productive until their age, unless they already got enough money where it's not required of them. So if they're not already wealthy, why are they not working?
That's a good question. It's a lot of men over the age of 65 that isn't working. And
Not
that's living off of their
under
women.
the age of 65. Under the age of 65.
Well,
no, but what
I don't work, but I got residual income. So Miss Mona, here's some other things you need to look at too. Also, U.S. Department of Vital Statistics, U.S. Department of Health, the United States Census, to include the CDC report, National Health and Statistics report, where it actually measures male fertility, ages 15 to 44. Like, because I looked at all of these, and these guys are right. They kind of give you 9%. I actually just kind of cut it off at 20% and just say, kind of consistent with the 80-20 rule, just say 20% or less than 20% of the guys are being unproductive, and that's what women are gravitating towards these guys.
Less than 20%?
Yeah, 20% or less. Because there's this is what we do know. We do know that 60% of black men are in the middle class or better, right?
Did you say 6% or 60%?
60% of black men are in the middle class or better. Those guys are not.
Oh, really?
Guys.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Guys, we're going to have to talk to her and have an understanding. The stuff we know, she don't know none of it. She don't know.
I do. Okay? The thing is, like I said,
the stuff we know, we got to accept that you don't know none of it. Everything will have to be slowly broken apart to you. you're not gonna know any of it because you've been receiving propaganda for a very long period of time. And for you to think that men have to hold other men accountable that you have sex with is already an asinine thought. I
It's,
have to go
let
into
me
your
tell.
room and stop you from having sex with a degenerate man
Yeah, we can't
so,
stop you
so
from
So
you
doing
want to
let
that.
give him some
so
pussy?
so let me get this straight. So does that mean? Because trust me, I'm. First of all, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I don't have any
Hold on.
children.
Understand this. Understand this. We're not talking about you personally. This is
No,
about.
I understand.
It's
I
about the
understand, but
collective
let me
unit.
tell you what I'm trying to do because, and this is another, that's why I keep saying, like, y'all, even though y'all don't have nothing to do with these other men, y'all are still within the same community as black men, right? So as a black woman, I'm holding the Shaniquas accountable. I'm holding women that had several children that's not married accountable. I'm holding women that's not getting their education, that's not working, that's not doing anything for themselves accountable. I'm holding promiscuous women accountable. And I do hope to one day have my own channel where I can reach out to more women about this because this is serious. This is really serious. And it's a shame that you have to say, oh, in order for us to hold a man accountable, we have to close our legs. Now that sounds asinine.
No,
That
no.
sounds
Why
asinine
is that
because
not?
we're
That's
not
actually
men.
that's
So
We're
when
not
you
men.
true. That's very
I
much
don't
the truth.
understand that statement, ma'am. Miss Mona, I don't
so
understand that. One of the easiest ways to
What
prevent
statement don't you understand? What
one
statement
of
don't
the
you
easiest
understand?
ways to prevent an unwanted pregnancy is just not to have sex.
Wow.
Or if you're
No,
gonna
no,
have
no,
sex,
no, 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 no. He said to hold the man, how to hold a man accountable is to not have sex with them. I'm not talking about as far as having children out of wedlock. I'm talking about period. Like, so basically you're saying, and not that I'm encouraging this, or you already know where I stand at this. So anyways, a woman should keep her legs closed in order to hold a man accountable. I'm not talking about having children. I'm talking about the murder rates that's up. I'm talking about men that's not getting their education. I'm talking about men that doesn't have a career and so on and so forth. Y'all should be going neck to neck with white men. You understand what I'm trying
Okay,
to say?
so
okay.
how do you suppose we go about doing it exactly? Like what exactly when like this accountable word sometimes it's a little vague. Sorry about that. Go for
No, no,
it. Is that
but
yeah,
Roger?
I would actually like a
this is
woman
the
to
thing.
explain that because
This,
here it suggests that men who are actually productive don't have things that they're trying to do. Think about a guy who's married with children and probably taking classes like I was while I was in the military. I didn't have time to actually round up 15 kids that didn't belong to me and then mentor them too, because I'm trying to control my own family, right? So how am I going to hold all these other
And
people accountable?
and
I'm
and
not trying to
she's
do
and
my own
she's
thing.
saying that she's holding the women accountable. What exactly are you doing? Just I mean,
Are you
how are you
rounding up?
doing that?
Are you literally rounding up women and saying, "Hey, look, y'all need to do this, this, and this"? Because that's the only way to do it.
look,
Like,
before you even get to that point, look, we got to talk about something that makes sense. Okay, at the
Mhm.
end of the day, who are these guys that ain't productive? Who are the guys who not getting educated? Most of them guys will come out of a single mother home. That's y'all fault. Okay,
Can I say something? Can I say something,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Roger?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that, and that's another excuse that's kind of
No, no,
getting
not an excuse. That's an
annoying to
excuse.
hear.
It's a state of
Because
fact
how
that
is it?
most of those guys come out of a single mother home, which means it's a mother's fault. She's raising a child to be a failure. That's on her. So she
But
the one
that's
who's
so
raising them.
Mr. Roger. Let's get to the root of the issue then, since you want to go there. We cannot raise a man. So therefore, why aren't y'all saying anything about the
Okay,
men that are leaving
stop
these
right there.
households?
Stop
They,
right
they,
there. If y'all can't
Okay.
raise a man, then it's your fault because you got custody of the child that you shouldn't have.
How is it our fault? What you mean that we
Ma'am,
have custody
ma'am,
of the
if you
child?
have custody of a child that you cannot raise, should you have custody? Yes or no?
The father has custody as
Ma'am,
well.
ma'am,
We asked the
if
question.
you have custody of a child that you cannot raise, should you have custody? Yes or no?
No.
So single mothers shouldn't have custody of those children because they can't raise them.
Thank you.
hand
Your
them
No,
over.
question is,
absolutely not.
Hand them over.
Absolutely
Hand
not.
them over.
Absolutely not.
so
So
it's your
again,
fault
what
as
now? Can you
women
answer
that
my
you
question?
have. That is the answer to your question. It's your fault
That's the
as,
answer.
as women because you have custody over children you
No, here,
shouldn't have.
Mr. Roger, hear me out. Mr. Roger, hear me out. Right? Again, for women, right? We cannot raise a child by ourselves. We need
Give
help.
the
Just like how the
child
man.
to
We
Hold on,
we
Mr.
heard
Doctor.
that
Can
we
I
heard
please
that
talk?
part.
Can I please? Okay, but just like
the
it's a woman's
CDC,
responsibility to raise a child, it's also the man's responsibility. Why is
the
it
man
okay
supposed to
for
raise
a
the
man to
child
just
the
leave?
himself.
CDC did a report that said black men are the most involved fathers of all American men. When given a chance, black men will take care of their children. Even those of us who are criminal, even those of us who are jobless, even those of us who are homeless, when given any kind of decent chance to take care of our children, the statistics say, the studies say that we are as inclined, if not more inclined, to do what we can for our children than any other group of men in this country.
Right.
That's a fact. That's a government CDC proven fact. It's been publicly reported.
We are literally the best fathers America has to offer, and you're telling me the issue is men not raising their children, which tells me what the only problem is y'all are in the way. Get the man his child. If you first of all, you shouldn't have had a child by a man if you didn't want to be under his roof and so he can raise his child. And if you so disgusting of a person that you won't do that, get a kid up. What? Why are you trying to keep a kid away from a man that you can't raise?
So we're not gonna act like that. That's the main. That's what women, single mothers especially, mainly do. They try to keep the children away from the father. That's what
They
we're not
do.
gonna do.
No,
That's
no,
what
do.
we're not gonna do. Because what about the fathers that just walk out of their lives?
you know how you know that single mothers are trying to keep their sons from their fathers. You know how you know that
How?
because the majority of black boys are not being in their father's home. Look, if black women were serious about black
So
men
take her
being,
to court,
let me finish my statement. Damn it!
sir. There's no need to
If
yell. I
black
haven't been yelling
women
at
were
y'all.
serious,
It ain't about yelling.
if
You're not
black
respecting
women
him. You
were
need to let him finish.
serious about their sons being raised by their fathers, when after those boys are no longer nursing, those women, and that when they can walk and maybe matriculate in the school, they would give those sons to their fathers. 80+% of black males should be with their fathers, married, single, whatever. It don't matter what the fuck. Give that boy to his father.
That's what my mom did.
I
If we
agree.
can go
But what
if
about?
we can go with your notion, what do you propose that men do? Well, I just want to hear, like, if
Let
we
me
go
first.
through with your notion, what should we do? Let's just hear it.
Let me first say
It's
this
a false
because I wasn't
premise, but
able.
let's hear it.
Okay, so let me first say this because I wasn't able to speak. What I'm saying is, if that's what you feel the issue is, why can't the man just take the woman to court? And I already know what y'all gonna say next.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
the court is going to give full
Stop,
custody,
You need to take a
and
woman to
and that's
court
not true.
to get a kid from
guys,
her.
Why would you
that
just
you should
voluntarily give up
already
the
have.
child?
I'm
guys,
sorry. Say that again.
guys. I'm
She's
sorry. Let me talk to her about myself so I can get this over with and end my show, please. No disrespect to any of the gentlemen on the panel. I do have a life and I do want to do some other stuff. So let me just talk to her about myself because I'm gonna be a little short on time. So let me just get this over with, if y'all don't mind. No disrespect to anybody on the panel.
Roger, you're right, man. I'll go ahead.
do your thing.
Okay, ma'am, you asking about taking somebody to court. If you are a mother that loves your child, if you love your child and you know you can't raise your child, you have a capable man of raising your child that you don't just turn the child over to. You can't sit here and say it's the man's fault you won't turn your child over. A man shouldn't have to go to court or anything else. You know you can't raise the child. You already understand that. Give the child up or shut up. One is either or. Give the child up or shut up. You have nothing to complain about when you literally have a child that you know you can't raise, but you won't give the child to the person who can raise it. And not to mention the fact, if you had a child by a man and you're not in his household, you already bogus in the first place. Because why would you even have a child under that scenario when we got enough history behind us at this point that we know that's not a good thing to do? So number one, you got a bad woman who had a child with a man that she don't want to be under that man's roof. So she already bogus in the first place. Number two, once she had the kid, she won't even get a kid to the man who could raise the child that she know good and well she can't. So she already double bogus at that point. Period. She's a bad woman. The problem in the black community, we got a lot of bad women hiding behind stuff. You saying she bad because you said she can't raise the kid. Well, if a woman's gonna keep a child away from somebody who can raise them, she has to be bad at that point. Or am I wrong?
But that is not the story most of the
Am I wrong?
time. And you know this.
No, answer the question. Am I right or wrong? If she knows she can't raise that child, but she won't give that child up, is she a bad woman or a good woman?
She's a bad woman. Absolutely.
Okay,
but we know that's not the story. We know majority of the time that's not the story here.
Ma'am, what is stopping any woman from giving their child to the man that they had the child by? What's stopping them in America? What is stopping them?
It should be nothing stopping them, but
no. I'm asking
this.
I'm asking what is stopping them. Because I know it ain't the law. There ain't no law stopping them. So what's stopping them?
I don't know. You would have to ask the woman that.
There are a bunch of bad women that want the black community to fail. That's what it is.
Well, what about the bad fathers? What about the bad fathers?
They're not bad fathers.
They're not bad fathers.
If you're keeping the child from the father, you can't say the father bad.
You legally, you cannot keep. No. Let's talk legal.
Lisa, if you want to say the father is bad, give him the kid. Prove it.
You said give him the kid and prove it.
Give him the kid and prove it.
Or how about
you can't tell me about a bad father who don't have custody of his child. If you think the father bad, he's got to have custody so we can see it.
It's nothing but excuses all the time.
No, ma'am.
Nobody stop you from seeing.
Ma'am, this is not an excuse. Ma'am,
this is an excuse because even you just said a while ago, right?
I said black fathers are the best fathers America has to offer. It's been proven already. So give the kids.
What about the other fathers that just leave in the household? What about the fathers that just leave in the household that just leave the mom on her own?
Okay, so if you gonna say that there's a group of men who won't take care of their child, and you had a baby with those group of men, listen to me. If you're gonna say that there's a group of men who won't take care of their child, yet you had a baby by that person, you're the problem. That man shouldn't be given no child.
So okay, understand this, and that's another thing that I'm actually teaching people as well is how to court. But at the end of the day, can't nobody court to the point where you know everything that's you know the person's next move. Nobody knows nobody's next move. Right?
Ma'am, this is America. There is no man in America who can have a child that can't be forced to take care of if it was necessary.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
There is no man in America that can't be forced to take. There is no man in America that can't be forced to take care of a child if it even came to that. Now, the fact that you're saying
that's why it's called child support.
Hold on. The fact that you would even have a child with a man who needs to be forced is the problem in the first place. Then that's something you as women are doing.
To know? But hold
on.
So let me admit,
if you're not intelligent,
I can explain it in one word if I can interject. In one word, it's called marriage. Continue.
Okay, and who's the key holder to marriage, man or woman?
Ma'am, that actually don't make a difference.
Who's the gatekeeper to marriage?
Listen to this. It don't make a difference because you know good and well if you're married before you get pregnant. And if you ain't married, you ain't got no business getting pregnant.
Sir, let me say this to you. Sir. What about
hold on. Do you agree with that statement?
I agree. Yes, I do.
Okay.
I agree. And like I said, I am telling women I'm celibate at the end of the day, and I'm trying to encourage other women to be celibate as well. So everything you're saying to me is not incorrect at all. But again, the man, y'all only talking about good fathers because y'all keep bringing it up. I'm not talking about good fathers. I'm talking about the father that's not there for their children. Don't
make him a father. That's the answer. Don't make him a father.
But here's the thing. Let me and not to put my business out there. You have slick men that will take the condom off as y'all are having sex.
Oh Lord.
What about that?
I'm gonna say the woman is
What about
stupid.
that?
Okay, the woman is stupid
You
and
telling
she
on
did choose
yourself.
a choice.
But
Okay. If
we
no
can't.
no oh no. You ask something and you're proposing as a legitimate question. I'm not even finna belittle your question. At the end of the day, if you cannot tell if a man has a condom on or not, you need to stop having sex.
I mean, the stats say that black
You don't
people,
have a
that the
vagina, so you
stats
don't
say
know.
black men use
You
condoms
don't have
more
a
than any
vagina,
other
so you
men.
don't know.
No.
There's no group of men in the United States that use condoms more faithfully than black men. Everybody knows that. The
That's
condom
the truth.
companies report
Then
that.
how come? So
Okay.
did you
Okay.
get any stats
Hold on,
on
hold on.
Hold
black
on.
men
Hold on,
spreading
Roger.
the most
Is she gonna
STDs?
address? Hold on, Roger. Is she gonna address
Did
the
you? What
over a
about the
million?
stats on black men spreading the most STDs? What about
Is
Okay.
she
that?
gonna
Man.
address? Is she gonna address the
There's
over a
no way.
million babies had by black females that BGS talked about by non-black men? Is she gonna address those too?
She's
She
not
gonna
gonna
address
address
those?
it.
Wait,
She gonna
say
address
that again.
those men?
All I heard was non-black men. Say
Are
that
you
again.
going to address the over a million babies that black females have had out of wedlock with non-black men?
And what about the men that's having babies with
No.
other
I
females?
asked you a question. Are you going to
See,
address
that's
the Hispanic men, the white men, the Asian men who have pumped and dumped black females?
But y'all created that. Y'all created going outside y'all races and sleeping with other women.
Now
Like,
we
what do
create.
you mean?
See. We created those.
What? Y'all listen,
Child,
listen.
you are moving goalposts all over
That
the
shit is
place.
Hold on,
You're a clown, bro.
We
Ma'am,
all know
She
before you say what
blamed
you're gonna
black
say,
men for non-black men pumping and dumping black females. Okay.
ma'am,
but y'all are known for pumping and dumping. Y'all go
Mo-
to other communities
hold
and
on,
pump and
The
dump.
white man was the first pump and dumper on the plantation, dear. He was
all
the
right,
first.
Mona Lisa,
He pumped and dumped all y'all.
look, Mona Lisa. This is my thing.
Yes.
I'm trying to treat your questions like they real questions, and I understand when people come to the channel, it's gonna be stuff they don't know. I'm trying to treat your question with respect. You said I don't have a pussy. That is true because I only get pussy. I don't have a pussy. Okay, so guess what? If a woman cannot tell if a man has on a condom or not, she is not in position to have sex. Period. If you want that problem eliminated, tell women if they can't tell whether if a man has on a condom or not, they should not be having sex. Point blank. Period. That's how you solve that problem. Or guess what? You could just get some birth control that don't require the man to do anything. There's over 30 types of birth control that y'all can take. Not to mention y'all can go buy a morning after pill and take that outside of all the birth control that is available. So at the end of the day, if you're telling me a woman can't tell whether the condom is on or not, and that's an issue where she might end up pregnant, you're telling me this woman is incompetent when it comes to a sexual nature. So if she's incompetent, she has to make a preventative action. So that means she needs to be on birth control. Don't leave it up to a man. What's the problem with her being responsible for herself?
Okay.
No, I'm answering your question. You posed that as a legitimate question. I just gave you a legitimate answer. Is it not?
But we are responsible for ourselves because
Okay.
apparently,
So to solve the
a
problem,
majority of women we go to
okay,
the clinic and we get
ma'am,
checked out.
ma'am. So
So
to
how are we not
solve the
responsible
problem,
for ourselves?
to solve the problem that you asked about, because you asked about a man taking off a condom.
Oh, I already solved the problem. I'm celibate, so there's
No. Again, this ain't about you personally. You just told me there's an issue with women who cannot understand if a man took off a condom or not. I just told you go get on birth control or don't have sex. Is that not a legitimate answer to that issue?
Absolutely.
Okay, then. So what's the problem? That's in the woman's corner to handle for herself. She
The
don't need no
problem is
man.
no one wants to take accountability. And
If
as
you
a
don't,
man, y'all should be leaders. Y'all should be
well,
leaders.
I am a leader. I just gave you an answer to a
No.
question.
Everything that the whole purpose of me even coming on your channel, on your panel, is to speak about leadership, right? But of course, everything gets thrown back to the women, and basically everything is blamed. We're blamed for everything.
Okay,
We're blamed for everything. Man doesn't want to take accountability.
No. Hold on, man. What am I blaming you for that ain't your responsibility?
Pregnancy.
It's pregnancy.
Women
Hold
not
on.
getting married.
Is pregnancy not a woman's responsibility?
It
Oh my
takes
God.
two to tango.
No, ma'am. Simple question: is
It
pregnancy a
takes
woman's?
two. Nope.
Is it a
It takes.
responsibility?
I
Yes or no?
no. I'm answering your question. I said no.
Okay,
No.
so if you
No.
as a woman, don't believe it's a woman's responsible when she decides to get pregnant, if you don't believe a
It's
woman's
not a matter of
that
when she
no,
decides to
oh,
get pregnant. What you mean when we decide to get pregnant? How do
ma'am,
we decide to get
ma'am,
pregnant?
unless you talking about rape, ain't nobody in America, ain't nobody forced to get pregnant. That law don't exist here.
No, I'm not talking about rape.
No,
But
and
how
I
can you?
understand that you're not. So therefore,
So
every pregnancy outside of that is an actual choice. She's not gonna get pregnant until she decides to.
it's not a matter of. So you mean to tell me the women that's pregnant, a majority of the women that had children out of wedlock, right?
No, no.
They
What
chose.
I'm telling
Hold
you
on,
is
hold on, hold on,
every
hold on. They
single
chose to
woman
get
that got
pregnant.
pregnant
They chose to
chose
get
to get pregnant.
pregnant
If you choose to
You
have
said
sex
they.
and open
That's
your
what I'm
legs
saying. So they
while
Let,
chose to get
let,
unmarried
pregnant.
let,
and
let,
get
let
pregnant,
her ask her
But what
question
about the men that's
so she'll
ejaculating
understand.
inside of women? What about
Ask the
them?
question.
Hold on.
Ask the question. Ask the question you were going to ask, Charlie. Ask that question. You
I
had a
lost my
question.
train of
Ask
thought
it.
now. I lost my train of thought now. But
Okay,
all
well,
Okay.
I'm saying is, all I'm saying, well, I'm not even gonna ask a question because I lost my train of thought, like I said. But I have a statement, an opinion, right? As men, y'all are leaders. That's like, for example, because y'all watch sports, right?
of course.
So let's say football. Let's say football. Say the team lose the game or whatever. Who is going to take accountability for the loss? Are we going to blame it on the teammates? Or are we going to blame it on the coach? Like, how does that
Generally,
work?
you blame the coach. So in the dynamic of a relationship, the coach would be your husband.
thank you.
Okay, but again, women are not the gatekeepers of marriage. The women that had children out of wedlock, I'm pretty sure 9 times out of 10 they wanted to be married. Absolutely. And am I saying, am I blaming it completely on black men? No, I am not. But y'all are not trying to take no type of accountability for nothing.
Miss,
And
Okay,
then,
when I,
and
when
then
I
guess
hold
what?
on, hold on,
And this
Robert.
is, hold
When
on,
I
hold on,
when
let
I
me
when I
finish,
got
please,
married,
please, please, please,
hold
please,
on, hold
please,
on,
please,
hold on.
please. Let me finish. I didn't finish. I haven't been cutting nobody off. Please let me finish. That's how I lost my train of
Yes, you
thought.
have. You have been
Okay.
cutting people.
Well, that's how I lost my train of thought. Now, um, my God, what the hell was? Oh my God, I was onto something too.
well, the thing is, if you was gonna go into something else, so the thing is, let's address one point at a time before you even go into something else. So, Raya, go ahead and say what you say. Why she
What I was
thinks
going to
what
say
she's trying to say.
was this notion. They have done studies on this, and they have shown that black men are much more open to marriage than black females. You can't
What?
say you can't hold on. You cannot say that you're interested in marriage after you've been out in the public square getting ran through, and then now you're older and you want to say you're open to marriage. That's not how you get to marriage. And men recognize when women are those types of females, they're not worthy marrying. That's across the board. Coming into the 1960s, the marriage rate when black men had control of the community, the marriage rate was between 80 to 90%. Black men did not stop wanting to be married. That's not what happened. What happened was you had black females who decided that welfare and free public housing was better for them because they didn't have to listen to men. So now we're probably at what, 28, 27, 28% of a marriage rate now. That's not because of black men. That's because of black females. So black females made a specific choice to choose welfare and freebies over marriage. This is a fact. There are books written about this. This is not conjecture. So when you say black women want to be married, I remember when I got married at 22, when I was in Atlanta. And the main detractors to me getting married at 22, it wasn't black men. It was black females. You know what they used to say all the time? You know what they used to say? You're young, man. You can be out here, man, having all the women you want to. And I was like, nah, I'm not interested in all that. It was the black females who were saying, I should have been out there being a player. Not black men. Black men were congratulating Good job, man. That's what's up. Glad you found somebody. So, and on top of that, many of those black females, even when they saw the ring on the finger, was trying to throw ass my way. So I don't know what planet you're living on, but the notion that black females want to be married, that's not true. Because if black females wanted to be married, they would act like the women in the previous generations who got married. They would act like them and do the things that made you the type of woman a man wanted to marry. Just because you're single and you need some money and you need your bills paid, that does not mean you are worthy of marriage. Marriage is not a right, it is a privilege a man extends to you based on an equal exchange of value in terms of what his mission is. And his mission is his family. If you're the type of female that is going to break up his family, you do not deserve to be a wife. Because men don't marry women. Men do not get married to have a broken family. Men get married to have a family, a stable one.
Okay, let me give a thanks to Taipan. Thank you very much, my brother. He said Roger and the panel are debunking calm and efficient. Appreciate that, my brother. And thank you also to Justin March, who didn't say anything, but I appreciate the generosity, my brother. Now, sister, like I say, I'm going to I'm gonna deal with everything you say, but I want you to understand that this is real stuff. It's not to be adversarial with you or hostile with you. I'm not gonna do that. I understand you're a woman. Y'all have all types of crazy concerns that we don't have to think about like that. Okay, this is the issue. You're the only person making an excuse. You said that a lot of women who had children out of wedlock, you said they probably wanted to get married. The problem is they weren't married. They should have did what they had to do to become somebody's wife, which obviously they didn't do. That's why they had a kid out of wedlock. So because they were being unaccountable and becoming a wife first, they decided to have a child out of wedlock, which hurts the community at the end of the day. That is their fault and their fault alone. I cannot blame a man that a woman knew she was ovulating and then jumped on enough dicks until somebody gave her some sperm. Because that's what she did. She had sex with enough men, enough times until she can get pregnant. Because guess what? When it comes to pregnancy, you can get pregnant anytime you have sex, but it has been proven people do not get pregnant every time they have sex. So she jumped on enough dicks until she got the job done. And that is not men's fault that she was hell bent on having a baby. Does that make sense to you or not?
This is just crazy.
Does it make sense though? Does it make sense?
You're basically saying that women are out here purposely trying to get pregnant.
Does a woman know when she's ovulating?
Yes, most of the
Does a
time.
woman know that she can have protected sex?
Yes,
Does a woman
but
know
we
how
do
to
not.
get a Does a woman know how to get a man to have sex with her?
What you mean? Does a woman know how to get a man to have sex with her?
When a woman wants to have sex, does she know how to get a man to have sex with her? Granted, it may not be Michael B.
I don't
Jordan.
understand. I don't understand
It
that
may
kind of
not be
question.
Michael B. Jordan, but she know how to get some man somewhere to have sex with her when she wants it, right?
What about the men that are again?
Ma'am, yes or
What
no? Does
about?
she know how to get a man to have? You can ask some
I
questions
don't
too,
know.
but
I can't answer that question because I don't know how to answer that. That's not a
you don't know
legit
women know how to
question.
get. You don't
That's
know
not a
that.
legitimate. That's not a
No,
legitimate question to me.
ma'am, I'm treating all your questions legitimate. Don't disrespect my question. I'm asking you
Then I
point
can't
blank
answer that
period.
question.
Okay,
I can't answer the question.
if you want sex, do you know how to get it from a man?
No, I do not.
Okay, all right. Well, all the other questions you said yes to. So if you said yes to even those questions, then how do you think it ain't her own fault? It ain't her own planning to get pregnant? Because you agree she know how to use birth control. You agree she knows when she's ovulating. So how is it not her choice?
But it's not as simple as you for like a woman's body. It's not that simple like you think it is. Like just because we know when we're ovulating and when we're not doesn't always mean.
Ma'am. I didn't say nothing about it being simple. I don't care nothing about how hard it is.
But you're making it sound simple. You're making it
Adults
sound
have
like
to
it's
deal with
simple.
hard things. That's part of the adult world. You do stuff that's hard when you're an adult. She knows when she's ovulating. She knows how to have protected sex. If she elects to bypass those things for any reason, that was on her, wasn't it? Wasn't that on her? Did she bypass that?
I'm not gonna sit here and say women are purposely trying to get pregnant out here, because that's a
Ma'am,
lie.
I'm not trying to get you to say any particular thing. I'm
That's
just
what you're
trying to
trying to
get a
get me to
question.
say.
No,
That's
no,
why
no.
you
I'm just
asking
trying
me
to get
these
a question
questions.
answered. All I'm asking is if you agree that women know how to use birth control, and you agree that women know when they
Birth control
ovulate,
don't always work. What about that?
and you also agree that women are not in this country forced to have sex. If
They're,
you have sex with a
no,
woman
they're not
illegally,
always forced. No,
yeah, yeah.
but
If you
also birth control doesn't always work. Now, does it? Does it?
okay, ma'am. At the end of the
Does
day,
no. Does birth control always work?
no, I'm as far as I can
Because
tell,
I answered
yes.
all your questions.
As far
As
as I
far as
can
you
tell,
can tell,
yes.
yes.
As far as I can tell, yes.
This is
Because
how I
every
know
time
that
I
y'all don't
use it,
want to
I ain't
take accountability for nothing.
man. Hold on, man.
Birth control
I'm
does not.
answering your
I'm telling you as a woman. I'm telling
I'm
you as a
All
answering
right.
your
woman, it
question.
doesn't always
I'm
work.
answering your question.
Then the logical question to ask then is what percentage of children are made due to failure of birth control?
Yeah,
Because
because
they post the
I don't have those
statistics. No,
statistics.
they post the statistics of the usefulness, the effectiveness rates of all form of birth control, and most of them are in the plus 95 percentile.
As a woman,
So
she just
assuming that's true, then that would mean that only 5% or less of the children who were born out of wedlock uh, via protected sex, only about 5% of all those children would have been born through the failure of birth control. So, using the numbers, if 100 children were made in that situation, only 5 of them would have been made through the failure of birth control.
yeah.
See,
right.
what you've done here, Mona, is you've taken an exaggerated example or an exaggerated, unusual scenario, and then tried to use that as a basis for making a valid argument. There are exceptions to anything, but we can't live and operate on the basis of exceptions. Most things are odds and percentages. What is most likely to happen? Well, if you're going to use a condom properly, you're most likely to prevent a transfer of sperm from a male to a female in plus 90% of the time. Now, if the guy is especially large, or if the condoms are somehow corrupted or whatever, then that will obviously affect your failure rate. Certainly. But everything from the condom to birth control to IUD, they have the statistics, the effectiveness statistics of all of those devices. And all of them exceed 90 percentile. In fact, all of them, I believe, exceed 95 percentile. So you cannot use whether birth control failed as a real, fair, and valid argument in this discussion, because
But
that's
that's
just
what he
not a
asked me.
material. That's not a material part of what's going on.
It would have to be. It
But
would
that's
have
what
to be
Mr.
effective.
Roger
Hold on,
asked
hold on, hold
me.
on.
So I
It
asked
would
him the
have to
same
be
question.
effective. Hold on. It would have to be effective at a high level for women to even use it in the first place. No woman is going to use birth control. That's
It would
only
have to be effective for the
50%
FDA to
effective.
approve it in the first place.
Oh, I can
But
and man,
I'm telling y'all men as a woman, birth control is not 100%.
Look, we
okay,
didn't stop
man,
saying that argument.
man.
He just literally just said he wasn't making that argument. He
Yeah.
did not make the argument that birth control is
Okay.
100%
So
proof. He didn't say that.
let me ask you this.
Hold on,
No,
hold
no.
on,
Let me ask you
hold
this,
on, hold
Roger.
Wait,
on, hold on.
Roger about to say something.
Yeah.
Let Roger the host. He's
I
about to
want to
speak.
answer. I want to make sure she heard the
I mean,
answer.
she just completely just went across what he just
Rael,
said.
Rael,
Rael,
Sir, calm
chill.
down.
we
Calm down.
we
Like,
understand what she's trying to do,
Don't
Rael.
tell me to
Yeah,
calm down. I'm not your
yeah.
child.
Yeah, you need to.
Don't tell
Mona
me to calm
Lisa,
down. I'm not
Mona
your
Lisa,
child.
stop.
I don't need to do anything.
All right, look, Mona Lisa, to answer your question, because you know what I'm saying, and I understand what you're trying to do. Now, as far as I know, birth control is 99% effective. And I'm gonna tell you, in my life, being in my 40s, it's been 100% effective for me. My birth control ain't never failed me. Period. It
But
ain't happened yet. Now
but
maybe
like you
it's gonna
said,
happen in the future, but it ain't happened one time yet.
but like you said
Okay.
about like you said to me, it's not about me, so it's not about you. So
Oh,
let
oh,
me ask you this one last question, right? Let me ask you this one last question, and I'll let y'all do what y'all do. All right. So if a man and a woman have sex, the woman gets pregnant, right?
That means
Is it
the
okay?
woman's. You talking about a married woman?
No. Out of wedlock, right? She gets
Why would
pregnant
she do that?
out of wet. Hold on. She gets pregnant out of wedlock, right? So are you saying, because from everything that you've been saying, is it okay for the man to leave? Because from what you're saying is not his responsibility, and
No,
I'm using
no,
air
no.
quotes.
That's not. That's what you're trying to imply. At the end of the day, we don't have an issue with black men leaving their children. We got an issue with black women keeping children from their men. I
Mm,
mean, from their
mm-mm,
children. You got
mm-mm,
a issue with black women keeping children from their fathers. That's the only issue we got going on here.
mm-mm.
There is no issue with men abandoning children. And when it comes down to it, Mona Lisa, if you're willing to have sex and get pregnant by a man who will abandon his child, what does that
But
say
how we
about you as
supposed?
a
But how are
no,
we
no, no,
supposed to
no, no.
know that?
I answered your question. Answer mine. If you are willing to get pregnant by a man that would abandon his child, what does that say about you?
But how are we supposed to know that the man is
Answer
going
my
to abandon?
question,
No, I
then
can't
I'll
answer.
answer
I
yours.
can't answer that. That's not even that's not a legit question,
It
Roger.
is a
Like,
legit
come on.
question
No, it's not. How are we supposed to know that the man is going to abandon his child?
Who
How?
because
said it already?
because
Who
if
said it
he's
earlier
if
when he
he
said marry?
I'm
He
listening
said
to
marry
Roger.
first.
Thank you.
yeah,
I'm
He said,
sorry. Go ahead,
hey,
Roger.
hey, I'm
and
gonna tell
that's
you
fine
right now
because
that disrespect is not gonna happen
you
here.
know
But you're being
But it's
disrespectful
not
as
gonna.
well.
It's not gonna happen.
You're being
Yeah,
disrespectful as
no, I'm
well.
not.
Mona
No, I'm
Lisa.
not.
Okay. Anyways,
I'm not.
yes,
I didn't talk
Roger.
to you. I didn't talk to you disrespectfully.
Okay,
I
Roger.
Yeah,
interjected. That's not
I'm
he's
listening,
disrespect.
Mr. Roger.
oh Mona
Don't
Lisa,
be disrespectful
but
to me.
don't do that
'Cause
though,
I
because
can
he
go
didn't
full tilt
disrespect
with
you.
you.
Because he first of all,
But
you
he
have
didn't
people on your
disrespect
panel
I
you.
that's
didn't
been
Mona
yelling at
disrespect you,
me
Lisa,
man.
and
Mona
being
Lisa,
rude to me, but when I raise my voice, it's an issue.
You don't raise
Mona
your
Lisa,
voice to men, period.
Rael,
Okay, so and again, and
Rael,
that was the whole
Rael.
point of me coming on the panel.
Oh,
That's the whole
okay,
point of me coming on the panel.
Mona Lisa.
I can't
All we're
believe you just
saying is
said
don't
that.
be disrespectful. That's all we're saying.
But
We
he's
not
being disrespectful to
Mona
me.
Lisa. Listen to me. It's my show, my panel. Look, all we're saying is don't be disrespectful. If you can't let that go, you're telling me right now you have an intention on being disrespectful.
No,
I'm
not at all.
okay.
Not at all.
So we gonna leave it right there, and we just saying don't be disrespectful. But the same answer applies. If the woman is married, she knows she's married before she get pregnant. Period. She knows if she's not married before she gets pregnant. It's totally up to her whether she wants to get pregnant as a single woman or a married woman. That is her prerogative.
But
Let me
you
ask
gave me
Melissa a
the answer
question
that I wanted,
after
though.
this.
You said that you gave me the answer that I wanted to hear. Thank God. You said that no, it's not okay for a man to leave his child, abort his child, basically. That's all I wanted to hear. But
What,
that is
what,
the
what,
issue. So I don't know where y'all getting that statistic from.
it,
That
it,
women
it
are
Okay,
don't
holding
actually,
y'all
okay,
away
man,
from
it
y'all.
doesn't even make a difference where the statistic comes from. At the end of the
It
day,
does.
no. At the end of the day, no woman should have a child with the man that she don't want him raising his child in his home. Period. That's what the problem is. You get pregnant as women with men, and you don't live under their roof. You don't want the child under their roof, and that's 100% y'all fault.
That's if they
Period.
have a roof.
No. It don't make no difference. If he a man sleeping on the street, if you get pregnant by him, that's still your decision at the end of the day. And if you are unwilling to go through whatever he got to go through to get off the street, then you shouldn't be getting pregnant by him in the first place. That's
I'm gonna
100% a woman's fault. That ain't got
I'm gonna
nothing to
come
do
back.
with men.
I'm gonna
Why
come
now,
would
back
Mona
any
with the
Lisa,
statistics
why
Mona
would
Lisa,
any
because
woman get pregnant by a man that she feels is unfit to lead her?
that's the issue. It's a lot of men that's unfit to
No.
lead a
Time
woman,
out.
period.
No, Mona Lisa. The only
And that's
issue is Mona Lisa. The issue is only with women. If you get pregnant by a man that you feel is unfit to lead, you the problem.
Yeah, I already said women make the first choice. I brought up the
let
research.
me ask Mona Lisa a question on Roger. Come and listen very attentively. Mona Lisa, it's two questions, but we'll start with one. At what age do you think a woman should prioritize marriage? First question.
I want to say in their late 20s.
Okay. Next question. Um, in regards, you say that a lot of women know that they ovulate, right? What percentage is
Mhm.
that? That they know right off the bat from, I guess, when they start to have their periods or whatever, they start to know to track their cycle, know when they ovulate. What percentage? Give me a rough estimation. I know this.
I can't give you that percentage because I don't have.
No, I mean, no, just off the fly, from your understanding, because you said a lot of women do. So, what percentage
your
from your perspective?
guesstimation? What's your guesstimation?
Yes.
Of like how many women knows when they're ovulating?
Yes.
Probably like 40%.
Okay. All right. Good. And the reason why I'm asking these questions, and what city you're from? Where you originally from?
Well, I'm from Houston.
Okay, you're in Texas. Okay, nice. Yeah, the reason I'm asking these questions is because you must understand this. Majority of people out here, it is winging and having sex. And when it comes to women, they're not really paying attention to cycles. Besides, they get any special utilities to prevent pregnancy.
Right.
So when they talk about, they know that obviously is not personal, because that's not taught mostly in the household. As you know, we're talking about that. Like household, pretty much broken. So, and I, in my opinion, I even believe that a good portion of them don't know how to wash themselves up. We're not going to that. That's off topic.
Wait, hold on. Let me I'm jumping in right now, Chaos. I'm jumping in right now. Jay Daniels. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Jay Daniels. He said you don't raise your voice to men, period, which is actually smart for any woman to do. You never raise your voice at a man. It's a bad habit to be in, especially if you end up doing it in person. It don't go well for you. It's a really stupid habit for a woman to be in. Never raise your voice. So I actually do agree with that. Whether women like that or not, I know I agree with that. You don't raise your voice to a man, period, because you don't know how that dude gonna react. Point blank, you just don't do it.
And you know what? I'm so glad that you said it, because it is dudes out here that are killing women.
Well,
for raising their voice. So I'm glad you said that. And also, to be honest with you, I'm very respectful to men, and you know, if I were to have a husband, I would be submissive to him. So I know all about that. My parents are from the Caribbean, so you know, I know all about being submissive. Jamaica.
Oh,
so
okay.
You know, I'm not like that at all, and I'm also not biased. But my issue is I want y'all to step up as men.
Okay,
and that's why it's a lot of women that doesn't respect men. That's why,
you're
transferring the response. Yeah.
Stop. Okay, because that's where you keep messing up. You keep saying men need to step up. Men already have. Do you not understand if a woman has a child with the man that she ain't ready to follow, then she is the problem? Do you not understand the correlation to that?
No, I do not understand. I understand that that's your sperm in her womb. So
therefore
that's your child.
Okay,
so he needs to step up too.
No, we need to get to your lack of understanding. Why do you think it's okay for a woman to get pregnant by a man she is unwilling to follow?
But what I'm telling you,
no, ma'am. We trying to get to some understanding. Why do you think it's okay for a woman to get pregnant by a man that she's unwilling to follow?
It's not okay. However,
it's either not okay or it's okay. There is no if it's okay.
It's
you don't
not
need a however.
Okay. Yes, we do need a however.
Okay, so ma'am, if you think it's not okay for a woman to get pregnant by a man that she's unwilling to follow, then you already understand that no woman should be in a situation while she's pregnant by a man or had a baby by a man and not be with that man. So you that's already acknowledging women are creating the problem.
Boom.
So, Miss Mona,
this is not gonna get anywhere.
No,
because I'm the only. I feel like I'm the only one, and I'm being ganged up on.
No,
okay?
you're not.
That's why that man was able to speak to me that way, right? But when I say something, it's an issue.
Right, you know what? Hey, everybody pause. Kevin, say what you want to say, and I'm gonna bring all the guys down. It's just gonna be me and you. But say what you want to say real quick, Kevin.
I would appreciate that.
One of the things that Miss Mona is trying to do, it looks to me, is that she's trying to figure out how to get the responsible man to force the irresponsible man who's already produced the child, who never wanted to be a husband and father, to get him to force him into fatherhood and marriage and everything else. And it's a virtual impossibility. It's an impossible task for that women are asking. We can't make guys do things after the fact. Everything is preventative. Do you see that?
Yeah.
But how?
Yeah,
But
I
how
mean
did y'all know that if y'all never tried?
the men who were supposed to make the men do right were their fathers, grandfathers. When when
Right.
when when you decided collectively to be independent of black men, to take government assistance and et cetera, and to freely, even in light of there being over 30 different forms of birth control, when you decided by your own sexual freedom to be able to freely have children outside of wedlock, you created a situation that is impossible for responsible men to regulate. You cannot expect someone who is not someone's father, not someone's uncle, not someone who has some real position of dominion and authority of a man to properly instruct, guide, and direct, and when necessary, punish that man. You can't do that.
All right.
I wouldn't say
What,
punish them, but
what
You
I
I'm
think
got to
gonna
be
do?
able. You got
Look.
to be able to
All right,
punish.
Roger.
that's what the
You
police
got to
is
be able
for.
to punish
That's what
a
the police is
pookie.
for.
But you want someone to punish him before the
No, I
police
do
get
not.
to him.
I do not
Sorry.
want
See,
that.
see, this
That
is this is the
I don't
fundamental.
want.
Hold on. This is the fundamental problem. These things were supposed to be handled when they were boys.
Right.
So of
That's
course
true.
it was supposed to be their fathers, their uncles, their grandfathers. And the best place to do that is in a household when a man and woman are married and committed to each other. And you forfeit that when you have that child outside of that paradigm. You as women forfeited that
It don't have to be
collectively.
forfeit though. It doesn't have
No,
to be
but
No.
you did.
forfeited. Even
But you did.
Roger,
it
you can
doesn't have to
you can
be.
Hey,
bring us all down now,
yeah.
Roger. And bring us all
What I'm
down,
gonna do?
Roger.
I'm gonna bring the guys down for now.
Please.
Y'all may wanna hold on, but I'm gonna just talk to them for a minute. I'm gonna let Queen stay because she's a woman, just so we don't have the dynamic that she's being ganged up on. Okay, that's really all it is. So if y'all want to stay for a minute, um, that'll be absolutely fine. But I just don't want to have that dynamic that she's being ganged up on. That's not what we gonna do. Um, look, ma'am, you are trying to go a long way around that women don't have to be held accountable for what they do. You're
Or,
taking the long scenic route, but that's what you're doing. If
but can I say this?
a woman chooses to have sex in this country, I'm not gonna say about every other country, but in America, sex is a choice. And if you force a woman to have sex in this country, it's illegal. They'll put you in prison for that. Okay, so if a woman chooses to have sex in this country, even if she's ovulating and she's gonna do it while having unprotected sex, she's making a decision. And while she makes that decision, she understands already if she's married or if she's unmarried. She knows this already. Nothing is surprising her. Nobody is doing anything to her that she don't understand is going on. Okay, shout out to Man of Tomorrow. Appreciate you, my brother. He say, excuse me, Ramil next live December 2025. Kids of unnatural selection bragging on mythical bitches. Okay, well there y'all go, y'all. Ramil next live December 2025. Kids of unnatural selection bragging on mythical bitches. And y'all know what he mean. Okay, but ma'am, and I'm gonna let you get into Queen. But this is the issue, Mona Lisa. You don't want women being held accountable for the choice they made to have sex with some dude that wasn't their husband. They was ovulating and they didn't have protected sex. Now you want men to do something to punish those guys instead of the woman being punished by having to live with her choice. That's punishment for where it belongs. She had sex with some dude she wasn't supposed to have his baby. That's on her. It's her choice. We can't make her have his baby. The law ain't gonna make her have his baby. The government ain't gonna step in and make you have his baby. Nobody's gonna make you have his baby. You can get rid of that baby if you want to. And even with the turnover of Roe v. Wade, which people are talking about, all you gotta do is go to a different state where it's accepted to have an abortion. Nobody can make this woman have a baby that she don't want. So every child born in America right now is a chosen child to have by that woman. That woman made a series of choices for about 9 months. Yeah, that's a premature kid here and there, but about 9 months, she made choice after choice after choice to have this baby. I stopped drinking alcohol so this can be a healthy baby. I start eating better so this can be a healthy baby. She's steady making decisions the whole time to have this healthy baby. So I'm not gonna pretend that some woman having a choice to have a baby, even if it's by a dude that she ain't married to, even if it's by an irresponsible man, was not her choice. It's her choice 100% the way.
Okay. Do I have the floor now?
Sure.
All right. So you mentioned basically a woman having can have an abortion as an option. Um, Now, again, you're not a woman, right? So
No, I
who?
mentioned it as one of the options.
Yeah, that's what I said as one of the options, as an option. So my thing is, for one, as a woman, which I never had an abortion before, no one wants to go through that. Like, y'all don't know half of what we have to go through to have an abortion, mentally and physically and spiritually. So we're not gonna just be nonchalant about it. That's number one. Number
Well,
two,
just to interject, it doesn't matter. It's your decision at the end of the day. Nobody's forcing you to have abortions. So that's a mute
right?
point.
So but what I'm saying is that's probably a part of the reason why a woman does decide to bring a child.
Women have abortions like 40 going north. The numbers are in. They don't
But
have an issue with abortion based on the numbers. They just
but
don't
I'm
have
talking about the women like myself. I would never have an abortion if I were to get pregnant.
that's you. And I'm not gonna say there aren't some
And
women
there's
out there.
other women like me
Truly,
too. It's
I'm
not
not
just
saying
me.
it ain't some women who gonna refuse to have an abortion, but if you know you're gonna refuse to have an abortion, then you're not supposed to get pregnant in the first place unless you want the baby in that situation.
Okay, now let's cover what you just said now about um because you making it but my this is a crazy thing about it. You're making it seem like a woman can get pregnant by herself. Like, don't we
No,
need
no,
sperm
I'm making it.
ejaculated into us
No, no, no,
to
no.
get
I'm not
pregnant?
doing that. We're not gonna do nothing false. Well, I'm making it seem like it's a woman's choice to get pregnant in the first place,
Okay,
which it
now
is.
let me ask you this, because y'all keep bringing up marriage. Now we all know in 2022, it's a lot of men and women that don't believe in marriage, whatever the case may be. Okay, but that is not.
It may be a lot of women that don't believe in it, but the
No, it's
numbers
a
don't
lot of
suggest.
men. It's a lot of men.
The numbers do not suggest the men don't believe in the women. The
I
numbers suggest men are having trouble finding somebody they can trust to be a wife.
But it's so many women out here that are trustworthy to be wives.
If you were
It's so many
trustworthy,
women that bend
hold
over
on.
backwards.
If you were trustworthy, you be married. So that's a lie.
That's not true. But you know
You
what
you
the
may
issue
no
is?
no no. You may not know it's a lie, but it is a lie. If y'all were trustworthy, the men would have
Mm-mm,
trusted you and married you.
mm-mm,
The reason
mm-mm.
you're not married is because they didn't trust you, which means you're
Mm-mm.
not trustworthy.
No, 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 no. It's so many. First of all, it's a lot of women out here. We all know that, right? So it's so many women out here that are wife material, but they do not get wife because the man is not ready to settle down. Because it's
Wrong,
so many women. It's
wrong.
that's let's be
That's a
honest
lie.
here,
No,
Roger.
if she was wife material, then somebody who's worthy of being a husband would have married her. If she is dealing with a man who don't want to marry her, guess what? That ain't wife material. A lot of y'all think y'all are wife material while y'all trying to be with some guy that don't really want y'all. You ain't wife material because you're not intelligent enough to leave a guy alone that don't want you. That's not Wives don't do that. Wives
Free
deal
game.
with the men who actually accept them.
Free game. Okay. So let's get back to the point.
Well, you know what? Let me read the super chat real quick. Shout out to Jay Daniels. He says, we have not benefited from these black immigrants fleeing their homeland to come here. Most of these people are useless to us. Well, you know, he must be far back in the conversation somewhere
Yeah, because I don't know
with,
what they
with
got to
that
do with what
with
we
that
talking about.
statement. So that was kind of off point. But um, black people don't basically benefit from immigrants because when it comes to us, the more immigrants, the more jobs we lose. That's normally how America goes. So I'll just say that. But I'm not gonna say that black immigrants have no usefulness. Unfortunately, a lot of black immigrants are taught to stay away from black American people via propaganda through television. So they don't really rock with us like that a lot of the times. So it's fortunate to have the ones that do rock with us. But go ahead, sister.
Yes. So regardless of what of it being the woman fault for getting pregnant or whatever. It is still the man responsibility as well, which is the sucky part. It sucks
what are you saying is his responsibility?
to help raise the child.
Black men in America are the best fathers that America has to offer. So what
We're not. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about the men that are not there for their children.
You're not supposed to give them a baby in the first place. Why would you give them
But
a
how
baby
are we
if they're not going
supposed?
to be there?
But how are we supposed to know this, Rogers?
If you don't know how to sift through men, you take that man to a man that you trust. That's called your father.
No.
That's called your
It's not
brother.
that easy.
That's your uncle. That's
It's not.
a person that goes to the same church you go to. It could be one of your former school teachers. There's a lot of men that you can take other men to. If you don't know what you're doing, accept that you don't know what you're doing. No. Accept that you don't know what you're doing and take the guy to somebody who knows what they're doing.
It's not that easy because I didn't grow up with my father, and nor did I really have a father figure in my life. So I had to learn the hard way on how to vet a man, right? But you could never properly vet not just a man, but anybody, because not even the FBI could vet y'all properly.
Okay,
So how are we supposed to know?
Man, is it not a legitimate answer? If you don't know what you're doing, accept that you don't know what you're doing and take the guy to a man that knows what he's doing. How is that not a legitimate answer to what you're saying?
If so, suppose they don't have a father figure in their life.
They don't need one. They got uncles, they got brothers, they got cousins, they got people they went to church with, they got former school teachers, they got guys down at the community centers. They got relationships with men. No, people in America are not living so distant from everybody else from a majority standpoint, especially black people who live in metropolitan areas that they keep talking about, the urban areas. We live together. There's some dude that can handle this job for her.
So basically, you're like, okay, if she wants to get pregnant by a man that she supposedly know that ain't shit, right? Then that's just on her. She just left to raise a child by herself.
The reason I know she did that on purpose because she didn't take him to the men.
No one is getting pregnant on purpose.
Women do not bring men around that they know people are gonna look down upon the situation. They don't do that. When a woman is dealing with a man, she knows it's gonna bring shame to the family. She hires the dude. So I know y'all know what y'all doing. But if you gonna put it out there as a question like y'all don't know, I'm giving you a legitimate answer. You take him to a man that knows what he's doing.
And I'll take that. But like I was saying, the issue with this black community, why the black community is like so messed up right now, is because it's not a lot of father figures or even fathers to help raise the children.
It's not a lack of fathers. You got a lot of women that don't want children to have a father. Because if they wanted their child to have a father, they would have gave them one. That's what marriage is for.
I disagree.
So women are having children unmarried because they're forced now?
No, I'm not saying that they're forced, but mistakes happen.
No.
9 times out of 10 is a mistake.
There's a corrective action to mistakes. My friend got a woman pregnant by mistake. He still married her.
That's a real man.
You as a woman, why are you getting pregnant by a man that don't want you?
First of all, men could be very manipulating. Like they're gonna tell you what you want to hear to get into your drawers. Let's not act like that's not true.
That don't mean you give them a baby. You could have protected sex.
No. Roger, do you really think women are out here like purposely getting pregnant? Like you think we're really out here going through 9 months of pregnancy? And do you know how painful birth is?
Ma'am,
like, do you really think
if you're not having protected sex, what am I supposed to believe based on what you did?
I'm pretty sure it's not on purpose though.
If you're having unprotected sex, what am I supposed to believe based on what you actually did?
Mistakes happen. And what about the man not pulling out?
No,
why the man not pulling out?
Hold on, ma'am. You asked me a question. Do I believe women are getting pregnant on purpose? Okay. Now, the truth is, yes. And that's why I'm asking you a question. If a woman is having unprotected sex based on what her actions are, what am I supposed to believe? Because you can say my belief is wrong because I'm basing my belief on what they're actually doing. Now, if my belief is wrong based on what she's actually doing, please tell me what am I supposed to believe? Because I see a woman living in a country that does not have to have sex with anybody, who doesn't have to get pregnant when she has sex, don't have to have anybody's baby. So if she went out and got pregnant, knowing she was ovulating, still had unprotected sex anyway, with all this information available to her, and she chose to do it anyway, based on what she did, what am I supposed to believe?
But not a majority of women know
No,
about
man. Before
when
you
they're
try to spin
ovulating.
it, just tell me based on what she did as a man, what am I supposed to believe?
I don't know what you're supposed to believe. I believe it's a mistake.
I'm supposed to believe a deliberate
But
action is a mistake?
what I'm telling you as a woman, we're not out here like trying to get pregnant on purpose. Trust
Ma'am,
me.
is sex a deliberate action? Yes or no?
Is it a deliberate action? Yes.
Yes. Okay, if you have sex and it's unprotected sex, is that also a deliberate action that you're having sex unprotected?
Yes.
Is it also a deliberate action that you're having sex unprotected while you're ovulating? Is that also deliberate?
Here's why I can't give you a yes on this. I
Well,
cannot give you a yes.
women say they
I
know when
can't.
they ovulating, and you said yes.
Not
You
all
said yes to
women.
that earlier.
When the young man came on your panel and asked me
Ma'am,
that,
I'm asking you about what women are doing because I'm talking about them doing
not
something
all women.
deliberately.
Not all women know when they're ovulating.
Oh, okay, well, do the majority know?
I wouldn't say the majority either.
Okay, well, even the women who don't know when they're ovulating, do they know that they can get pregnant by
It's a
having sex
possibility. Absolutely.
unprotected? Do they
Absolutely.
do? Okay,
Absolutely.
so if they
Absolutely.
know that they can have a child by having a sex unprotected, doesn't really make a difference if they know they're ovulating or not. Those are very deliberate actions. So when they take these very deliberate actions, why am I supposed to believe that her deliberate actions equal a mistake?
But just because we
Well,
all know
no,
that,
ma'am. You said that it could be a mistake, and I'm trying to figure out how to get to that point where it can be a mistake. She's making deliberate actions. Why would I see the deliberate actions she make and then somehow figure that they're mistakes?
people make deliberate actions all the time and it's a mistake. It ends up being a mistake.
Okay, so how can having sex with a man unprotected be a mistake for a woman? How is that a mistake?
Having sex unprotected, no, is not a mistake because both the parties knew.
And
But
she knows she can get pregnant by this action,
it's a
correct?
gamble. It's a gamble.
But she
When you have
knows she can get
sex
pregnant,
is a
right? She knows she can
it's
get
a
pregnant, right?
possibility. Yes, it's a
So
possibility she
she
can get pregnant.
so she deliberately
Absolutely.
took the gamble.
They both took the gamble if that's the case.
Okay, but gambling is not a mistake. When you play poker, you're gambling, but it ain't no mistake.
It's a gamble. Let me explain the gamble to you.
But
It's a
gambling is
gamble.
not a mistake, though. Gambling is something that you know you're taking chances on. It's not a mistake to gamble. When you gamble, nobody accidentally goes to Vegas and plays and start playing the slots. That's not an accident.
No.
It's a gamble, but it ain't an accident.
No. Roger.
So
But what I'm
how?
not trying to
So I'm not where you are as far as connecting what you're saying to a woman making a mistake. I don't see what a mistake is.
it's both parties. It's
No,
both
the man ain't
parties.
made no mistake. He did what he wanted to do.
But
You had sex with enough men in order to get pregnant. That's what the woman did when she got pregnant. She had sex with enough. Okay,
enough
whatever that number
men
is,
or just with
it could
that
be
one.
one, it could be 100. But she had sex until she got pregnant. I don't understand what a
Mm-hmm.
mistake is. She deliberately
So
wanted to get pregnant, and she had sex with enough men until she got it.
so you mean to tell me women are purposely getting pregnant, like they want to get pregnant, right?
Ma'am, if she's having sex unprotected, how is that not on purpose?
no one, not listen. No, even both the parties, they're not purposely having sex just to get pregnant. Is
Ma'am,
it a
if a
possibility?
woman
Yes,
is
it is.
having sex unprotected, how is she not getting pregnant on purpose?
She's not having
Jesus.
sex like you. I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say, Roger.
Now, you know
No, he
what?
She's
understands. He understands. I think you not getting what happens over here. These are men talking about the accountability of women. They're not talking about men's accountability. And as a woman, your womb is your responsibility. If you're not taking seed, you can't get pregnant. It's your womb. You grant access to sex. It starts and stops with you as a woman. It don't matter how many babies he want to put in you. If you don't allow him to drop his seed in you, he can't get none of them babies from you. And if he wants those babies from you, then it is your job to put the onus of marriage upon him. And if that's something he wants to do, then he'll do what he needs to do in order for that to happen. They're not trying to hear, oh, well, two of them were having sex. No, they're talking about seeing more women be accountable for their bodies. It's kind of asinine for women to run around and say, my body, my choice, my, and then turn around and say, oh, well, I have no control over my womb. That's silly. As a woman, why would you put yourself in the position to be a single mother when you can just simply make better choices? I don't care how good he make you feel. If he didn't put marriage and making a family on the table, why would you procreate before you get what you need as a woman?
Thank you, Miss
Are you
Sunday,
married,
Mrs.
ma'am?
Sanchez.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Are you married,
Yeah,
ma'am?
she
Very
married.
much so.
She's
Okay.
married.
All right.
And
So
let me take
now,
these super chats real quick. Otis says a man can't have sex unprotected with unless a woman says he can. Well, he basically saying a man can't have sex unprotected sex with a woman unless she says he can. She definitely wanted to get pregnant. Women can only get pregnant
mm,
6 days
mm, mm,
out of the
mm,
month. So yeah,
mm,
it's very deliberate action because she had it while she
mm.
could get pregnant. Shout out to Black Rule saying this is going in circles. Please move on to Queen, and we have done that. But Black Rule, I just wanted to push it to a certain point. You know what I'm saying? Just to make sure that ain't no coming back from what she was stating. And shout out to Alan Stranger who says, Roger, the end of the argument is that black women had 1 million more babies that black men. Well, he's talking about the over 1 million babies that black men didn't sire. They got children by non-black men. He said, and that's after abortion. Plenty mistakes without our help. And that is an excellent point. And I know you don't know it, sister. It's probably the first time you heard it, but yes, black women have over 1.2 million children that ain't got squat to do with black men. Okay, and I'm talking about just kids out of wedlock. They ain't got squat to do with black men at all. But
But
they show blaming it on black men though.
I doubt that they're blaming that on black men. But are the white men taking care of their children?
No,
Is that in the stats?
they're not. They have babies by the same caliber of dudes that they have with black men. It's the problem with the women,
I
honestly.
need to see it. I need to see the stats with that because that
Well,
I'm not gonna believe that.
no, I don't think you would believe it even if you saw it because you seem to have an issue accepting that a woman's womb is her responsibility.
No, I do accept that, but it's also his sperm as well. So
Okay, so
therefore, a
Think of
man
it
should
about it
take care
like
of his
this.
child.
Look at it like this. If you don't like the mentality that these men have, listening to them speak to you, why would you put yourself in a position to be pregnant by one of them?
What you mean?
If you don't like the fact that you saying it's both of their accountability, and you feel like they're not accepting the male accountability, why would you put yourself in a position to be pregnant by a man that feels like he has no accountability?
I'm pretty sure 9 times out of 10, the woman doesn't know how that man really is
And that
before
doesn't
she
make
has
sense to
sex with
me
him.
because if you want to put your raw penis in me and we not married and we know that sex is for the purpose of procreation, then that
Hmm.
already tells me that you're not a responsible male because whether or not we in this relationship and all of this. On the other
Mhm.
side, as a man, he knows that if he impregnates this woman, society is going to make him pay child support and whatever else kind of
Mhm.
foolishness he's gonna have to go through. Why would he put himself in that position? And you as a woman, if you expect a man to be a leader to you, why would you allow him to put a baby in you when he won't even take care of himself?
Honestly, that's a question you probably gonna have to ask those type of women. But the women that I speak to, I try to educate them on being celibate and waiting for marriage and so on and so forth because of this kind of outcome. They get blamed for everything. They get blamed for getting pregnant. They get blamed for the man walking out on his child. They get blamed for everything. So
I don't think it's
honestly, this is probably the only way to solve this issue. This
I
is the
don't
only
think it's
way.
a blame. It's an accountability issue. It's
But we
her
are taking it. Women
move.
are already taking accountability by taking care of their children.
She
We already
doesn't
taking
have a
accountability.
choice. It's
Right.
coming out of
But that's
her
taking
body.
accountability. But
No,
that's
it's
That's
not.
taking
not taking
accountability though.
accountability. That is
That's
doing
not.
what she's
How
supposed
is
to
not
do.
how
Hold
a
on, hold
woman
on.
can just drop
Let me
her
address the
child
super
off if
chat and
she
I'll
wants
deal
to.
with
She don't
that.
have to watch it. She don't
I'm
have to
gonna
take care of her
address the
child.
super chat, then I'll deal with that. Shout out to I am just Jules. He said BGS with knowledge. A lot of people put their lives on the lines to get used to get us this far. The Russians, okay, he must be, yeah, he gotta be somewhere behind in this. But he said the Russians used to use the treatment black people receive to mock America's contradiction of of a free country. So yeah, they must be back in the stream and responding to things like that. That's back in the stream. Because we did spend a good amount of time on that subject. But thank you. I
So,
am just Jules. Appreciate you, brother. Now, this is the
Roger,
thing.
Roger,
Yeah, yes,
I'm
yes.
gonna hop down because I only came up so she didn't feel like she was by herself.
Well, I'm about to bring these other guys up. I'm
Oh,
about
okay.
yeah. Well, I don't want her to feel like she's getting piled on either. But Mona, this is what I'm telling you, because I understand your whole thing is you're not worried about the truth. You're just worried about black women being blamed. The thing is, if you have control over it, you get the blame for it. If you don't want to be blamed for something as a black woman, have a husband. I'm not gonna talk to you about what you did if you got a husband. I'm gonna talk to your husband. It's your fault that you don't have one. There's plenty of men looking for wives. Get yourself to a point that a man wants to marry you, and then you can have a husband represent you. So if you're unmarried, there's nothing for me to talk about when it comes to a guy. You don't have a guy to speak up for you. Do you not understand that? That don't make sense to you? Mona, do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, now I guess Mona's ignoring right now.
Did she step away?
Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you now. Did you hear what I said though? And
Look
now
like
she
she fell
disappeared.
off.
Yeah, I mean she may have got knocked off. It's possible she got knocked off. I'm not sure if she's gonna be back. If I got to bet my money on it, I would bet she ain't coming back. Okay. Now I think now and maybe she will come back, but I think Mona is basically looking for some way for women not to be held accountable. That's all. That's really what I got from it. She doesn't want women to be held accountable for their choices. She wants to blame a man, but without having a husband. We as men, from a general standpoint, if a woman has a husband, ain't we gonna address her husband, or are we gonna address her?
Yeah, I don't even want to talk to her.
No, we're gonna address the
I'm talking
husband.
to the husband. I told my daughters that too. I'm talking to your husband.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, for women who have these type of arguments, you know what I'm saying? Have me talk to your husband. I'm glad to talk to your husband. I got no issue with talking to your husband. I hate dealing with a lot of women in certain situations. Okay, I do it because it's necessary. But if you got a husband, I can talk all day to your husband about what happened with your situation. But guess what? When it comes to having children out of wedlock, if you got a husband, that means the man made a corrective action, which means you're fine. There's nothing I really need to address in the first place. Your man married you.
Well, I think Roger. Well, this is just the proof that you know, men and women have in our group have just two completely different ideas of what accountability is.
I
Their
think
notion of
chaos needs to mute up.
I got
Chaos.
it. I got it. I
Okay.
got it.
they in their worldview, accountability for them is men moving in such a way that allows them to avoid having any responsibility or accountability for their decisions. So when they come with the notion of we need to go check these dudes, like it's so far fetched because on the one hand, now y'all know I've been talking a lot about this virginity piece. So if why just this is just really just a simple way of looking at it. Why would you reward a man that has no intentions on marrying you? Why would you reward him with it with what which should be your greatest prize as a woman, which is your virginity? Like that's you are giving a boyfriend, some random dude, something that you're not even willing to give a husband. Why would a man why would he want to settle for that? Like this is why a lot of men have more respect for a woman, even if she's divorced, than single women, because at least she showed the ability to become married. If you just out here, we have no way to vet you. And if you come on a panel saying that you're celibate now, you sound like the females back in the day who used to come with that I'm a born again virgin bullshit. Which men did not fall for that either. Because what you're saying is, as a woman on a panel that's saying the men should hold the other men accountable, you're saying that, let's say, because you know, like somebody said in the chat, black women be celibate for 3 months and think like it really means something. But let's say you've been celibate for a year. That doesn't take away from the previous years that you were sexually active. That doesn't mean you a virgin. And so you out here rewarding men who have not shown you that they have any interest in marrying you. But now you want to come back and say that the men should hold these men accountable when you didn't even hold yourself accountable for preserving yourself for a man that could possibly marry you. You didn't even think preserving your body, your sexual integrity. You didn't feel that that was important enough for a husband. You shouldn't get one. That's not how it works. Why should men reward you, who we can't even vet your sexual history because your family don't even know what you're doing? We can't even vet your sexual history to even make a fully informed decision as to see if you are married. And that's the reason why women lie about body count, because women know that if women had to go out here with a scarlet letter on their chest showing what their body counts are, they know that majority of them will not get married. We have to basically hope you're a good female. And that's not how men are supposed to approach marriage. We should be able to go to your family, and your family should be able to honestly say, she's a good woman. We are going to, from the father, I'm going to give her to you as a man, and now you take her the rest of the way. That's what we're supposed to be able to do. We can't trust that. And even when she said she was Jamaican, I'm with this. Even saying she was Jamaican, first of all, I talked about this when it came to the male teachers, why there's such a shortage of male teachers in Jamaica, because so many of the young females have been overly sexualized that many of them are coming on to the male teachers. But when you listen to a lot of Jamaican songs from the men, one of the most important things that they sing about is finding a virtuous woman. So the fact that men in Jamaica have to sing so many songs about finding the virtuous woman, that's proof, and she is proof that she's not indicative of that kind of woman. You don't make songs all the time about finding virtuous women if you live in a place that's filled with virtuous women. It wouldn't make sense. And that's what's happening. They want to go out there and play,
And
and then
90% black as well.
right. And so
Jamaica is 9% black country.
Right. So you can't blame this on the white people or anything like that. This is an erosion of cultural values. The men in the environment have responded to that erosion by saying, yeah, we might pipe you down, but we ain't gonna wife you down. We're not going to reward that kind of behavior. We don't care if it's 1 or 15 or 25. Like, we're not doing it. Like, we have a standard that we have as men when it comes to marriage. And if you don't meet that standard, yeah, we'll have sex with you, but we ain't gonna honor you with that title because you haven't earned that title based on your sexual past.
Okay.
You know, chaos.
Well, let me read these super chats, Blackwell, real quick, if you don't mind. Mr. Shook to you, he says, bottom line, women should treat pregnancy as serious as men treat marriage. And I think that is a masterful piece of advice right there. I like the way you put that, my brother. And also shout out to CJ Mose. He said, I've seen black women with master's degrees and no kids get pregnant by a man in prison. They somehow find a way to avoid the men around and meet a confined man. Masterful way you just put that as well, CJ. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that.
Drea Renee has a great comment at the bottom. Please read that comment.
Okay, well, let me just say real quickly, shout out to Nobody. He put the 50 ball on it. Appreciate that, brother. He said for the extended stream. Thank you very much, my brother. I feel a little bit better about that. I feel a little bit better. Blackwood, go ahead and say what you're saying. And you wanted me to find Drea Renee. Is that what you said? Go ahead, Blackwood. I'm looking for the comment.
Chaos has her 2 excellent questions. One of the questions was, and I wish we could have followed up on that, was he asked her, what age do you think a woman should be when she get married? And she said her late 20s.
Mm-hmm.
She should start thinking about getting married in her late 20s.
Basically almost 30.
Yeah. So that was that statement right there told you a lot about her. Because the question that I was going to ask then,
she's back. She said there's no link to get back. Go to the description. Matter of fact, just hold on 1 second. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Just 1 second, ma'am, and you'll have the link. Okay, go ahead.
I did it right. I put it there.
Well, I'm looking forward to her coming back because, my obvious question is, well, then what is that female going to be doing for the 12, 14 or more years prior to that point of thinking about getting married? What is she going to be doing during that period? And that fundamentally speaks to what Rael was talking about with respect to sexual providence. Because she's basically going to have a 12 to 15 year of throwing her box around. And then now when she's all worn out and maybe in some cases stretched out, now it's time to start talking about being serious about getting married.
Or on top of that,
that's what you're going to put. That's the kind of bullshit you're going to put on good black men.
But why does it have to be throwing your box around? How about getting ourselves together educationally, physically, and getting ready and prepared for our husband? Why does it have to be throwing my box around?
Because you're done with an education by about 21, 22, or 23.
Because the SAT, the STD stats, all the stats say that's what you're doing. I mean, all the stats, the abortion numbers says black women disproportionately get abortions, apparently. I mean, the stats say that that's what you're doing during that period.
And many of us
black men have the highest STDs.
We're not talking about
black women, actually.
First of all, that's not true. But secondly, we're not talking about black men.
But okay.
But we're not talking about black men right now.
We're talking about what makes you viable.
I'm addressing a statement that you made earlier when Chaos asked you, at what age do you think a black woman a woman or maybe a black woman should start thinking about getting married? And you said late 20s. Right. And the fundamental issue and problem is you're going to be a grown woman well before you're in your late 20s. In fact, your ass and tits are going to start popping out somewhere around 14, 15, some cases even younger. So you're going to have a whole lot of period of time leading up to that point where you could be getting into trouble. High school, college, grad school, you know, in the workplace. So now after you've been ran through in your late 20s, now you talking about marrying some decent guy.
Okay. Whoever you're talking about, the reason why I answered that question the way I answered is because I'm 32 and I'm not married, right? So how I answered the question was we should start thinking about marriage in our late 20s, because a woman don't fully know herself until like around that age. Like as a 25-year-old, they're still young. They still learning about themselves. They're still learning other things.
So I can tell you this.
Let's talk about what that learning experience is, though.
Yeah.
Because very often that learning experience includes you doing a lot of things with and to yourself and with and to other people that make you less valuable to a potential husband.
Okay, you know,
So women say they don't know themselves, but it's very interesting because people know themselves enough to have sex.
Oh yeah,
they know themselves well enough to have sex. So that really is not gonna fly. And do you have to try to look at it from the male perspective and what he's investing in that woman, right? So why would a man be interested in investing?
What you're learning is not going to be valuable to him.
Yeah. You're trying to get to a husband, but how are you going to do that? You know, going through 1, 2, 3, 5, or a dozen men. It doesn't really make sense. It's not helpful to the future husband.
Heartbreak after heartbreak, STD, abortion, gangbang in some cases, some lesbian experiences in some cases. None of that is going to be helpful to your future husband, darling.
Well, Black Guru, I was talking to a sister in Africa. This is what she said her mother said. And this just goes to show you that you have a lot of females out here who are not being properly ushered into their womanhood properly by the women in their families. And then they're trying to put off that bad teaching onto the so-called community to rectify that situation. This woman said that her mother said, it's a woman's duty. It's a woman's duty to keep her virginity for her husband. This is what she said her mother said. Now that's a completely different type of value system, because that mother is teaching that daughter, number one, how to keep herself safe mentally. Sex affects women mentally. This is why so many women, when they're doing it at 20, when they're thinking about it at 30, they're feeling like shit because they've been in different spaces. And see, the problem is for a lot of these women, when they come into spaces with men who actually have standards,
mute up, please.
and who have certain expectations, they think that men are attacking them. No, the truth is hurting you, because what you're realizing is that you have been the one with the low standard, allowing all these dudes to blow your back out and bang you in the back seat of cars and all this other type of stuff. But when it comes to the marriage piece, what they realize is that they don't measure up. So then they try to make it a community thing. You was not thinking about the community when you was blowing that dude in a janitor's closet. You weren't thinking about community. You was thinking about getting your stuff off. But the problem is for you as a woman, that has repercussions for you long term. Men, we don't care. Our job is not to figure out how your family came up short for you, how they didn't teach you, how your mother didn't teach you. Our only job out here is to vet you and see if you are worthy of marriage. We're not here to fix you. We're not here to try to figure it out for you. When we're ready to get married, we expect when we meet a woman for her to be raised properly to be a wife. If you have not been raised properly to be a wife, that's your problem. That's not the community's problem. You need to figure out how to get that right. And if the women in your family did not show you how to be a proper woman to be a wife, you better find some old women who've been married for 50 years. You better sit at their feet. You better learn from them. Sit there and take notes, like Toya has done when she is coming in these spaces, when she has listened to us, sitting back, taking notes, learning, improving. You better take some notes and get right. because at the end of the day, the world don't care about you like that. Most of the people in the world don't even know you exist. You're a speck of dust out here. You're not that important like that. And the market of men are telling you that you're not that important, because if you were important to them, they will want to put a ring on your finger. And the fact that they're not coming to you like that, that should tell you something about yourself. Because if all men that approach you and deal with you only want sex from you, that should be a wake-up call for you as a woman to understand and self-reflect and ask yourself, why do I keep attracting men who only want to bend me over a couch? Why can't I get a man that's interested in loving me and wanting to be with me? That's the question you have to ask yourself as a woman. That's not men's responsibility. That's not society's responsibility. That's your own individual responsibility, because in this country, women ought to be individuals and not tethered to men and have to listen to the men in their family. So this is on you. It's not on us. All we do is just see you for who you are. And once we see you for who you are, if we see you a thought pocket, you're going to stay in that thought pocket category, and you're never going to graduate to a wife status. Never.
Okay, let me read this. My son is Hot Ra. He says, born again virgin rhetoric has scientifically been proven to be physically improbable and impossible. A person can't be born twice in one lifetime. And once a female's hymen is broken, it can't grow back. Now all that's true. Now, Mona Lisa, this is the thing. Because I actually want you to keep coming around so you can learn some stuff, but you've been misled through your life, and that's your fault, not mine. Okay. Since you don't release your age, and I know you probably haven't heard it yet, but if you listen to my stream, any woman who's made it to her 30th birthday and unmarried, she's a clear loser at that point. She's a loser. She's been on the listen up, because this is something you should have been told years ago. That unfortunately for you, you're just now learning it. It's unfortunate for you that you didn't understand you're supposed to be a wife at 18 years old. You're supposed to be basically prepared to be somebody's wife at 18. You're a failure because every man that you had some dealings with, I don't care if it was 1 man or 1,000 men, it don't make an actual difference. All those men unanimously concluded that you're not a wife. And if all those men unanimously concluded you're not a wife, as a man of society, it's hard for me to look past what every one of them men said about you. They ain't got to talk to me. I already know they didn't marry you at the end of the day. So unless you're divorced at that point, you're saying something. And if you are divorced and you've been married for less than 10 years, then you think marriage as a joke in the first place. So that's still something for me to stay away from at the end of the day. You're a loser because you couldn't even get some man to trust you and take a chance on you. Women ain't really taking chances when it comes to marriage. Men are taking chances. So for a man to put that much value into you says a whole lot. And if no man wants to do that for you, that's telling the rest of us something about you. You don't have to like what it say, but it's still telling us something. You were supposed to have been somebody's wife a long time ago. The market already told you what it was going to give you by your 25th birthday. Whatever you couldn't get by 25, you ain't going to never get it anyway. So you might as well stop looking for it. Now, I don't even know what you've been looking for, but you already seen it by 25. Everything's down here from here. You better go on ahead and get with somebody and settle up. Cause ain't a whole lot of great stuff out there
That's
in the
not
future.
gonna happen.
I'm
That's
not
not gonna
telling you
happen.
that it
And
is gonna happen. I'm not saying any man
no,
at
no,
with this
no.
point. Look, Mona
I
Lisa,
will
I'm
go to
not
the
telling
next
you.
before that ever
I'm not
happens.
saying any man will
I
take you at
no,
this
but
point.
you're discouraged. No, what you're doing is discouraging women my age and older, basically telling them that they're not applicable enough to be married because of their age. That doesn't
No, no,
make
no.
any
What
sense.
what
And
what I'm
because you think
telling
they got
you,
ran
what,
through. Do you know how
no, no,
many younger
Mona Lisa,
women?
Mona Lisa, listen to what I'm saying, so you'll understand what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is, men get married to have a family. And at 32 years old, you put yourself in a
Mhm.
hard situation for me to do that with you. It's not absolutely impossible, but you've made it very improbable. Because if I just met you today, wanted to have a relationship with you, probably for about 2 years to see if you're worthy of a marriage, that already puts you at 34 years old. Now if I want to actually have some time in the marriage with you before we start having kids, say a year or two before you get pregnant, you already done been put up 35, 36 years old. You making my life extremely difficult at that point for me to get married and have a family.
How? It's
That's
plenty,
an act.
and this is why.
Ma'am, I just explained. Did you hear what I just told you? You just made it hard for me to have a family with you. So guess what you need to do? you will have better luck dealing with a guy who's already divorced, or a guy who already got some kids, or a guy who's already a widow, because he's not so much concerned on if you can provide him children or not. Now you may not like that, but it's still the truth. You done made it difficult for me because I ain't had kids. So if I take a chance on marrying you and let me dare want to have 1 or 2 years with my wife before we have kids, you put me to 35, 36 years old before you
That's
even
not
get married
true.
the first time.
But
That may
y'all
or
need
may
to
not be
stop.
true,
Y'all
but
need
you're
to stop.
expecting men to take a chance that they don't want to take. You want men to take a chance that they don't want to take. We're very practical and
Both
pragmatic, and we
parties are
do a
taking
risk
chances.
analysis.
Both
Well,
parties are taking
we're
chances.
talking about
At the end of the
biology
day.
here.
Well, hold
But
on.
here's the thing. My
One
mom,
thing's got to be made clear first. One
I
thing's got to
never
be
get to
made
talk.
clear first. There's one thing that has to be made clear first. What I am saying is the truth. If I literally just spelled it out for you, told me you was 32 years old. So going off what you said at 32 years old, if I meet a woman at 32 years old, have a 2-year relationship before we get married, that already puts her to 34 years old. If I want a year or two with my wife alone before she get pregnant, that means 35, 36, since she's just not having the first child. That is absolutely the truth. You may not like the truth, but it is
That's the thing.
very much the truth. So it's very much
That's
the
the thing
truth.
is with a black woman. Black women, we're strong and we can pretty much have children at any age. My mom, she had me at 35. My sister had her child at what,
Hold on, man. Hold on,
33
man. No, nobody
in
said
their
you
30s.
couldn't. Nobody said you couldn't get pregnant, but
I
the
have a
issue
vegan,
is,
as long as you're taking care of yourself,
man,
as a
man.
woman, as
The
long as you
truth,
take care of
the
yourself,
truth
I don't see what
is,
the issue would be.
this is the issue. If you want to have healthy kids, the best time to do it is with a woman is in her 20s or in her teens. That's what the issue is. That's the best time. That is the most optimal time. And since you're not legal to 18 years old in this country, it's best to do it when she's 18, 19, or in her 20s. That's the best time, period. Men don't have to wait for it to not be the best time just because you think a man should wait till when it's not the best time. That ain't how men operate. Men do what's good for them. What's good for them. If I'm going to marry you, I have to assess that you're good for me.
Thank you.
Now, let me read this about Otis and Taipan. Otis says, women are women age like NFL running backs. If you don't get that big contract by 25, you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get one. Let's be real. And Otis is making a very huge point because most folks who get married to somebody and they actually have a sustained marriage, they met that person before their 25th birthday. You can go ask anybody been married 30, 40 years. They was with that person a long time. And usually that's way before their 25th birthday. And Taipan says, do black women want to be women? They fight gender so hard. Well, you know what? A lot of them don't want to be. That penis envy stuff that people talk about is very real amongst black women. They rather be the man of their dreams and try to look for a man of their dreams, and that's just real talk. You know. Now,
No, we want a man. We want a man of our actually. We don't. We're tired of being a man. That was the point of me coming on the channel. We tired of being the leaders. We tired of taking charge. We talk like I want to be feminine, and I'm
Well, you
actually
can do
working
that
on
at
my
18 though,
femininity.
right? But you can do that at 18 though, right?
Can do what at
And
18?
start.
You can do what at 18? Work on your femininity.
Just as it relates to how you talked about the age thing and everything. So think about this: men and women graduate high school, they go to college. So by the time they're done about 21. If 23, if you go to a master's program, right? Some people do PhD, most of them don't. All right. So now you got from 20, 22, 23 to 25 to actually, find a husband, wife, and all that other stuff. Like it's almost like people are trying to get off track and trying to force a round peg into a square hole and say, when I get 30, then that's where the husband's going to show up. And it's not working out that way because men have a play in that. It's almost as like women are discounting what the men want and what the men actually want something, just like Roger explained about we have to take biology into account and everything else. And then to your other point where it's almost as if there's this general idea that all the men who are hardworking, responsible, and productive somehow approve of the deadbeats. We don't. We don't want those guys that they're doing what it is they're doing. But the problem is that we can't stop them from doing what they do. We have no control over them. We don't have any authority. We don't have any law. We don't have any policies to actually, or any way to stop them from having sex and making babies and being deadbeats. We can't do that. So we got to get away from this idea that somehow other men are responsible to go chase down other men and force them to be responsible husbands and fathers. We can't make them do that. And it's almost as if women disregard that other men already have lives. If you'd have came to me and told me that I need to be responsible for chasing down another group of men while I already have my own wife, my own kids, my own, career and job, and then things that I want to do, and then spend my time on the weekends with the family and then take vacations, how am I supposed to be chasing down these other men? That's enough that I'm doing already. I'm already controlling my team. I can't add other people to it and then take away from my family what it is I'm supposed to be doing. And even the men who don't have kids, now he's supposed to be working on his future, his development, his personal improvement, and everything else. So this idea that we're going to rob from other men to actually make up for the guys who aren't there, that's not a practical solution. And women got to get away from that, trying to force something onto other men where it's not even our responsibility. If somebody wants to help, that's fine and wonderful. And we love those guys and we appreciate what it is they do. But we cannot have this idea or this requirement, this general requirement that everybody else make up for the fact that, a man and a woman got together, produced children, 2 or 3, they didn't get married, and now everybody else has to make up the difference somewhere. It's literally impossible for us to do. If it were down to like 5%, maybe we could do it. If you talk about the failure of birth control, okay, so if birth control had a 95% effective rate and it failed 5% of the time, then that's doable. But we're at a point now where over 70% of Black children are being born out of wedlock. That means a lot of people aren't getting married, and there's no way that birth control has a 70+% failure rate, because you couldn't even put that on the market. You couldn't even get that out of production or R&D or research and development.
Let me help her out real quick. Let me say something to help her real quick, because Mona Lisa really wants Black men to hold other Black men accountable. Mona Lisa, I'm finna show you a clear example on how to hold Black men accountable. Can you hear me? Because I don't want you to miss it. Mm-hmm. You hear me, Mona Lisa? Mm-hmm. You good? Okay. Mona Lisa, you and other women stop having sex with unproductive men. That's how I hold Black men accountable. I tell y'all to stop rewarding them for bad behavior. That's how I hold them accountable. Because guess what? He ain't got to worry about me, because I'm not going to put no roof over his head. I'm not going to take care of him if he fall. I'm not going to have his back. I'm not going to be supportive to him. So I'm doing my part. I'm ignoring him completely. Now, the other part is you women got to stop having sex with men that y'all have these quote-unquote problems with. Y'all keep claiming they're problematic men, yet they getting all this pussy at the same time. The man is not no problem if you keep giving them pussy.
Right.
Did you understand that?
Is this Roger speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, like I told you earlier, Roger, I'm not having sex married, and I've been telling other women the same. So more and more women are waking up to that, and more women are starting to close their legs. So trust me, we're taking heed to that.
Okay, but I do want you to understand that's how men hold other men accountable. We tell our daughters don't have sex with those men. We tell our sisters don't have sex with those men. We tell our cousins don't have sex with those men. We tell a woman that we know in school don't have sex with those men. Our college friends don't have sex with those men. We tell her the other young ladies that go to church with us don't have sex with those men. We're steady telling y'all not to have sex with those men. So if they having sex, it ain't got nothing to do with what men ain't doing. We told y'all not to have sex with them. Hell, they tell y'all not to have sex with them. When a pookie is a pookie and he's related to a woman, he tell the women he related to leave other niggas alone to act like him. He tell him himself.
Exactly.
So the only problem I can see is for some reason y'all won't stop sucking their dick. Y'all won't stop giving them pussy. Y'all won't stop letting him come live at your place. Y'all won't stop letting him drive your car. I don't see men supporting these guys.
Yeah, again, we don't approve of deadbeat behavior. Absolutely not. You're talking to a panel full of men who are about productivity here.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't want you to take it as that's fine and just blow it off. This is a reality that you need to accept. If you want to help women, You need to accept reality. We ain't supporting these guys. Y'all are.
Okay. Well, so
What
what's
what men
looking
on
like
this
is
panel? Hold on. What men on this panel will support their daughter wasting the best years of their lives, having
I
sex
mean,
irresponsibly with men out here, and then by the time she's 28, 29, expect to marry? Like, what man on this panel, if he had daughters or has daughters, what man on this panel will support anything like that?
they would have to be in their
Absolutely
daughter's
none.
life first.
No man on this panel will support that. But you know who has been the most influential in women standard lessening over the last 60 years? It hasn't been the men. It's been other women. It's been older women showing younger women how to be irresponsible with their bodies. You see it all on social media. You see 30, 40, 50-year-old women twerking videos. The younger females are looking like, okay, well, she looks like me, and you know, she's doing it. So it can't be bad. There used to be a time where that kind of behavior would be looked upon as something you did at Black Bike Week or
But
Freak Week or something like that. Now this
but
has
who?
become everyday behavior of women. So when these women they're putting a face to this. You see their name, their real government name. You see all their photos and their videos of them twerking. And then they will be the first ones out here to say men should not objectify me. That's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to attract what you are. You put out that energy, you're going to get a dog. That's how it works. Because if we were shooting craps and drinking 40s and smoking weed on the block, and a black woman came and she was dressed modestly and she was dressed like she was a respectable woman, you know what we would do as men? We would fan the weed smoke, we would put the liquor to the side, and we'd be like, hey man, how you doing? We will be very respectful to her. But if
That's a
another
lie. That's
female
probably y'all, but
hold on.
no.
If another black female came down that block in booty shorts and titties out, they're not going to do that because we understand what a woman of culture and refinement represent and looks like, and we know what a hoe looks like. And hoes don't get respect. They never have. You can't find any religious text that tells men to respect these types of females and marry these females. Even in the Bible, Leviticus 21:7, God tells man, do not wife a whore. It ain't out here like that. Y'all been listening to the wrong women. You've been watching too much TV. You've been listening to too many silly loser females on social media that makes you think what they're saying is real. But in the real world, that stuff fails because men have standards when it comes to marriage and always have.
And let me read this by Taipan. Thank you for the super chat, my brother. He says, fighting to create problems to blame black men. Unreal. And that's exactly what's going. That's exact. No, it's exactly what's going on. It's exactly what's going on. Y'all want to create all these problems in the community and then say y'all men didn't do y'all part. No, we did our part. This is the issue, Mona Lisa. You 32 years old. Okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
Since your 18th birthday, you should have been able to get with some dude who wanted to take a chance on you because men lose out if the marriage don't go right. That's basically gonna be men. So he's the one actually taking the chance.
That's not true. The
No,
woman
it
loses
is
out.
true.
If if
No,
if
no,
if it's a
it's the
divorce, the
man.
woman loses out.
No, she
But
doesn't. But
continue.
we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that later. But in reality, the man is gonna lose out. And the only reason that a man won't marry a woman is because number one, he don't have access to her, which is controlled by who? The woman. Okay. Now, if he gains access to the woman and he's able to have the relationship with her, he won't marry her because he don't believe that she's worthy of marriage. Period. She never fixed herself up to be worthy for him to propose to. Plain and simple. Who do women give access to when it comes to men? The men that they want to. You know what I'm saying? I don't even buy into the you are what you attract. No, you accept what was attracted to you. Women accept certain men because that's the women who dick they want to jump on. Point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? Most y'all ain't virgins. Y'all out here looking for who's gonna be the next guy for me to have sex with and get my roll off. Point blank, period. So if you think a guy is gonna be sexually viable for some reason, and yes, y'all do pick some stupid reason why men are sexually viable. I hear some ridiculous stuff when it comes from women, but y'all are picking the men that you are allowing to have sex with you, and you're forming the relationships and answering to the man that you want to answer to. No man can make you answer to him. You answer to who you want to. So at the end of the day, because we are not in a social situation where things go that where you have something that's not voluntary. Every voluntary social situation a woman is in is her choice. She's in it because she wants to be there. If she won't be good enough for a good man to marry her, she's making a choice not to be good enough for a good man to marry her. That's her deliberate choice, period. Because she can always just straighten up her act. Even men that give a woman a chance, because some men will give a woman a chance if she look good enough, and he'll tell her what he wants. She'll either do it or she won't because that's what she want to do. Point blank, period. Women are grown. You keep going back to women are stupid. They don't know what they're doing. And my thing is, if you don't know what you're doing, talk to the men that know what they're doing. So I'm not even letting stupidity be an excuse. And I think the reason you're having trouble accepting some of this stuff, because I don't live in a world where excuses mean anything. They don't mean nothing to me. You keep trying to come up with an excuse that I'm going to accept. I'm not going to accept any excuse because they just don't have meaning to me. They don't matter. They really don't. Now, you as a woman, if you're going to talk to other women, you need to start telling women the truth. The truth is you old news because you 32 years old. Your chances are limited at this point. You had a much better chance to get married at 22. Now, you can beat yourself up for not knowing that information, or you can just accept that this is a reality. Your plans have failed. That's why you crossed the 30 mark without a husband. The only way you're going to get a husband, you're going to have to start listening to men. Your failure is your lack of listening to men that are productive. Point blank, period. That's what your failure is. Now, either you're going to correct your failing situation or you're going to keep on with your failing situation. But since you don't have a husband, you've already proven that you failed to listen to productive men based on the decision you made in your life. You are a failure. Do you want to stop being a failure is the only question.
Hey, Mona Lisa, do you have any men in your life whose opinion, ideally older men, whose opinion you really respect and would indulge? Did you all hear me? Did I?
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah. Did you hear me, Mona Lisa?
Miss Mona, you there?
I think it's just
Miss,
taking her a second to process this.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did,
there
Hello?
you go.
did,
Can you
yeah.
hear me?
Did you hear my
No,
question?
it's not taking me a second to process it. And I did hear your question, sir. But let me say something to Roger, and then I'm gonna get to your question. Um, for you to call me a failure for not being married at my age, you're absolutely wrong about that, first of all. And I do know how to listen to a man that knows how to lead. If you don't know how to lead, of course, myself or a woman of any sort is not going to listen to you. So that's what I
Oh,
have to say to Roger.
okay, but
Now, to
before you
your
say anything
question,
else, the proof that I'm right is the fact that you're unmarried now. Like it or
but you
not,
don't know, but you don't know
look,
my story. You don't know why I'm not married.
ma'am, I'm
You
not
don't know
telling
my
you this.
story.
Ma'am, I don't need to know your story.
You do.
I know you come across responsible men in your life at this point. You're 32 years old. It
How
ain't
do you
like
know I did?
because you're 32. Now this is the thing, ma'am. I'm not here to hurt you. I extended this show because I actually love my people, and I wanted you as a woman to hear something from productive men. So I mean, technically, I don't even want to be here right now, but I'm doing this anyway because I love you that much, even though I
But
don't even
you,
actually know you. But no,
but
you,
like,
ma'am,
go ahead.
like it or not, a unanimous decision has already been made by every man that you've come across that gave you a chance of a relationship. They all said no. That's why you're not married now. If you don't like what I'm saying, that's fine. But at the end of the day, it led you to where you are. All I'm telling you at this point is let go of what you've already been told and start listening to men so you can do something different. So you will have a chance. Your
That's what
chances
I've
are
been
already
doing.
dwindling.
That's what I've been doing. And for your information, Roger, it's three men right now that if I were to call them right now and be like, okay, I'm ready to get married now, they're going to marry me. So let's not. That's what I'm saying. You don't know my story. You don't
No,
know me.
ma'am. I'm gonna tell you just like I told many other women who said the same or similar thing to me. I don't care what you said. I just care what happened. If ain't nobody did it, ain't
But
nobody
I don't
did
want to
it.
marry them. That's the
You know
thing. I'm
what?
not gonna marry
And
Then they
somebody I
don't
don't
count.
want
They
to
don't
marry.
count.
So I
and
didn't
listen,
pick them.
okay, ma'am.
That's why.
Listen to this very important piece. Women only turn down proposals from losers. So what you're telling me is only losers propose to you.
Thank you.
No,
No. If you thought they was
no,
winners, you'd have married them.
that's not
Women ain't
true.
turning down proposals from winners.
So
Oh,
are you
but
saying you
hear me
turned?
out.
So is she
Hear me
saying she
out.
turned down a
Or
proposal?
maybe they just wasn't for me.
No, ma'am.
Maybe they're not for me.
Ma'am, you said that they're willing to propose. Mean you had some form of relationship with them. If they're either a winner to you or they're a loser. And if only losers are proposing to you, which is why you're not accepting the proposals, at the end of the day, it all comes back to you being a loser. And I'm simply trying to get you to think about things in a different way so you can win. Your decisions have brought you failure up to this point. Can you please just
Nope.
consider thinking about
I'm not gonna consider that.
things in a different
I'm
way
not.
so you can win? I'm
Listen,
not
I'm
saying you
not
got to
gonna
marry
consider.
me. I'm just saying in
I
general,
know I'm gonna
I
be.
want you
I
to
know I'm gonna
win.
be married. No, I am. No, trust me, I'm winning right now because at the end of the day, just like I don't know the gentleman name that just asked me a question about if I know something like an older gentleman or whatever. I have my mom's best friend who's like an uncle to me. He talks to me, you know, and of course I talk to my older brother sometimes. So I've been taking heed to what they say, and I also take heed from my experiences, which
Okay, so
brought me
which guy
to
did they tell you to marry? You said you got 3 men. Which of these 3 men did they tell you to marry?
I don't want to marry none of them, so therefore I didn't bring them
Well,
around neither.
okay. So at the end of the
So
day,
if I
them
want to
guys ain't
marry
even.
them,
They're not okay.
hmm?
They're not worth bringing around. They're losers to you. Period.
No, they are worth. They're good men. Don't get me wrong, they're good men. But I'm not.
Ma'am,
If there's
you
not
can't
really a
have it both
connection
ways.
there,
Yeah, there's got
You
to be a
can't
yeah,
have
reason
it
that
both
you
ways,
either
man.
gonna marry him or not. That's kind of what
it's
we're
not
getting
a
at.
connection. It's not. I'm not gonna marry.
Look,
Like
how
at the end
how
of the
did
day,
it
like
how
I'm serious. Hold
hold
on, let
on,
me
hold
finish.
on.
Let me finish. At the end of the day, I am serious. I take marriage seriously. You understand? So if I don't have a connection with this person, regardless if they're, they're all three, they're great men, but it's just not a connection there. So I'm not going to force myself
All
to
right,
marry
well,
him
You're
because
not going to have
people
a
like you
connection.
say,
You're
oh,
not going to have a
how
connection.
this,
Without
and
having a
no, I'm not
connection.
going to do that.
how did you
I want my
how
marriage
did you get to
till
a
death
point?
do us part.
Can I ask her a question? How did you
Go
get
ahead, Black Hole.
how did you get to a point where there are 3 men who got far enough with you to the point, presumably, to ask you or at least infer, I guess, that they would like to marry you? How do you get that far with 3 men and not want to marry any of them? How did that happen?
It's just not a connection. I don't know how to
But
explain it.
listen
I
to
don't
my
feel the
question.
same way they feel about me.
Okay, please stop, Daryl, because my question is a question of time. How were you interacting with these men? And I'm assuming this is over some period of time so that they got to the point in which they would, I guess, either ask or at least get you to the point where you believe they want to marry you. That seems to me to be an incredible waste of their time, your time, or both of your time.
Well, for starters, I'm friends with them. I'm like real close friends with them, and so they know me personally. So I never had any relations with any of them or any of that.
Are
So
you
So
saying, are you
I
saying
mean,
that you can just call up
so
three
these
different
men
men?
are so these
Is she,
men are your friends.
is she saying that she
hmm
can just call up 3 dudes she's never been with in a relationship at all, and they just gonna marry her just on the drop of a
yup,
dime?
yup, yup, and I could call one of them right now if you want me to.
I'm not even saying you lying.
Because
My
because
thing
like I
is,
said, but that's the thing, y'all don't know me. Like I'm really a good woman at the end of the day. It's
n-
just these
ma'am,
niggas out here ain't shit.
ma'am, you a
And
good
I'm not
woman based.
settling down.
Okay, ma'am, you a good woman based on what you think. That's not what men think. If you were a good woman based on what men think, you'd be somebody's wife.
Thank you.
So the only
But
other thing I would say
obviously
to
all
that,
three of them know that I'm a good man, a good woman. for them
Yeah,
to
but
propose to
ma'am,
me
you ain't went down the aisle with none of them. They don't count.
because I don't want to. So it does count
okay,
because I
so and
don't
I
want
think you
to.
could. So Miss Mona, I think you're actually doing those guys a favor by not marrying if you're not interested and you have no connection. Just please don't do that to those good men. Hey, the other thing too is while everybody's here, and while because Miss Mona asked a lot about where we're getting all of these stats and statistics when we say 30%, 60%, this, that, and the third. So I'll just go ahead and put out the list real quick. And these are all actually, these are all government agencies, by the way. These are all legitimate government agencies. I don't do Google or Wikipedia or some other nonsense. And I actually do a lot of research on this stuff. But U.S. Department of Vital Statistics, U.S. Department of Health, the U.S. Census. It talks about married, unmarried, who's a father, who's not a father. It talks about that CDC report that was referenced about who the best fathers are and what black men do when they actually are fathers. It talks about, and as it relates to the CDC, you got the National Health Statistics reports. That's the NHSR. It's a quadrennial report, and it actually tracks fertility on men ages 15 to 44. Who's a baby daddy? Who's not a baby daddy? Who's married when they have kids? Who's not married when they have kids? And keep in mind, the CDC also tracks those sexually transmitted diseases that we keep talking about. The CDC also makes reference to the 1.2 million babies that are born out of wedlock by white, Hispanic, and Asian men. And even some Asian men are getting in on it too, to black women. So these guys who are non-black are having babies at a rate of 1.2 million over the last the NHSR that came out. So that's something you can look into. And then as far as middle class, who's middle class or not, you have the American Enterprise Institute that actually tracks this. Over 60%, well, almost 60% of black men are middle class, strong, solid middle class. When you add the wealthy men and the rich men in there, now you get over 60%. And then as far as who has a criminal report or a criminal record or not, you look at the FBI Uniform Crime Report. That's where all of this stuff comes from. So we know that over 60% of black men don't have criminal records. And we know, again, going back to the CDC and the census and all this other stuff, that almost 50% of unmarried black men don't have kids. So when we put all of these statistics together and we cross-check this with all these different agencies, this is how we come out with all of this. We are not talking from emotion. We're not talking about stuff that's pulled out of off the internet or something that's in a chat room. We're talking about legitimate government agencies that track all of this information. And one of the things that I see as it relates to women, and when I talk about the numbers, and even women will be like, well, I don't believe that. Well, where did you get that from? When I'm telling them where I got it from, and I've done all of this research, this is man hours of research and actually doing all of this. That's the only other way you could know this. So when people dispute it, it doesn't register to me because I'm sitting here telling you the numbers. I'm sitting here looking at the reports. I'm sitting here looking at where all of this stuff comes from. So that's what women have to do too in order to actually get some perspective on where all of this stuff comes from and how and why we got this way, to include the over 70% out of wedlock birth rate. Like all of these numbers come from somewhere. We're not making any of this stuff up. That's how men function. And when you talk about leadership, this is actually a part of it, not just talking off of emotion, but looking at the actual numbers, the statistics, the facts, the data, the empirical data, the long-term studies and everything. Peer-reviewed studies. I'm not talking about something that somebody just came up with or wrote an article on. Those are not peer-reviewed. I'm talking about something that was checked by people with PhDs, by 4 or 5 of them, and they said, you know what, this guy is right, or this woman is right, or this agency is correct. That's how we do business out here, man. That's the only way to do it. And I don't know any other way to get this thing right, so that way people can actually understand where it is we're coming from on this. So did everybody kind of get all of that? Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
No. I mean, of course it does. No. And let me say this: the problem I have, Kevin, is this.
No, it don't.
With all due respect, ladies, one of the reasons why, and I say this often, I'm always very ambivalent about women in this environment and in general in the presence of men, particularly smart, productive men. I'm always ambivalent about that because few women, black or otherwise, but especially black women, can argue, debate, and have an engagement in good faith. Because you'll have a black man who will spend, like Kevin described, may have spent hours, may have spent days, may have spent months, may have spent years studying something. And he may present all this peer-reviewed information. And it's been validated by, as Kevin described, a half a dozen or more government agencies that have each of them with billion-dollar budgets. So all of this shit has to be validated. And you all will casually, without a thought, without any concern at all, discard in a moment casually just discard all of that. And see, because I'm an older man, I don't have much tolerance for that type of disrespect. You
Well,
know,
you
and that's why sometimes I will
not disrespect.
convey a level of fury in what I say and direct it towards you all, because, and this is my opinion, and I would, and I really think black men should adopt this. We got to be a lot less tolerant of your intellectual immaturity. That's
No,
a
we
that's
don't.
a
I don't
that's a
agree with
huge issue
you.
amongst black people. It's a huge issue between black men and black women, because
To
we'll
me,
make all this investment into something, and then you all would just piss all over it, and then nothing gets done.
we do get things done. We just don't
Hold on,
hear it the
Auntie.
way.
Auntie, before you go, let me get these super chats out the way, then I'll let you have the flow. Shout out to
No,
Taipan. He says, "You're the leader, Roger. Do what? No, I will do, and that's anything else." And basically, what he's saying is, women keep saying you the leader. We tell them to do something, but that's the last thing they're gonna do. They want to keep claiming I'm their leader, but ain't gonna listen to nothing I'm telling them, which is a
And that
ridiculous
leader has
concept.
done all the research, like Kevin did. Kevin, if in case you women don't know it, Kevin demonstrated leadership to you all. How did he do that? He provided
he,
some actual valid information, something that
okay.
other people, very smart people, invested an incredible amount of time and resources in. He did that for your benefit, for you to have the truth, and for you to get past your bullshit, your emotional bullshit, and let's actually get something done. And most
You
of
have,
you don't give, and most of you don't give a fuck. Most of
you
you
don't.
don't.
One thing about you, Guru, to me, you so opinionated with your no your thing. What you say has to be conclusive. What a woman say, you take it like non-recluse, but you're married as well. And the only thing I'm saying is, I respect what Kevin, the statistics, but you got to realize all us don't function like that. That's the way God made us. You got to check in with God about the way we made us. We don't give a number
Auntie, let me
shit.
let me let me
You
let
are
me say
not
this.
going to hide your
I
disqualified.
get you, Auntie.
Like I
That's why
said,
y'all should just
That's
gonna listen
some
like
to
I
bullshit.
competent
said,
men.
I'm gonna come back with the
That's
statistics
evil, man.
because I just feel like that was inaccurate. Like
That's
Okay.
honestly,
evil,
and I'm
man.
not trying to put no
I
disrespect on y'all, but that got to be inaccurate. I'm
No, but
I
sorry.
okay.
literally
And I don't
encourage you
like
to
the
get
Hey,
way,
double checked that way.
wait a minute,
I
Roger.
guys,
definitely
hey,
will.
Wait a minute,
I
hey, hey,
definitely
Roger.
hey,
will.
hey, hey, let's calm it down. We're not gonna get too excited. You know what I'm saying?
Roger. Can I
We're not
finish
gonna
right
get too
there?
excited.
I don't like the way you told a young lady at 32 that she was this, that, and I don't like that because I got married at 38. Okay, and I've been married now for 19 years. So she can be married. If she's
She
not
can she
attracted to
can
the
change,
dude,
Auntie.
I
She
would
has
be
to change.
married.
You said you changed too. You said you
Yeah, I
changed,
changed. I got
and
help. I did.
that's why you got married, because you changed. I said
Yeah.
any woman who makes it to her 30th birthday unmarried is a loser. That's no respecter of person. And the only thing I asked her to do is stop doing stuff that's making her lose and start considering some stuff that'll help her win. So I'm not gonna
Well, wait
take
a
it
minute.
back. I'm
I
not
just
taking
want
it
to know
back.
why
But
you say she a loser because she's not married yet.
Because she's
Maybe
not on her purpose as
she's
a
married.
woman what she was designed to be. That's why.
Right, but hold
Yeah, she's
up.
not on her
dang,
purpose. If a man is
that's
out
the
here,
purpose
hold
of
on. If
a
a man is
woman.
out here, if a man
Wow.
is out here not on his
That
purpose,
is
if a
not
man
our
is out
objective.
here,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
do
If a
Wow.
man is
that.
out
No
here,
woman I
if
know
a
at
man is out
18
here,
want
if
to
a
do
man is out here,
forever.
we're answering your question. Please be quiet. If a
I
man
don't
is
have,
out
I don't have
here,
a,
if a man is out here not on his purpose, we as men would say he's a loser. We will say that.
Y'all don't.
But in
Y'all don't
your
hold nobody
world, a
accountable.
woman,
That's
a
the
woman
thing.
could be out here dysfunctional,
Just be being like
not on
that.
her purpose as what she was designed to be, which is a wife and a mother. A woman is not designed to be a thought. She chooses to be a thought, but that is not
wait a
her
minute.
original design, because when God,
Right, but you can't
according
say
to the
that
scripture,
even
hold on, according to the scripture, because you brought God into it, when God created Eve, he did not create her to be a thought. He created her to be a wife.
so he didn't
So if
create
she
all women
And
to
he
have
created
sex.
man to
deviates
marry
from,
too.
if she
He
Somewhere,
created
deviates
man
from
to
that role,
marry.
she's a loser. That's what he's talking about. And
But he
Roger,
also
when he
created
speaks,
man's
when
We
Roger
just
image.
speaks,
gonna agree to disagree with that statement, regardless of what you say,
when
right?
Roger speaks, he's speaking from that perspective too, because he's Christian. So you cannot bring God in here and try to say
Yes,
that
I
God made
did.
us to be
Stand
dysfunctional.
on
You're
it.
not going to get away with that.
Well,
Absolutely.
It don't say nowhere in the word of God that you a loser if you
hold on,
keep with
hold on, help
the
me.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
Thank you.
Hell
hold
exists,
on,
don't it?
auntie,
Hell
auntie.
exists,
you.
don't it?
That's
in the
their
Bible.
opinion.
Hey,
Hell exists, don't it?
y'all, calm down. Okay,
You're
look,
not gonna beat us up today.
auntie,
Hey,
calm down. Okay, I'm saying you're a loser, period. And I'm saying I picked that word on purpose so women would get the message. Y'all live in
But
a
that's your
society.
opinion.
Hold on, no, it's not an opinion, it's a fact.
It is. It's your
Hold
opinion.
on,
Because there's no stats on it. Like what?
and you'll understand why it's a fact in a moment. And it is a fact. Okay, y'all live in a society that tells y'all can do anything y'all want to do, and everything gonna be okay anyway. That's BS, and it's not my job to lie to you.
Yeah,
Period.
it is. Yes.
So I'm not gonna lie to you just because you don't like a word or don't like how it feels. Guess what? I've been a loser in plenty of situations too. And what did I have to do? Accept that I was a loser and change something so I could win. You got to do the same thing. A woman was made to be a man's helpmeet. If you have
Yes.
not achieved that, you a loser. And if you are 18 years old and considered an adult in this country and you've made it to 30 years old, you've literally failed for 12 years. You are a certified loser at that point. It's not
how
that
you
you
gonna
just
say certified?
hold on. It's not that you just became a loser. I'm saying it's a clear certification that it ain't even debatable at that point because you've been on the market for 12 years as a person that no man would accept you to be his helpmeet. Point blank,
I
period.
wouldn't accept
If you
anyone.
cannot do what you were literally designed to do, you're broken. If I can't ride a bike that's literally designed for me to ride it, the bike is broken. If I can't drive a car that's literally designed for me to drive it, the car is broken. If I can't live in a house that's literally designed for me to dwell in, it's broken. If you
Okay, Roger,
cannot
we get
be
your
a man's,
analogy.
if you cannot be a man's helpmeet by 30 years old, and guess what? If somebody told you everything wrong all while you was growing up, you've had 12 years to correct it, and you have not took it upon yourself to do it, you are broken.
Okay.
Point blank,
So can I
period.
defend myself?
So
I'm
it
not
is
broken. And just like
so
he said, and
it
just
is a fact whether we like it or not, and
it's
I'm
not a
trying to
fact,
help
it's an
women.
opinion. It's your
No, no,
opinion.
Right,
no.
Because
nigga.
like
It's
I
a
said,
fact
that's not in
because you were.
nobody's
It's
research.
a fact
That's
because you
not
were
in
literally
nobody's research.
created to be a man's helpmeet.
Okay, and just like y'all were created to
All right.
find
Well,
y'all a wife, when a
hold
man
on,
finds
y'all.
his wife, he
Hold
finds a good
on.
thing.
Just hold on. You'll be able to say what you want to say, but let me get these super chats out the way, and then we'll come back to you, Mona Lisa. All right. Stack of Star. Thank you very much, my brother. I'm humbled by your support. He says she just proved that women don't want to get married, but men do. And yes, your statements did do that. And shout out to Son is Hot Rod. Thank you very much, my brother. He says they're not for me. She's not physically attracted to them. Well, he says
Yup,
equals.
that's
She's
what it
not
is, and
physically
I'm gonna tell the
attracted to
truth.
them.
Yup, and
That's
that's
the
exactly what it is.
underlying reason if you listen to her carefully. And she just confirmed that as well.
Yup,
And,
and I'm
and
not
my
gonna
Shit.
thing
lie.
is, my thing is,
Yup.
look, I'm not mad that those three particular guys aren't you don't find them attractive. I'm not even mad at you for that. But at the end of the day, there is some man that you found attractive enough that would have married you had y'all had the relationship, but you turned him down. That's
Because
all it
the
come out to at
chemistry
the end of the
probably
day.
wasn't there. He probably didn't have chemistry with him because
No,
that was my
no,
Thank you.
no,
mom.
auntie, she turned him down. She never gave the dude a chance. It's not like
And I
guys. It's not like guys see attractive women and we don't talk to them. No, a lot of men talk to women and women just simply turn them down. So every man who was worth his salt that approached her, she turned him down at best. That's the best she can come up with. I turned all of them down.
You know, but
Well, Mona Lisa, you're breaking up, Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa, you're breaking
Can
up.
you
We
hear me
can't
now?
hear you. We Mona Lisa, we can't hear you. What I recommend that you do because you're breaking up real bad. What I turn off your phone, turn it back on, rejoin the panel because we hear you saying something, but we can't tell what you're saying. Okay, turn off your phone, turn it back on, jump back on the panel. Okay, I'm gonna stay up to give you a chance to get it done. Okay, because we already finna hit 6 hours. Y'all killing me today with this time.
Yeah, Roger, you can't shut the 6 hours. You might have to soon shut this down. Yeah, because it's gonna be a lengthy recording, very lengthy. I'm just giving a suggestion, bro.
No, I mean I appreciate it, brother. And I don't like making them this long, honestly. You know, you
Yeah,
know.
it shouldn't be this long.
And matter of fact, if matter of fact, I'm gonna say this real quick.
Can
All
y'all
right,
hear me now?
yeah. You know what? I can't hear you, but Mona Lisa, look, we about to hit 6 hours, y'all. Look, I do believe this is
But can I at
important.
least say what I had to say?
Well, no. Mona
Because I
Lisa,
didn't
hear me.
really get to
Hear
say.
what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. I just don't want this stream to be incredibly long. Because unless people know who I am, they ain't nobody finna just check out that type of stream. Can I start a new stream? And then y'all just come to the new stream. Okay? Let me start a new stream. Y'all can talk for a moment right there, and I'm gonna actually set it up right now. And we'll start a new stream because I just don't want this to be a 10-hour stream or anything like that. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Okay. And shout out
Yes.
to Top Tier for the super chat real quick. He says, "Thank you for the extended show. You are making a difference. Gradually, the ladies in opposition are realizing what us men have been saying." Thank you very much for that, Top Tier. Appreciate that. Hey, to the audience, y'all, let me start a new stream because I just don't want this stream to be ridiculously long.
In
I've been
5
waiting to give you a chance to say what
minutes,
you're gonna say. No,
3 minutes.
y'all can talk for now. I'm actually gonna. I'll set it up while we're doing this, so y'all can
I
go ahead
got
and
you.
go
Hey, I'm
ahead.
gonna go ahead and back on out. But hey, thanks for the time, and at least I got some
Yep.
good points out. I hope these ladies are learning some good stuff. Appreciate you guys. Take
Yes.
care.
I appreciate you,
Yes.
Kevin.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
But like always, people, you know what it is. Long live the habitual line steppers. Tune in like 2 minutes. We're about to go live again. We're gonna continue this. All right. You know what drill, Roger.
Give me
Close
1
this.
second. Well, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
Phoenix.
actually set up the. I'm gonna set up the new one first. I'm gonna set up the new one first. Y'all give me 1 second. I got a
Don't
phone
worry.
call
They
just
come
came
back.
in.
They come back. Just subscribe to the channel. Don't worry. You know.
Oh my. Y'all all right up here?
I'm hot, man. I'm
It's, uh,
relaxed right now.
it's,
I'm
it,
here doing some things right now. So yeah.
yeah, it's a tough pill for the ladies to swallow. You know, I feel sorry for you. You all
It's
have
not.
been given. You all have been given freedom and privileges that you didn't earn. Frankly, other men fought and bled and died, and blown to bits for these freedoms that you all kind of casually throw about. You know, you're given all this entitlement, given all this privilege. Black men fight for civil rights and get burned and lynched and all that shit. Then they give 85% of everything attributed to black women and white women.
Y'all been
You know,
fighting since
so
Bible
so
times, so it's nothing new.
so
Not that I'm
well,
saying I
but
don't appreciate
my
it,
point
but that's what
is
y'all
you
was
got.
designed to do.
But I'm saying you got all this unearned privilege and freedom, and you have and associated with that you have all this sense of entitlement for things where you think you're supposed to do things that are even contrary to your own biology. You know, it's contrary, darling, to your biology to go 10, 12, 15, or 20 years beyond the initiation of your reproductive capacity. And what species of animal would that animal wait until it's almost no longer reproductively viable to then start having children? No other species of mammal does that. That's not a natural thing to do. But
They
yet
did
you
it in
all
the Bible.
Oh my
okay.
God.
Well, look, I'm
It's
not the
You
always
can
Bible.
oh
something,
my
bro.
God all you want.
I,
They did it.
Always
no,
something,
I,
bro.
You want to use
hold
Bible
on.
reference? I'm
Always
gonna use
something,
Bible
bro.
I'm
reference
not.
too.
I
They,
personally,
dude, they were
I,
arguing with death on their deathbed, bro.
I,
It's fruitless,
yeah,
man.
yeah. I
They
mean,
Yeah,
will
I'm not.
argue
men
with
are
death on their
always right.
deathbed.
Y'all always right.
Death, you ain't gonna kill me, death.
All right, look, y'all. I set up the new stream. I'm gonna put a link in the back chat in the private chat. Y'all see you see where it says private chat, Mona Lisa and Auntie. I know the rest of y'all already know. I'm putting a link right there so y'all can get into the new stream. Okay. Um.
Okay.
All right. Matter of fact, let me put in the other one too, just in case somebody else wants to pop on. I gotta make it available for them. So just give me one more moment. But I just don't want y'all to argue too bad and let it get control. But the thing is, what you have to accept, Mona Lisa, we here trying to help at the end of the day. I understand that the stuff I say don't sound good. I understand it may not come across as the most friendly or whatever the case is. But at the end of the day, you didn't have such bad information for a long period of time. You don't have a lot of time to waste on trying to present some way that you're going to accept. People don't accept stuff they don't want to accept. I know that. It's a personal choice whether you want to accept it or not. It ain't my job to convince you. I'm just telling you what it is. I know it sounds ugly. I don't care nothing about that fact that it sounds ugly. Just is what it is. I just don't care. I don't have time to care. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to be fake to you or do like I see other people doing. I'm not going to be no snake and try to make you feel better about something that's not. There's nothing to feel better about. We in a bad situation. You a 32-year-old woman that should already have a husband at this particular point.
No, but that's not true, Roger, because you don't know my past. You don't know what I've been through. For me, it's the reason
Man,
why I'm not married right now is because I chose not to be married right now.
all right,
My
well, you
ex
know what?
my
Save
ex was
that thought.
abusive.
Save that
Okay.
thought. Bring it to the
Yes,
next stream. Say that thought.
absolutely.
Bring it to the next stream. How about that? Can we save that
Okay.
stuff? All right, John the Baptist. I see you coming up, brother. Go to the next stream, y'all. I just there's something called Here We Go. Um, just hit the link in the description, Mona Lisa. Hit the link in the. Well, I mean, not the description. Hit the link in the private chat, Mona Lisa and Auntie J. Well, Miss Sunkiss too. If you don't know, but I'm pretty sure everybody else kind of know what they're doing as far as that's concerned. Okay, y'all hit the link in the description. I'm gonna close this one out, and I'm gonna start the next show right now, y'all. So appreciate all y'all. Hey, I still love all y'all. We gonna work this through. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right, and I'm out. One second. Like I got appreciate this the super chat from Jaquan who says hashtag they don't care, hashtag they know. Okay, and I do agree with them. I do believe they know. But before you go, like I gotta give. I gotta let your world go first because I gotta make sure this is not a troll. I don't think it is. I don't get that feeling, but I gotta make sure it ain't one. Your world, you got the mic.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Doing well.
I think I was just personally, if everybody can hear me correctly, if I can confirm that very quickly.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. I think I actually was just kind of stepping in because I seen that it's been a while since a lady has actually stepped in on any of these type of conversations that have been going on. And forgive me, I'm a little nervous, but I kind of completely understand where Auntie was coming from, where it's very hard as a Black woman to sit back and see so many Black men against their own, and I guess you could say it's just been very confusing because I see a lot of narcissists, but I see a lot of contradiction going on between the conversation. And a lot of the times, I don't think you guys are making very good points when it comes to that. I don't think a lot of people are defending the Black woman when it comes to these areas. And they're also not representing the women that are Black that actually are good Black women, because there's plenty of us around. And I personally feel like just like women are making the same mistake that Black men are, it's your choice. You guys made a choice with, excuse my language, a hood rat at the time, just like a woman made a mistake with a man that was messed up too as well, or a fucked up man. And then here you are today. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that you can't switch up and change exactly who you guys are or how a woman moves, same on both sides. I guess it's kind of an accountability thing for both sides, not just one. And that's where I'm confused at. So
Okay,
it's
Hey,
not
can
an
I
Hey,
argument.
go?
hey,
I'm
hey,
just
hey,
trying to
Andy's
Rod.
mic
see.
Hey,
Hold
stopped.
on,
hey,
hold on,
Andy's
hold
Roger.
mic.
on. I just
Andy's
Rod,
got
mic.
Rod,
here.
Roger,
I just
Roger,
got here,
uh,
Yeah,
guys. I
that's
deserve
what
to
we
speak
got.
Roger,
too.
Roger.
I just got here.
I have two recommendations. Well, sort
I
of
just got here,
questions
so you
for.
shouldn't jump so hard. Just saying.
No, you're
No,
good.
no.
You're good.
What I was gonna say, what I was gonna recommend, Roger, is you drop us all down. Because she's, I guess, apparently new. But if you do that, I would. It'd be interesting to know how long she's been around and how does she hear about your channel. So, but I would recommend maybe you drop her down, do sort of a prep discussion with her, and then if you want to continue from that point.
I'm not unfamiliar with the subject.
Well, I'm talking to Roger right now, though.
I
So
understand. I'm confirming
yeah.
to you though.
No.
No,
He
I'm
said you're
just
unfamiliar with this
yeah.
channel. You're unfamiliar with this channel.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm just saying
Well,
maybe it'd be a good idea to drop us down, kind of have a little discussion with her, and then kind of go from there. But like I say, maybe in the discussion it might be informative to know how long she's been around and how she became
Yeah.
affiliated with your
Just to
channel.
welcome,
So
just to welcome her, to let her know
yeah,
she's welcome and
yeah.
Thank
You
you. I appreciate it.
so she's comfortable here to share her opinion.
and you know what? Do me a favor, because I gotta make one quick. I gotta say something on the phone call real quick. Like, can you please make a statement, because you didn't say anything and you had just came up. So make a statement real quick while I handle this phone call, and then I'll talk with her.
Hey, I appreciate it, Roger. What's going on, brothers? What's happening? Yeah, I just wanted to jump on. I mean, before the lady came on, I mean, I got a lot to say about what she just said, but I just want to make a statement about what Turf just said, and just agree with what he just said about leave these, you know, let these women do what they're doing, man. Let these females do what they're doing. Like, if you remember the story of Lot, when his wife turned to salt, he didn't turn back and look at his wife. He said, listen, she's destroying herself. Let her do it. Let her do it, man. Because people, what I realize about a lot of black people, they like to go through hardship before they learn the truth. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say.
Salute, Light. Thank you for coming to the panel. And thank you, Mrs. Your World, for coming to the panel also. I'm so happy you feel comfortable with joining the panel. My brother Roger is multitasking. He's also Jamaican, as well as being FBA. A lot of people may not understand about Roger that Roger has a goal of marrying a black woman one day. So a lot of the discussion that we have here is in the goal to create the type of woman that he's looking to marry. Like a lot of our discussions is based in traditional Christian conservative values, right? So just to give a basis of the some of our talking points. So thank you for coming, and I'm so excited that you felt welcome to come and share your perspective. Because, like you said,
Thank you.
it's not a well-rounded conversation without the woman's perspective.
I definitely agree with that.
Oh,
Definitely.
sound like my brother's back. I'm a step down.
All right, appreciate you, Perfect. Look, I'll bring some guys back up in a bit, and I'm gonna just tell y'all right now, it'll be based on privilege, okay? So if you stay and she's comfortable with it, because we're not gonna slaughter the woman, okay? uh, it'll be Black Guru, Hot Sauce, and Perfect Timing, because Perfect Timing does actually do a show. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give him privileges because he is a host of his own show if he has time. Black Rule because he's nailed, Hot Sauce because he's an Ivy Leaguer. At the end of the day, that's what it is, y'all. Okay.
With that being said, can I also ask for permission if the men are going to talk to me and ask questions for at least, a silent response so that I can respond in my way directly?
No. We're gonna treat you very much fairly. We're not gonna
Thank you,
we
sir.
don't do that over here. We don't kill women over here, and I don't ever want that to turn into that type of environment. So the
Thank you.
angst you have about what has happened in other platforms, don't worry about it. This is for productive reasons only. Okay, for productive reasons only. Okay. Now I heard a little bit about what you said about guys dealing with certain type of women. Okay, the issue is not the women we have dealt with. The issue is the fact that we can't find the women that we're looking for. I understand you believe black women are good for the most part. I heard you say that. And the truth is they're not. How do I know they're not? Because they're not married. Men
Okay.
aren't going to take a risk. Men are choosing not to take a risk on a woman. And if a man is not willing to take the risk, he has not assessed that that woman is good. That's not one man. That's every man she's come across in her lifetime. They refuse to make that choice. If you have less than a 50% marriage rate, which we do have in the black community, at the end of the day, it's because 50% of the women ain't worth marrying. That's a simple cause. We get you a simple outcome. If the women ain't good enough to marry, we ain't gonna do it.
Okay.
We're trying to encourage women to be good enough to be married. And I understand a lot of women think they're good, but the truth is, if a man ain't gonna marry you, you're not. You're good based on what women think, but you're not good based on what men think. And if we are to take care of y'all, help y'all, and do all the stuff that we're supposed to do as men for y'all, you got to at least be good enough for us to take that role on. Point blank, period. So I get why you or any other woman would automatically think they're good. Your life has to prove it. If no
Well,
man to marry you, you're not good. Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. That's
No,
all.
go ahead. Go ahead. You got the mic.
So I mean, I guess I completely understand exactly where you guys are coming from, but I can only believe that you guys could only get that perception based off of experience. Because just like you said to me, you can't base things off of just, facts and seeing them. You have to actually mentally experience those things to understand if a black woman is actually going to give you those type of problems or not. Now, do I believe when it comes to black women being the largest issue for black men? I think that black women in this generation, just like any generation, has eventually just formed to this type of more aggressive black woman. And another thing I want to mention as well too, with the gentleman who also mentioned that this is a Christian-based type facility, I also want to take the time to just bring in the fact that you guys are basing it off of a Christian based area. But remember, being a married woman is also after you guys have sex with a woman. So please believe, like, if you're going based off of the Bible, remember marriage begins at sex, then, if that's the point. It
Well,
doesn't begin at actual, signing documents, if we're being honest about it, but that's just
well,
spiritually.
well, not really, because there is something called fornication, and you can fornicate outside of being married. But I'm gonna say this to you: I've told everyone I do have Christian beliefs, but I let anybody come up, and they can come from any perspective they want to. You know what I'm saying? There's people that are atheists, there's people that are Muslims. You know what I'm saying? Some people, folks on Join the Panel say they Hebrew Israelite. I don't really care about what people's religious background is. I just tell them I have Christian beliefs. That's what it really is. But at the end of the day, most people can somewhat agree on what good is or what bad is. We have some level of a moral compass. Most of us do. You sure will find somebody who don't every once in a while, but
Hmm.
most of us have some level of a moral compass where we can get into some form of agreement. So at
Yeah.
the end of the day, this is the thing. Yeah, you can bring yourself into a bad situation as a man if you with a woman for too long a period of time. I promote men need to dump women, and they need to do it early. I also promote women need to dump men early. If she's not gonna follow that man for the rest of her life, she shouldn't be with him no longer than 6 months. And if she's involved in a relationship with a man longer than 6 months and she ain't gonna stay with that man for a lifetime, she's the problem. Okay. Women continues to say that black men are supposed to be the leaders. Well, if we the leaders, that means we set the parameters. You got no business with a man more than 6 months if you're not gonna follow him the rest of your life. So when you start talking marriage, that's supposed to be the man you're gonna follow. And keep in mind, every relationship is a social, voluntary situation. At
Right.
least the ones in America. So ain't nobody forced to be in any of them. Okay. I've even made a timeline about it. Now, if you're a virgin, you can date a man as long as you want to before before sex takes place, because that's gonna take place after y'all married. Ain't no rush to sex because you're a virgin. Now, if you're not a virgin, 2 dates, if you ain't giving me some, you gone. Because you don't like me like that. Because women have sex with the men they like. Point blank, period. And that's something men need to know. If
Hmm.
she's not a virgin, they have sex with the men they like. If they're not gonna have sex with you, because she don't want you like that, let it go, move on. That way you don't build up resentment or anything else like that, period. Okay? She ain't into you. Let it go. Just that simple. Now, of course, women will push back on that type of idea because it's not favorable for them, because it doesn't allow for men that they don't like to spend a lot of time and energy on them. So that doesn't really good. That doesn't really work for women. But who cares? She don't want you anyway. So why would I care if it don't work for women? Makes no sense. Okay, so the whole thing is women want to continue to tell black men that they're the leaders. Well, y'all gonna have to do what we say. Just like I was saying earlier, I set a parameter. It is a woman's job to make sure her child is raised by the father. If she does not do that, she is a failure. Period. And if she isn't married by the age of 30, she's a loser. Period. She's a certified loser at that point. She's had 12 years on the market to get with different men find somebody worthy of being a husband, and she didn't do it. That's a loser at that point. Point blank, period. Now I'm gonna read this from Narratives and Dialogues, and then I'll let you say whatever it is you want to say.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Narratives and Dialogues. Appreciate the super chat. He says, "What if she's, excuse me, what if she says, I had a man who wanted to marry me last year. I can call him back." He cracking a joke about something that happened yesterday. I can call him back up right now. So is she marrying for love or for the ring to prove that she can get married? Well, unfortunately, narrative dialogue, a lot of women will marry just to prove they got married or they can get married. They just want to have that wedding day. They want to have that special time. This is proven by every single woman who got a divorce and they was married for less than 10 years. Marriage is something you're supposed to do for decades. If you won't do the first decade, you didn't get married over love or because you believe in that man. You got married to use that, to misuse that man. That's what it was. Your gender had nothing to do with him. He was just a sucker who fell for it. And I understand men may not like being called a sucker. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Plenty of people that have been suckers before. We got to get over it. You gotta get past that if you was a sucker at some point in time. But any man who's married to a woman and she wasn't married to you at least 10 years, she didn't even do the first decade. Yeah, she was just misusing you. Point blank, period. And you got to see it that way so you can make better decisions in the future. All right, go ahead, your world.
Okay, so basically, I just want to say that I 100% understand where you're coming from, absolutely, and I totally agree with probably, let's say, about like maybe 60% of what you and what everybody else on the panel was saying. I probably just have a different perception, just because me personally, I don't necessarily move that way when it comes to my community and Black men, and I'm also a Black woman, just to put it out there. But just basically for me, when it comes to it, men finding women that are Black, I'm just putting it out there. I think that it's definitely possible. I personally don't think that age or anything has anything to do with it. I've seen people that are 40s and 50s and they found Black on Black couples, and they're doing absolutely amazing. But that's obviously because they're working together and that string to make that situation work. Regardless of all the extra women that are, a little bit on the obviously, ratchet side or whatever it may be, that comes from all directions from every single culture. And it's not just Black women at all. So I think it's more so just the change between the two communities, which would be, women, the Black men and Black women. If we all work together, then eventually it will work. But I understand the perception where men are coming from. There's not as many good women as there used to be, just as there's not as many good men as there used to be.
No,
So I guess you can understand. I come to the panel more
there's
for
plenty of
so
good men.
understanding.
There's
I come
plenty,
more for understanding because it's more confusion when I listen to it a lot. It has nothing to do with me being what somebody said in the panel, a sophisticated ratchet. It's me trying to have a conversation to genuinely understand what's going on, because I'm a young Black woman and I don't understand what's going on, because the way I move about this, I don't treat my men disrespectful. And honestly, when it comes to it, when I've messed with just nicely saying, white men or other races, those were more aggressive men to me than what a Black man was actually. That was just my personal experience though. But that doesn't mean that that's every single white man or every single Spanish man or whatever it may be. It didn't matter based off of the race. It mattered based off of his personality, his background, and I understand the other keywords about men talking about, women want nothing but money and all that lovely stuff. But no offense, you guys are choosing those type of women. There's plenty of us that
stop,
don't
hold
mind.
on, stop.
Why?
Most Black men are not married. They're not chose.
I
The
didn't say
reason,
that.
no. You said those men, you men are choosing those type of women. They're not chosen. That's why they're not married in the first place. So my thing is, I do not allow false narratives. The women are not chosen because they're not somebody's wife. If you're not a wife, you're an unchosen woman. Period. You didn't make the cut. You're not good enough to be marriage material. A man must be willing to marry you. If a man didn't do it, you're not marriage material. And this is one of the reasons I say clearly a lot of women think they're good and they're not, because men won't marry them. And of course, the main comeback people gonna say is there's some man who's willing to marry me, or somebody proposed to me like X amount of times. Well,
But
if
what if
you
she
didn't
didn't
accept,
like him?
if you didn't accept the proposal, you determine that man is a loser. So the only thing you're telling me at that point is only
But what
losers
if she
propose
just
to.
wasn't interested and then it just happened to be a decline? She just
That
didn't like him.
means in her world, however she made her determination, that dude's a loser. I
It
don't
means
care.
in
I don't.
it means in her world,
Hold,
she has the right to make a decision for a man that she would prefer to be with, so she can treat him the way he
hold
deserves.
on. Hold on. Nothing you saying changes the fact in her world he's a loser.
Well, I mean, to be honest
She
with
don't
you,
want him because
again,
he's a
like
loser.
that's a crazy thought if you ask me, because originally, I mean, I guess again, I don't think that way. I don't originally go off and be like, he's a loser, he's a loser. I say, he just ain't my type. I know
No, no,
what I
no.
like. That's
That's
it.
absolutely fine, but you still determining he ain't good enough to accept. If you're in a relationship with a man and he proposes, at the end of the day, he'll lose it to you. That's why you won't go ahead and accept the marriage. You was in a relationship with the dude. He made a proposal. You
Well,
said
can I
no.
ask you a
That
question? If
that
you have a
means
woman that you're, excuse me,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
If a woman spends time with the man to know who this brother is, and he's
Mhm.
comfortable enough to even offer a marriage, when she says no, she clearly believes that man is a loser, which is why she won't say yes.
Well, if you have a woman friend that is actually been friends with you for 7 6 7 years or something like that, right? And she's actually not married and she's above her 30s, but you're still kicking with her. She's friends with you, keyword friends, not sex or any type of relationship. Because she's not married, she's a loser. Your best friend, like that, for example.
If she was my best friend, I wouldn't even allow her to be in that situation
You
like
can't
that.
force her to get married if
No,
she
no, no,
doesn't
no.
want to be, though.
I get what you're saying, but guess what? The rules don't change based on the person. If you are a woman, I've
Mhm.
told one of my closer friends, one of my best friend's sister, I was talking about this and explained to her, and I
Uh-huh.
told her anyone over 30 is a loser. She was 32 at the time. And she caught on, oh, that means me too. Yes, you too. She's attractive, she can get a man. For whatever her reasons are, she didn't put the effort she needed to put in to get a good man. That's her fault.
Mhm.
She ain't ugly. She ain't fat. She ain't have a bunch of kids and stuff like that. She was good to go, and she ruined her situation by messing with a dude that I literally told her this dude is never going to marry you. I told her he may marry somebody one day. He ain't gonna never marry you. And she wasted more years of her life dealing with that dude. That's
Hey,
her fault. That's a loser.
Mm, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but every situation is different. Like I said, I've seen people in their 50s that had children already and just decided to, settle down and work on their work life for the time being and later on get back to marriage because at the time they mentally were stable enough to maintain that relationship. So I
Oh,
think it's more so just the two of them mentally being able to come together so that they can actually maintain the relationship. It's as
okay,
simple as that.
but this
Marriage
is
is a
the
piece of
thing.
paper.
Hold on. No, it's more than a piece of paper. If it
It's a
was just
piece of paper.
if
It's
it
a
was just a
commitment.
piece,
It's a
ma'am, if it
document
was
that
just a
somebody
piece of
created for
paper,
you to
nobody
sign,
would.
basically, so somebody can sue you after
Ma'am,
you break
stop.
up. Just
Stop.
being honest.
Ma'am, stop.
Just being honest.
You can be honest, but stop when I start talking. I don't mind you being honest, but if I'm talking, stop.
I mean, but I was talking though.
Ma'am, who are you and who am I? I'm the host of the show. I matter. You don't. That's the
I don't
truth.
know who you are. I actually just
Ma'am,
met you,
you're
and you
on
don't
my
necessarily show your
platform.
face.
You're on my platform. I'm trying to let you speak, but when I start talking, just shut up.
I
I'm
mean,
not gonna
I'm
argue
sorry.
about.
You're just
I'm not
extremely
gonna argue
you
about.
sound
Ma'am, I'm
uneducated,
not
no
gonna
offense, and you
argue
sound
about
like
this.
every other
When
black
I
man on this
start
panel
talking,
that can't
you
handle
stop.
facts. You
If
can't
I
handle
talk,
facts, just like every other
you
black
stop.
man, and that's what
Ma'am,
makes you guys so
stop.
much weaker now.
Ma'am,
You guys are weak now.
you can't even shut up when I'm talking on my platform. I'm giving you a chance to speak, and you got a problem with me talking on my platform. Know your place. You're brand new here. Now, we may learn to love you all day long. Well, I mean, I love you as a black person, period. But we may learn to like you and crack jokes with you and all that. You brand new here. You are nobody right now. Act like it. Earn a place, but understand you have no place. Not right now.
I definitely do have a place, actually, because you let me
Not
on your
here,
panel to
not
speak.
here. Whatever your place is, it ain't here. Right now, you brand new. We don't know you. I don't know you at all. This is your first time here. Respect me on my platform as something you should have been trained to do by somebody. I shouldn't have to ask you to respect me. You're an adult.
You sound like the exact
Ma'am,
example
stop.
of what those
Stop,
black women are
ma'am.
that you guys
Stop.
don't want.
Stop, ma'am. Ma'am. Stop. You can make
You
your
sound like
opinion.
those women. Exactly.
Ma'am,
So don't
I
act like
don't
them.
care what you think. Don't you get that? Stop.
I know you don't.
I'm
That's
never
your
gonna
problem.
care if you keep carrying on like this. Stop. Point blank, period. Just
That's the
stop.
problem with black
Ma'am,
men.
you are an adult. Stop. You're not a
And you are
child.
too.
Ma'am, so
And you
act
are
like an
too.
adult and stop. This ain't your
And
platform.
you are too.
Ma'am, shut up.
No, you.
Okay, you're gonna be forced to shut up now. Now sit in the back while I read the super chat. Shut up when you're told to. This ain't your show. You don't run this over here. Thank you. The sun is hot, Ra. Appreciate the super chat, my brother. He says, Roger, just like Roger, just like the young lady yesterday, she's starting off with she's not physically / sexually attracted to the man to be for her to be his wife. I mean, she's making that argument, yeah, and a lot of women gonna make that argument at the end of the day. But this is the thing: why is she being that close to a man that she don't see as a husband potential? There's no reason for you to be that close. And just like I said yesterday, and I believe I said this on air, I may have said it when I was off air. A woman got no business dealing with a man if she don't see him in that way. Men have other men that are barriers to attractive women. You know, like I got friends who got sisters that's attractive. I don't touch them because we don't touch each other's sisters. That's just what it is. Okay. So that's just the way it is. Okay. But I do help them and coach them so they can find somebody. It's not like they ugly. You know what I'm saying? They can find somebody, but they still got to do right too. The rules don't change just because I know them. Point blank, period. Shout out to Jaquan. Thank you very much, my brother. He said, y'all still letting women speak? Why? Jaquan, it's important to let women speak, and at the end of the day, I don't have an issue with confronting females, and unfortunately, with a lot of women, like she's displaying right now, it has to be a negative confrontation. They just can't talk and have an easy conversation, and this is why a lot of men won't marry them because who wants to talk to a person like this on a regular basis? You know, when you come in your home as a man, most of us will have a job. We start working. Nobody wants to come and have a person having a negative confrontation. We don't want to deal with that as men. And women can't seem to, and what maybe she ain't realized it yet, but ma'am, this is a public place. Right now, you are being a representative of women, whether you like it or not. So since you are a representative of women, please try to put on your best, try to put on your best behavior. If not for your sake, for somebody else's sake. Point blank, period. I'm hosting a show. I'm talking to you one on one. If I'm trying to talk on my show, let me speak. I'm a grown man, period. You on my platform. If you respected yourself and you wanted other people to treat you the way you treat them, you would actually just be quiet when I start talking because you respect yourself, let alone who I am. Show some respect for yourself. And if the host is talking, let him talk. Point blank, period. You can say your story. Ain't nobody trying to stop you from saying the stuff you want to say. But when the host start talking, let them talk. This is a one-on-one conversation at this moment. Don't be ridiculous. Now, at the end of the day, I understand a lot of women, they feel that they're doing things the proper way. If the men don't accept you, you're wrong. Men are the leaders, which means you have to do things in a proper way that we agree with. If we don't agree with it, it's automatically wrong. Shout out to Machismo TV. Appreciate that, my brother. He say, well done, Roger. Appreciate you, my brother. So at the end of the day, you may deal with some men. Sure, you may not be attracted to those men. Get away from them. That's all a woman has to do. A
That's
woman does
fine.
not.
Oh,
What a
I'm sorry. I
woman.
didn't know I was on. I'm so
What,
sorry.
okay, what a woman doesn't need to do is keep men around her that really want her like that. So a man who actually would marry her won't see them and smell a man on them. Point blank, period. Women need to get away from other men that want them. If you don't want them, that's fine. You got whatever your reasons
Yeah.
is for not wanting that man. It could be too short, too fat, too ugly, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, in her mind, she has come to the conclusion that this dude's a loser. So it doesn't really make a difference about the man. And we as men are not going to judge that man based on what the woman judgment is. If she don't want to marry him, though, she does see him as a loser. End of story. Point blank,
Okay.
period. So if
Now,
only a loser would propose to you, then you have to think about what's going on in your own life. So somebody who's a winner will. I'm gonna read this real quick and I'll let you say what you want to say. A shout out to Hostile Adept. Appreciate you, my brother. He said, he said, BGS told you yesterday, they will never change. This is who they are. Well, you know what? We gonna give her a chance. I didn't say she on a public platform. She needs to act like she's on a public platform. She might respond to that. I'm not gonna say that she's just a bad person from Jump Street, but I get that a lot of women aren't used to respecting black men. So I'm trying to give a benefit of the doubt at the end of the day, y'all. I'm trying to give a benefit of the doubt. Thank you to Joe Breezy who says this is back back.
no, I don't, Jay Daniels.
We owe you for yesterday and today, brother. Salute, Black Uru, Hot Sauce, Perfect, Rael, and the rest of the panel. Hey, appreciate you, my brother. Okay, go ahead, sister.
I think personally what the problem is that it's more so a misunderstanding and miscommunication is how I feel about it. So more so, I think it's not necessarily that black women are trying to fight with you guys. I think it's more so, let me say me, actually, let me relabel that. I won't speak for all black women. I'll speak for me as a black woman. I want to personally understand genuinely what's going on that's forcing black men to stop wanting to continue to be with black men, women all the time. I mean, I understand, it's the attitudes and all of that stuff. I totally get all of that. But it's more so an understanding. And that's the only reason why I joined these panels, because as I watch them, I want to understand exactly what it is that is going on. So, it's not a negative thing. And I don't mean to cut you off or anything like that. But, I also would appreciate the same thing as well, too. When I'm speaking, I don't want to be spoken over. And I completely agree. A black man in general, he should be able to come home from his job. He should be able to come home to his wife, his family in a peaceful environment. Things should be done, obviously, in a good collaboration. But I guess the main topic was if a white man, or excuse me, a black woman or a white woman was considered more of a threat in the nation of a black man. And, I think there's an equalness when it comes to both of that, because both of those sides can come with both things. Do I think it has anything to do with color? No, not really, honestly. I think it's just women or perception of people in general, honestly. People go about things that they want to in general based off of how they go in their thoughts. Color has nothing to do with it. There's aggressive white women, there's aggressive Spanish women. But I think the biggest problem is we see our men moving further and further and further away from us. And they're deciding that, okay, well, all of a sudden we'd like to move forward with Spanish or white women. And they say, well, black women done nothing for us. Black women did nothing for us. And if it's irrelevant to bring up the past, at one point, these same black women were the women that was marching beside you guys when all the protests were going on, that was shooting from roofs while all protests was going on, getting arrested and putting their bodies in front of your guys when, the police were spraying us with hydrants and stuff like that in the streets. So I guess that's where I'm confused at, because I don't, just like you guys provided for us, we provided for you guys too, but eventually we all fell apart.
Okay.
It's not a disrespect thing. It's a confusion thing. It's more of a hurt thing, because the way I see it is that eventually, and statistics too, obviously, a lot of people are putting statistics out there, but they're not putting the largest statistic out there, which is that America race has over 60% of white Americans, and that 13% is only the black. And this, with that being said, African American race, not Haitian, not whatever other black races, because there's so many different ethnic groups that comes with that. But in the African American group, there's only 13%. So all the numbers that they're pulling up, they're actually wrong. They're 100% wrong, because those numbers don't add up at all.
Okay, I understand it. That's your perception, and that's good. Now we know where you're coming from. All right, shout out to Son is Hot Rod. He said it's the same in the UK. They got no manners to black men. Okay, and also shout out to Taipan again. He said hosts went out of the way to be hospitable. Black women, anger. Now, you may not like those particular comments, but that is how you coming off the people. That's just a reflection of how you come off the people. And I get it. Most black women in America don't know how to respect the black man. Y'all don't even see the disrespect y'all do. you know, and if y'all don't understand what we say, it doesn't make a difference. You can be respectful in the white man's eyes, but if black men don't see you as respectful, don't make no difference. We don't want you because we don't see you as respectful. So, and I'm just saying that because a lot of people they correlate. Well, white people are doing this, white people are doing that, which is part of the reason I asked the question today of is do white women pose a bigger threat to black men than black women do? Now I said earlier, I don't know if you heard it, but I see it as pretty much equal, which means black women are on the same level when it comes to a threat level. So if you're on the same level when it comes to a threat level, if you want to be chosen by black men, you have to do something to separate yourself from these white women. Just is what it is. Now, a lot of black women don't want to do that because their whole thing is they worry about men who are unproductive. They worry about the degenerates, or as the slang term, pookies.
Hmm.
Ain't no woman forced to deal with none of them dudes. Point
Right.
blank.
Of
Period.
course not.
So, but black women are overly focused on them dudes because they want to control the man, and that's an easier man to control. Point blank, they look for men in compromised positions. Period. Yeah, they'll deal with a person who is an exec at a big company, but they'll deal with him when he's married. So if she have a baby bound, or the fact that he's cheating on his wife, it puts him in a compromised position. Black women love to figure out a way to deal with a man in a compromised position. When you start talking about men who are not in a compromised position, that turns into problems for them because they don't want to deal with a compromised position because then they have to be accountable to that man. But let me get this out the way real quick. Out of respect for Black Rule, he wanted some questions answered. So,
Yes.
you know
Go
what,
ahead.
Black Rule, I'm gonna let you pop up real quick and just ask your questions so we can get that taken care of. Black Rule, you there? Maybe he stepped away. All right.
His mic is muted.
Yeah, his mic is muted, so he might have stepped away. He could be handling business. He been handling business plenty of times that we've been on air. Somebody do me a favor and just type the Black Rule in the private chat. Oh wait, he just left. So yeah, that means he's definitely handling business 9 times out of 10. Okay. Hot sauce, I'll bring you up in a moment. I'll bring you up in a moment. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll bring y'all kind of like one at a time to talk to her. So it won't be a whole panel of guys talking to her, or she feel like she's being condemned or anything like that. That's how we'll handle that. Okay. Now look, this is the thing. Black men have to be on a square, period, or they're gonna end up in three places. They're gonna end up dead, they're gonna end up in prison, or they're gonna end up homeless. So at the end of the day, I don't care nothing about women's excuses about some man that they was dealing with. If you won't deal with a man that's up to par, that's your own fault. Nobody forced you to deal with the guy. So every woman who claimed the man was no good, that's her problem. And that's a problem that she wanted. She wanted to suck the dick of a man that's no good. I can't fix that. That's a woman has to fix herself thing. Point blank, period. If she's not going to deal with a productive man that's trying to do right, that's on her at the end of the day. There's plenty of men that are productive and trying to live good lives. They want to have wives. I understand there's propaganda against black men that's been going on since 1619. But at the end of the day, it's plenty of black men who are doing what they're supposed to do, and they are available to a good woman to marry. And the issue is y'all spend so much time focusing on men that don't want y'all. Y'all have this thing about y'all from a general concept. Y'all really are into a man that doesn't like y'all. Black men even learn to use this as a mating strategy where we'll talk to a black woman, try to get somewhat of an interest in her, somewhat of an interest in us, and then we act like we're uninterested in her just so she will be interested in us. That is a known mating strategy amongst black men. So y'all focus on dudes that don't want y'all at such a high level. It's now a mating strategy. That's ridiculous. So I get that you want to say that black men is the problem, but this is the thing. If black men are the leader, he cannot be the problem. Again, if the man doesn't match up with you, you got 6 months to get out of that relationship. You got no business being with a man longer than 6 months if you ain't gonna be with that man till one of y'all die. You ain't got no business. So you're the problem. And again, if you have a baby by a black man, it's your responsibility to make sure that those children are being raised under his roof. If you don't do that as a woman, you are a failure. Now, I'm telling you this as a leader of the black community because black women keep saying we the leaders. This is the parameters for successful relationships. Can you accept those parameters?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those parameters, they're not over exaggerated or anything like that. They make perfect sense, based off of your choice and who you choose, based off of a man that you decide to choose is going to give you what you want in the end, I guess. Whoever you choose, a gentleman that makes a little bit more or a gentleman that already has a stable, income. But and I completely understand and I accept that. But I guess I'm saying a little bit but when it comes down to a woman basically being able to have that type of platform, and she actually comes with that same platform, she has a house, she has a car, she has a kid, she has everything set up for herself. And she introduces herself or finds herself a man that actually has that same platform. That now is coming off as masculine.
Well, you know what? You just said she has a house, and you said she
Hmm.
had a kid.
She has a kid, I
So,
mean, yeah, because a woman has to become
so,
structured after she
so,
has a child, of
so,
course.
so the problem is she got a kid and she ain't under the roof of that man. Whatever apartment he in, whatever
Hmm.
house he in, whatever mansion he in, whatever condo he in, that's what she supposed to be. She already wrong.
Okay. What if this situation just doesn't work between the two of them? Why should they stay there, though? Wouldn't that be
If if
toxic for the
if if,
children?
if it doesn't work, she's don't supposed to have his kid. She's failed at the point of having a kid by a man that it doesn't work for her with.
Yeah, I can understand that, and it didn't work out. But like, let's just say, for example, for uh, future references example, after all that happened,
No,
she
no.
becomes a less value of a woman just because she had a kid by a man that.
She absolutely does, because she shows poor family structure. She shows poor judgment, and she shows that she don't care that much about her kid. She absolutely does. She is lesser when it comes to the market of
Hmm.
women that are available. She is lesser. Why would I want to be with a woman who's okay with being a single mother when I can pick a woman who's not okay with that? Of course she's lesser. Why would I want to pick a woman who won't commit to a man that she even had a child by when I could pick a woman who will commit to a man that she'll have children by? Yes, she's lesser. In every kind of facet you can name, she's gonna end up being lesser. But let me read this by Romello747. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. He said she like most using passive aggressive attacks on you, Roger. And you know what, Romello? I don't even care. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, once I remove the other guys, and it being a one-on-one conversation, she sounds like an intelligent woman. So I'm already going to have the assumption she knows that I'm running the show. So if I'm running the show, when I start talking, she should understand that she needs to back up. I'm pretty sure somebody taught her that somewhere. I'm not going to even make the assumption she was never taught that. So I don't worry. I ain't worried about it like that. I'm really not. But I appreciate you paying attention, brother. But yeah, I don't make those. I give a lot of women positive assumptions in certain areas about how they learned as a child or how they was trained. I give them positive assumptions as much as I can, within reason. As much as I can within reason. Okay, but I will say this: maybe she don't understand she's on the channel, and the person who runs the channel is gonna do certain stuff because he's running the channel. Maybe she don't get it. Maybe she ain't got a channel, and maybe she never was interested in anything that deals with media. So I'm trying to be nice about it. Okay. All right. Now, this is the thing. If you want to be considered a good pick, you have to do what men say. To be a good pick in the black community, you
Hmm.
have to, number one, first thing you got to do is get your three foundational pieces down: being loyal, being good company, and having good character. When you are a woman who had a child and you're not married, you already scratching that you're not a good character. Your character's not good, because we think women clearly understand that a good thing to do, a good characteristic about them, is to actually think family is a good thing to be involved in. And if they want a family, that means get a husband, then get a kid. And you say, I believe you said something about people can make mistakes or it just don't go right. Hey, at the end of the day, you have to commit yourself. If you are willing to have his child, then you commit yourself to that man. I don't care what kind of man he is. Commit yourself to him and hope for the best. If you want him to do something different, suggest it to him. Don't tell him what to do. Suggest it to him and hope for the best. But once you have his baby, hey, that's commitment time. And if you refuse to commit, I understand that's a personal decision you made because you don't want to commit, which makes you a bad person. Because you won't even commit to the family that your child is connected to. If you won't commit for you, at least commit for them. Okay. Black Rule, I'm gonna let you ask the questions that you wanted to ask. I'll bring up hot sauce next, and I believe it was Truth Teller that wanted to go after that. But shout out to Jaquan. He says SBE, we not, I guess he probably meant will not work. Let her be a buzz down. Jaquan, when we have just what to everybody, when you have a woman on the show, the questions we're asking is not just about the personal. I'm gonna say it like I said it yesterday. I need to start saying this more. What happens on the show, the least important people are the people that's actually on the panel. The most important people are the people in the audience. I'm gonna ask questions, I'm gonna answer questions. I know some questions women ask y'all gonna think is absolutely ridiculous. I'm gonna answer them anyway because I want it to be said enough that women catch the clue. Okay, so whatever they want to ask is absolutely fine. Black Earl, you wanted some questions asked? Please go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me back, Roger. You know,
You know
first,
what? Black Earl, before you get started, y'all. Okay, just so y'all know, this is what's going on for tomorrow. Okay, I got a family event I need to attend. Okay, I'm more than likely it's gonna be in the morning. So Mr. Z is going to do a live stream tomorrow. So I'm going to ask that instead of looking for my show tomorrow, that you go to Mr. Z because more than likely, just about 100%, I'm not going to be able to do a show tomorrow morning. Okay. If I find out some new information and I can do one, sure, I'll do one. But I'm just about 100% sure that I'm not going to be able to do a show tomorrow morning. And I know I'm a lot of y'all's morning show and I'm very reliable and I'm going to continue to be that. But I'm one person sometimes I got to miss a show here or there. And y'all know I don't really miss shows, but I can't avoid what's going on tomorrow, it looks like. So um, please check out Mr. Z. I'm asking y'all to go to his channel because more than likely it'll be him tomorrow morning. He's gonna start at the same time I do. Okay. Go ahead, Black Girl. A matter of fact, let me say this real quick. Y'all got 2 shows yesterday, so technically I'm giving you 5 anyway. Okay. So please go over to him tomorrow morning. And thank you to Taipan. He says all of them have multiple proposals. Black men want marriage. That's actually a very good and timely statement. Yeah, black men propose all the time, according to black women. We proposing like a mug, according to black women. They turning down 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6 proposals. So, regardless of how she feels about a man that proposed to her, that does say black men do want marriage. But go ahead, Black Girl.
yeah. First of all, hello, your world. I don't know if you said any other name
Hi.
between, hi. Uh, how'd you hear about Roger's channel?
To be honest, it actually just popped up onto my channel because it became a similar content to what I have been recently searching a lot lately. So
So
I
when
think it
you
just
say
kind of, I think it
popped
kind of
in,
just interrogated. I think it kind of just like combined with all my recent searches, and it actually just happened to pop up.
so your searches happen to kind of overlap with the content that is
It
presented
seems to
here.
be
Or?
a very extreme topic a lot on YouTube here recently. It has to go with, black women a lot lately. It has to do a lot with abortion. It has to do a lot with just a lot of different things. All the hot topics that's going on in the world, of course, they pop up on your screen as you're going through them.
So, so prior to Roger's channel, you had no familiarity. Well, do you know what the Black Manosphere is?
No, sir.
Okay. So prior to Roger, this is like, you had no prior entree into this particular space.
Into this, no, sir. No, nobody suggested it. Nobody offered it. It just happened to be a run by.
So what, I mean, then it's interesting that you would feel compelled not only to listen to the stream, and maybe participate in the chat. But it's interesting that you would then go from not having any prior knowledge at all about Roger's channel at all to feeling particularly motivated and compelled to then position yourself on his panel. That, in my observation, is unusual. Most people, when they encounter, even if they encounter something that they're particularly intrigued by in some facet of social media, including and especially YouTube, typically they observe for a little while, maybe sometimes longer than others, and then they sort of stir up enough gumption and enough courage to then want to actually engage the purveyor or the creator or the owner of the channel. So I find it quite intriguing and somewhat unusual that you presumably went from having no familiarity at all with Roger's channel to now I got to not only listen to your channel, but I got to also, participate and engage him in direct conversation. That's very unusual, and in my observation, that tends to be purposeful. That it's not, and first of all, and in general, there are few women in particular that feel comfortable and motivated to quote step up to the mic in this environment. So it gives me somewhat pause, frankly, with respect to what your true motives and purpose are in this environment. And I listened to what happened between you and Roger when you appeared to disagree with him, and you very sort of quickly got very dismissive and
These aren't preferences
disrespectful,
and positions.
not only of Roger, but you revealed some very demeaning opinions about black men overall in
Like what?
well, you made some commentary about black men. I don't recall the detail of it, but I
Yes, I
know
need to know
you
what I said about black men. That was absolutely, I need to know. Because honestly, I'm here to support you guys when it comes down to it. I think it's more so a
okay,
curiosity thing.
but
So,
when you and Roger disagreed, you very quickly got into some very demeaning commentary about black men overall, about Roger in particular, and about black men overall. And it's a fairly common occurrence amongst black women. So we're not at all
issues.
surprised by it. In fact, we actually have come
Well,
to
what if it's a curiosity thing versus an anger thing versus what you guys are displaying? What if it's more of a curiosity thing? So, like, for example, what if I'm actually that woman that's actually coming to speak to the black men about what is going on so that we can have an understanding? Isn't that something that you guys would prefer to have than a woman coming on and actually going hard? She wants to actually understand what's going on and understand from your perception. But the only way I can do that is if I ask my questions from my perception as well too, so that I have clarity. Correct. So just
well,
like we're at a job position, you have to
with all due
understand.
respect, with all due respect, and this is just my opinion. This isn't necessarily Roger's opinion, so this is just my opinion. Um, there with black women in general, particularly over the last 50 or 60 years, there's been an issue of credibility and accountability.
Mm-hmm.
So we're as black men, we're often dealing we're not having a quote fair fight, if you will.
Okay.
Because in the end, when things get particularly precarious and particularly hairy, you can call the government, you can call the police, you can call the judge. You can call the myriad of entities that are already antagonistic towards black men in particular and are looking for a reason to to contradict and sabotage black men. So I have a conversation with you, and I presume we're having a fruitful conversation and
Okay.
mutual benefit. And then when at some point that conversation goes in a direction you don't appreciate, and I aggressively assert my position, you then get to call these other outside entities to usurp my position, my power, my authority. That has been, for the last 50 years, the actual relationship between black men and black women in this country.
Okay.
So that's why my issue with Roger, and this is channel, I respect him. My issue with Roger is always that when you or other women come on this panel, to me, it's always a somewhat disingenuous conversation. Because in the end, I know whatever conversation we have, I can't hold you to the actual merits of that particular conversation. Because once you get to a certain point in which you disagree or don't appreciate, or it discomforts you, you have these other outside entities that you can pit against me.
Well, you know what, Black Rule. Let me do this. Let me ask a question to see if we're making any level of progress. Okay. And ma'am, I didn't say it earlier, but welcome to the show because this is your first time. So welcome to the show.
Thank
and
you.
and I don't believe I said it, but how to man, welcome to the show as well, brother, because it was your first time here today as well. Thank you to Taipan. He says turning down proposals, spitting out babies. Simple. And that's him basically saying that the issue amongst black women is they don't want to get married because they are turning down proposals. That's because that's what they keep telling us. You know, I had three guys, 6 guys propose to me, you know, but they don't accept the proposal, which tells me they're not interested in marriage, and they are spitting out babies, which of course is going to be a deterrent for any man to want to date them, especially in a serious relationship. You cut your numbers down just by having a baby. You know, that's not something that women don't know, that you cut your numbers down by having a baby. And I'm a person, I'd say that multiple times. When I was younger, I dated plenty of single mothers. Before I even knew black women had a single mother issue, I dated multiple single mothers because those was the women that look good. Plain blank period. They was the women that look good. But I want to ask you this. Now that I set the parameters saying that, you know, I've accepted the role of black men are the leaders. I've accepted the role. So the parameters of black women need to be under the roof of the man she had a child by. If you accepted that parameter, you now understand how any single mother who's not a widow is wrong. Period.
I would understand it if it wasn't if it wasn't on both sides. So I do believe that the woman should be under the home of the man that she actually provided or gave a child to or had a child by. I just know that in 2022, that's not usually the situations because a lot of those homes.
Hold on, because I'm not asking what's usual. I'm asking what you think about it. Because to me,
I believe that. I believe the women that.
Let me say this to you so you understand where I'm coming from. This is not a both sides argument. If she
Okay.
has the baby by a man, it is her responsibility to be under the roof of the man she had the baby with. I don't care nothing about his roof. I don't care if he don't actually even physically have it. He could be homeless. She got to get out the mud with him. He could have a small apartment. She got to get in there with him. He can have a mansion. She got to get in there with him. Whatever he got, it is her responsibility to be under that man's roof because she had his child. Do you accept that?
I slightly agree. Yeah.
So if you accept that, do you now accept that any woman that has a baby outside of that context is automatically the problem?
No, I don't.
Then you don't accept it. If it's a woman's responsibility to be under the man's roof, but you don't think a woman's a problem for not being under his roof, then you don't accept it. You can't play both sides of the fence. You either agree with it or you don't. Now it's okay if you disagree,
Okay.
but you can just say you disagree. But you can't have both of those things happening at the same time and be in agreement with the statement. It's not possible.
Okay. Then I will then change my answer to I disagree then with that.
There you go.
Right. I'm still amazed by the myriad of media in YouTube the myriad of live streams, and how upon a singular encounter, your world made a point of signing on to engaging you directly in conversation. I'm stunned by that. I don't think that is a common occurrence when you consider all of. I mean, at any point in time, there got to be tens, if not 100 million, live streams going on in this particular environment at any point in time, and for the fact that for you to not only listen to it, but then to go to the next step of engaging in a particular discussion with the the channel purveyor like yourself, Roger, in a live fashion, that is very unusual.
Is
Very
there a
unusual.
problem with it?
I am
Could that not be
suspicious. I
is
am
that not
I
considered
am
complimentary
suspicious
because you're
either.
supposed to actually
I
have
am
people?
suspicious
Okay, go
either
ahead, sir.
of what you're presenting as the truth, or I'm suspicious of what your motives are, because that's very unusual.
Well, I
It's
already
very
told you my
unusual.
motives.
It's very unusual. Well, I know what you told me, and look, I'm not going to argue against what you told me. I'm not going to argue against your words. I'm not in a position to do that. I just find your presence and motives, in light of how things typically work in this environment, to be particularly unusual.
Hey, I'm just a new person that's sliding by to try and figure out exactly what it is and
Right.
ask my questions
And
and to have
Roger
them
has
answered.
given
So
Roger has given you and Roger, I think you should bring hot sauce back on.
I
Black
completely
Guru.
understand it's Black Guru.
Roger has given you
I
a
understand Black
Roger
Guru,
has
but
given
you
you
also came back on here to ask me a
Roger has
question,
given
and you
you
still haven't asked a question
I
yet. You're
have
just talking about
elder
Roger,
privilege. I have elder privilege. He
but you
has
didn't ask me a
announced that
question.
I have given you I have elder privilege. Roger has given you a
I think Hot Sauce has
profound.
something better to say.
Okay, please be quiet for a moment.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Roger gives giving you a courtesy, and by the way, he gave you a courtesy, your world,
You're
that
still
I
worried about
requested.
Roger.
Okay,
Like, what's the
Roger,
question?
Your
can
world.
you
Look,
mute her for a moment?
Black Guru has elder
Can you
privilege.
mute her for a moment? At
Yes,
some
sir.
point, Roger, you
Yes,
got to
sir.
be able to mute people.
Yes, sir.
Now, he gave you a courtesy that I requested. I requested that he give you exclusive conversation. So let's put this all together, right? This entity, we don't know who the fuck this is, comes out of nowhere. I request you give this person exclusive conversation that came out of nowhere. And then this person says that had no prior knowledge of you, no prior understanding of who you are or what this space is, and you give this person the full at least 30 minutes or so of exclusive discussion of conversation uninterrupted, right? And there's no respect for that. And in the process of having that discussion, she says some very demeaning, disregarding things about you, Roger, and about black men in particular. And I heard those things. And other men in this channel heard those things too. And this is very emblematic of black women, where
You are
where
very
black
attached
men
to that topic.
where black men will make gargantuan investments of latitude and flexibility and empathy and sympathy, etc., for black women, give sway to them. And they'll piss all over it. And then black men will fight with each other about why they should be able to piss all over us. And we saw some of that earlier in this chat with some of the other men on your channel, where we'll fight with each other as to why black women should be able to piss all over us. We do that all the time, not just in this environment. We do this in our personal lives, in our families, in business situations, all over the place, all the time.
I didn't miss any of that Black Guru, but and the sake of running the show, There's something I can ignore because at the end of the day, I know it ain't gonna personally affect me. You know, it's unfortunate that it's gonna indirectly affect me, but I can't control women. And see, I've accepted that I don't control women. And that's what I want men to accept. And I want women to accept that we don't control them. So the only way for them to be right, they got to make a decision to do what we say. And if they continue to refuse to make those decisions, we can't get where we need to be. And even as I just set out some leadership parameters, as a woman, she wouldn't accept it.
No,
I don't know
no,
how you
no,
lead
no,
women that won't
no.
talk.
As a black woman, she wouldn't accept it. That's the difference.
Mhm.
And she wouldn't have
Absolutely.
accepted from a black man. That's the difference.
Absolutely. Now, narratives and dialogue. Thank you for the super chat. He says my aunt, who's 80, is a traditional feminist. And traditional feminist. Okay. He said, and keep her hand on the phone to call 911 on any man who disrespect her, even me. I guess you ain't gonna play. I guess you ain't gonna play. And alpha male syndrome. Thank you very much. He said that woman is a divester. That's why she shows you no respect, and she's doing intel. Look, brothers,
I think that's a relevant point.
well, you know what? I think, of course, that always could be the case, but I have a different take. Black women are just normally this disrespectful that it don't even register until it doesn't register to them anymore that they are being disrespectful when the disrespect is pointed toward a black man. It don't register no more. Just the same way they lie to us all the time, and it don't even register to them that they're lying. You know, which is why I keep
Okay,
using
well,
that example.
this is what she actually said, though, Roger.
Can I,
She said,
if you gentlemen don't mind,
Well, let me
because it's like
read the
3
super
a.m.
chat.
Somebody
I'm
else
gonna give
talk.
it. I'm gonna give it to Hot Sauce because Hot Sauce is up late. All right, Jaquan, thank you very much. He says, "Why is she still talking?" Did I read this one already? Jaquan, we gonna let her speak, man. We gonna let her speak. But go ahead, Hot
Yeah.
Sauce.
All right. So first, I wanna clarify something. The Bible does not say sex is marriage.
It doesn't.
If you, it doesn't. Deuteronomy, what is it? Deuteronomy 22 verse 9. It talks about if you have sex with a woman before she is married, you have to pay her father 50 shekels. Marriage was when the father gave you to a man, and that was marriage, right? You had to. She had to have the permission of her father because she was the property of her father. If she had sex before that, the father was owed 50 shekels, and she was a disgrace to her father, and that is according to the law. And if you want to make it a spiritual point, Romans, what is it? Romans 7:14. It says the law is spiritual. So I just wanted to correct that. I didn't want to have a Bible debate. I just want to correct that the Bible actually does not say that. But before we begin, I would like to ask you 2 questions, if you don't mind, before we have our conversation, just to kind of understand where you are. If it's too personal, you don't have to answer. But my first question is, were you raised by your father, and was he the dominant person in your household? Second is, do you have a child out of wedlock? Hello?
Yeah, your world. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Now, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes.
We hear you now.
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, so yes, I actually was raised in a household where my father was the head of the household, which is why I completely understand where you guys are coming from, and that sparks my curiosity. And I also lived in a household where my mother was there, and they are still together, 50 some so years old and stuff like that. And yes, I did have a child out of wedlock.
Okay. So, because it's important, so that way, and I'm assuming it was from a black man, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, the
So,
divestiture thing, definitely. Go ahead.
yeah, okay. So because it's important that, like, I like to communicate. I like to communicate at people's level and at people's pedigree. So understanding your background lets me know where your pedigree is. So last thing I want to say, for this conversation, I don't want to make it personal, because if you talk about your personal experiences, I have no room to rebut if I disagree. If I talk about personal experience, you have no room to rebut or disagree. So let's try to keep this on the macro level, okay? So there are
Hot Sauce,
two.
can I ask you one quick question? Let me ask you one
Yeah,
quick
sure,
question.
sure.
Um, see, because you have a child, and based on what I said, the parameters are. Did you say no because you're biased to yourself because you have a child out of wedlock? Is that the
I'm
reason
sorry.
you?
Well,
The
yeah,
reason?
that's, well, I mean, it's not exactly the reason, but it's because I see women around me that still represent a good value, that have children, and some of them are the best women that I've ever met in my life. You know, a lot of the women that haven't had children, not saying that they're any less of value, but a lot of them are also, you know, inexperienced and immature in the mind sometimes, which can set you guys up for that same repeat, which is a woman who's single with a child, and it's just going to happen over and over again, versus a woman who's already been through the situation, so personal experience, and now she can stably come back after that experience and actually represent it a lot better, you know.
Okay, all right. Hot sauce, you got it.
Okay, so the thing about it is this: when you talk about our community, right?
Yes.
Um, from 1960s till now, not you,
Mhm.
not your friends, but black women have said they don't need men, black men, black men ain't shit, and recently say black women's issues are different from black community issues. So why in the so how can you possibly say you're our women and we're your men? Please help me to understand that. Not you personally, but how a black person can understand that when they're hearing it from a black woman.
Well, I mean, I guess the way that some people would view that would be more so of the structure when it comes to that. So, for example, a person that would like to label a black man, for example, a woman, a black woman that would like to label the black man as theirs, is somebody that believes in keeping the structure of the black community available. In other words, it won't be as small as it was before. We'd like to keep it around. We don't want it to delete itself based off of, you know, emotions or problems that are going on. We'd like it to still be present. You know, we'd like to keep
So
African Americans around. So that's what I consider my community, is the
so you
African
want to
American.
keep us around like a parachute.
Like a parachute.
Yeah, like a safety
Mm,
parachute.
I
Keep us
mean,
around.
I wouldn't consider it a parachute. I would more so consider it, I'd like to keep the black man around as, you know, my lover, my friends, my partner, my, that's how I see it. Cause I seen, again, my parents grow up with, black on black household, and it wasn't perfect always, but it worked for a reason. And that's because they both sacrificed on their sides the things that they do and do not like. But again, it took both of them. It wasn't just him, my father, being like, well, that's what it is. Yes, they have conversations. Yes, they have disagreements. And yes, he is the head, point blank, period. But at the end of the day, he, everything was still structured. And that's where it comes. You have to have two minds that are structured enough to create a household where that's available, where a lot of people are touching people that aren't even on that level, is my point.
Yeah, but you're not really answering my question because
Okay.
right, your black women don't compete for black men. Black men are traveling all over the world.
Mhm.
I've been in China for the past 16 years, right? We're doing amazing things. So and then from your words, right? Keep
Mhm.
us around, right? That's not very advertising. When you say, like, if I said, "Oh, we want to just keep the black woman around," like, does that sound appealing to you?
To keep the black community around, absolutely, that's very appealing. I would love to have black people still here in America. Why wouldn't you?
Well, because other women of other races offer a better deal.
Like,
Like, no,
so hold on, actually, can I ask you a question really quickly, since you
sure,
just said that? Since you
yeah,
just went ahead and said that, like that other women of other races are able to offer you better deals, and this is just a
yeah.
perception I'm trying to understand. If that's okay, then how come it's not okay for black women to go for men for their money then? Because
No,
again, that's them getting offered something that's going to benefit them later on, just like you guys are. So isn't that kind of contradictory?
it is
Or am
not.
I
But
misunderstanding?
It's
if you
not.
can get a
I
man
can answer
with
this.
more
I can
money
answer this.
and he would be
Oh,
a good husband for you, then that's what you should do. But the problem is, very few of you are going to be able to get to garner such arrangement and garner it in a way in which it's going to last and be productive for you over the long term. If most of you could do that, that's fine. The vast majority of you will not be able to do that.
See, well, let me say this, and see, this is
Mhm.
why the chasm between black men and black women is so vast, right? Because when I say black a better deal, every black man on this panel and in the chat knows that they mean not divorce me, take all my money, not take away not take away my kids, and I have to fight in court to get to see them every so often, right? Not being strung out in my mother's basement because I chose wrong, and also not coming home to a very argumentative and contentious environment, right? Every black man knows that I'm talking about this. And then you notice that when I'm talking about this, when I'm saying a better deal, most of that has to do with the family, not even me per se. But when black women talk, when you mention better deal, you're saying you. And that's the very fundamental difference between men and women. Women
Mhm.
can afford to be selfish and self-focusing. Men are not, because we are always judged about what we produce for our community, for our family, and even when we go to work, we're judged on how valuable we are to the team in the place that we work. Right? We're constantly based on our contribution to society. And again, right? And so other women understand that, and that's why they offer a better deal.
And let me say real quickly here that look, if black women were just going after the men who made the most money, most
Mhm.
of the problems in the black community wouldn't exist. That ain't what y'all do from a general basis.
Okay.
Y'all will
Right.
go after y'all will go after the top men when it comes to money. But if he's not the top man, if he's somewhere working his way up, if he's just the average guy, he's anywhere up in the middle, that man cannot get you all to, well, I ain't gonna say him to get, because y'all got to do it yourself. You all won't voluntarily be a good choice for him to choose a wife. You voluntarily won't be that. Y'all
Right.
will go after Pookies and Pookies is just a slang term for these degenerates that refuse to work. People, guys that's under 65, refuse to have an income, refuse to be a good productive man. Y'all
Mhm.
go after them all day long. Now I'm not saying y'all don't mess with the other guys too, because y'all do mess with us at the end of the day. But the issue is you won't do what we ask you to do in order to be a good wife. Now, shout out to Taipan. I accidentally just removed your super chat. I didn't mean to do that, but Taipan did say, uh, um, high class women. I believe he said like high class women are baby mamas too. And basically, he was saying it ain't just the ratchets, or it ain't just the women in the projects and things like that. All the different tropes black women give about, no, it's just this small section of women. No, it's generally
Okay.
going across the black community when it comes to women. I keep telling y'all, and I do believe it to be very much true, because all the evidence shows that when it comes to class, that's a male thing. Black women don't care nothing about no class. They're gonna do what they do because they can do it. It just is what it is. That's why I keep talking about how these issues with black men and black women are socially voluntary situations. Black women refuse to volunteer to be a good wife for a black man who's doing something with himself. And thank you to Son is Hot Rod. He says, you say as a lover, friend, you hold us in high regards. Then why did you give the highest honor, a child, to a non-black man out of wedlock?
Yep.
Oh, okay, all right. That question is obviously directed towards you. You
Thanks,
Well,
want to
thanks for
answer the
asking that question, son.
to be honest with you, you guys have to understand that when I was actually having my child, and still till this day, I don't see color when it comes to that. It doesn't have to do with I mean, to be honest with you, the question that he's asking right there, I think that's kind of, I don't know. I think that's a little, I don't know. I think that's kind of off, honestly, because like me having a child with a man that's out of the black community doesn't mean that I still can't, you know, still uplift and, represent the black man. I don't think that makes any sense regardless. That's the person who I liked. That's the person who I loved at the time. And that's the person who I decided to have a child with,
Yeah,
later.
So you don't see color.
I that's fair.
So you don't see
That's fair.
color.
I agree.
Hold on, wait a minute now.
I
You
mean, I
don't
don't
see
think it's
color,
fair to hold the
but
color to
yet
it,
you believe in the black community, and you think that that is something that we should actually strive to preserve. Those are not compatible objectives,
I
Carl.
mean, everybody strives to preserve all of their communities. That goes with
So
anybody
how
in
do you
China,
do
that
that?
goes for white
But
people,
how do
that
you
goes for
do that
Spanish people. I mean, all of them definitely.
while you're saying you're supportive of black men and black community and whatever? And understand, black from our perspective, black men determine and dictate the existence of a black community
Well,
from
it's
our
small,
perspective.
so
So when you, as a black woman, have a child with a non-black man, you've done something countercurrent to our primary mission here.
but you guys are talking about doing it with women that are Spanish and white
But
now.
because men and women are not the same. Men and women
if
are
I
not
if
the
I
same.
can
That's
if I can
silly.
ask you a question,
I
You are
completely
not
agree.
the
Actually, I
same.
agree with
You are
that, but
not the
that's silly.
same. You are not the same as a
You're
black
right.
man.
I agree with that. We're not.
Men build and maintain the world. We
They
dictate it, we
try.
destroy it, we rebuild it. You
Yeah.
don't have
so
the
I have
same position in this world as a man does. You don't.
I
so
mean, I
I
guess,
have
but we
two
all have the same rights now at this point. So technically,
I
women
have
are on
two
that level.
I have two questions and then I'll go. And it was a great conversation with you, World. But I have two questions and then I really have to go. So my first
Thank
question
you.
is, K World, do you really respect and care about black men? That's my first question.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So now that you're a single mom, are you when if you're not actively looking to date now and get in a relationship, at whatever point you're ready for that, are you
Hmm.
looking for a black man or are you looking for a man that's whatever race your child is from to partner with?
Well, if I can answer it this way, I'm looking for a mindful, compatible partner. Again, it doesn't have to be a black man. It doesn't have to be a white man. It doesn't have to be a Spanish man. As long as we can mentally cooperate with each other inside of our household so it's healthy for our children and everybody else, it works.
But
Now, don't get me
I don't
wrong.
understand that.
I do
I
like
don't
black men. I love black men. I do keep them a little on a pedestal. That's just how I
so
like it.
so
I
my point is, well, I asked it the wrong way. I apologize.
Okie
And
dokie.
I'll ask this and I'll follow. So if you had your choice, would you prefer it to be a black man or would you prefer it to be another race of man that you get partnered with next? Your
Um,
choice.
I
Dealer's
mean,
choice. God says whatever you want, I'm gonna drop them down in front of you.
uh,
Dealer's
I mean,
choice.
again, I guess then around that time, it was I would prefer it to be a black man. I would prefer it personally,
Okay.
just for my opinion now, though. That's how I personally like it. But
Okay.
I
So
also,
then
hold on very
my
quickly, let me
follow up.
finish, please.
Okay, sure.
I've also never had the opportunity to genuinely date a black man, but that's also because I don't date often either.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, this is all hypothetical, right? So then my follow up, and then I'll go. So you say that you respect and put black men on a pedestal, but then turn around and you're requiring a black man to take care of a child that's not even the same race as his. How is that respect? And I'll leave with that because
Well,
that's not. I wouldn't say that's respectful. You're
to be
respecting
honest with
someone.
you, you don't
How
expect
is
a
that
man
respect?
you don't expect a man to come in and take care of your child. You're the person that wants to be with you. If you have a child, they come in and they let you know that they're comfortable with the idea of taking care of you and your children. That becomes his decision after that.
Right, it's a package deal, right? But that's what you're asking of a man, right? Can you not see that? Can you not see that's what you're asking if you're going to date someone other than that child's father? That is what you're asking. Please let's be
Yeah,
reasonable.
sure. I guess
Okay?
I don't see your point, but I understand.
But my point is just that with all due, or let me take it off you. A man, first of all, a man who dates a single woman has to have low
Hmm.
self-esteem of himself if he comes with no children. Blended family,
Disagree.
totally different. But a man who's going to date a woman who doesn't have kids himself has to have low self-esteem. And then on top of that, going to take care of another man's kid of not his own race, that's almost unmentionable. But anyway, I'll pass the mic. Thank you, Roger. Black Guru, sir. Thank you very much. Perfect timing, bro. I'll listen on the replay, but it's like 3 a.m., so I
Those
need
were
to
great
sleep.
questions,
But
For Willscape, he
Hot
actually
Sauce.
is extremely active.
Okay.
Those were great.
okay.
Those were great questions, Hot Sauce. Appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. And
Good night, Roger.
I take care, hot sauce. Appreciate
Salute,
you, brother.
Rest
bro.
well,
Salute,
brother.
bro.
Rest
All
well.
right. Let me read this. Let me read the super chat. And she did just answer it, but let me read it. Wise will wise will cap. I guess that is. I guess maybe that's what it is. But he says, "Where's her child's father? Is he an active parent?" She did say that he is an active parent. She didn't say where he was, but she said he's an active parent. Do you want to say anything about where he is? Is he in the same state with you or something like that? Because I'm pretty sure the reason for that question is they well, you know what? I'll just ask the question that it'll lead to. Is there any particular reason that you didn't marry this particular man that you had the child with? Your world, are you there? Your world, we can't hear you.
Yeah, she appeared to have some kind of
Right, she
connection
might have a
issues
connection
earlier.
issue.
Yeah.
She might have a connection issue. All right, for those in the back, if she, oh, you know what? I'm gonna bring. I was gonna say I'm gonna bring up Auntie J next. I'll bring the other. Well, I want those y'all sitting in the back. Just hold on for a second. Let's see if she actually comes back. Okay, let's see if she comes back because I don't want her to be scared off if she's too many people up here. Okay, but I will say this, and if she's listening, now that we know that you do have a child by a white guy, which I'm not saying is the end of the world, but that does tell me as a man that your leader is the white guy, because that's why you went and had a child with him. Now I can get where you can argue that white men aren't your leader because at the end of the day, you didn't marry that guy either. You know, so I can get where you can have an argument, but as far as women being in the right, you just in the wrong because you had a baby by a man that you didn't consider good enough for marriage. So I don't know what you would want men to expect if you are willing to have a baby by a guy that you're unwilling to marry. See, I'm gonna say the ugly side about a single mother. If you are a single mother and I see you have some other man's child and you didn't marry him, that's telling me as a man, potentially, no matter how much I love you, no matter how much I do for you, even if I give you the honor of being my child's mother, you might leave me too.
That's the expectations that she set. She set the expectation. That's not your fault that you would feel that way.
Well, I'm just saying from a legitimate, you can call it logistics or whatever. It's just if you've already done that to another man, what makes me so special you won't do it to me? So
But
I don't even want to put it as a feeling. It is a clear showing that this is the type of thing you do.
it's logical to factor that in.
I'm just, this may not be relevant to anything else we're talking about here, but I'm just rather stunned that out of nowhere, this woman who had a child with a white man just uh, goes from not ever hearing of your channel ever before in history, and then she positions herself on your panel. I'm just stunned by that.
No,
Maybe I'm exaggerating that point, but I'm just amazed by that.
no, I'm
I
not.
never
I'm
heard
not.
this from either.
I'm not surprised because that's happened here lately because the effects of the cool table are working, and she is the illegitimate beneficiary of our standing of the cool table, just like Daphne, right? She's above a certain age with child. So she's placed herself out of position. I bet she's been listening the entire time as we've built to this point. She's placed herself out of position. They're coming here because they are upset and they want to put on a cape for Black women who have placed themselves out of position. Daphne was having having a conversation with her friend. I want this, I want that. And her friend said, well, girl, you over 30. You know you can't have that. They're upset. They're upset because the cool table standard is having a positive effect. And it's actually changing Black women's behavior. And certain Black women don't want to change. They want to.
Perfect.
But this kind of
Maybe I'm the only one. I don't know. Who is Daphne? Who are you referring to?
The comedian where I did the show last week. The comedian
Daphne Springs, that's her name.
Oh, Daphne Springs.
The comedian where I did the
I
show
believe that's
last
her
week.
last name.
The whole comedy skit was based on Manosphere talking points. And she's a gorgeous black woman with a flat stomach who is absolutely single. And she was doing a skit basically saying that I had these delusional expectations now I'm post 30 and I'm single. And she's having a conversation with her girlfriend about what she wants. And her girlfriend tells her, ooh, girl, you can't have that because you're over 30 years old.
Well, you know what? Let me say this perfect, because I believe her exact words was, Girl, that's a lot to ask for because you over 30.
So what's happening with the women today, with the child who's over 30, and everyone who's coming on the panel, is they want to defend that. They want to stop our effect from taking place because the cool table effect is working. And if women start to understand that you need to make this decision before 30 and that you need to value black men, then we are taking away everything from them, right? We are doing that. We are taking back the power. That's the problem here. That's why the brothers who want to champion those women, and that's why these women keep showing up here, because the cool table effect is working. Our standard is working. Hold fast to the standard. If you are post 30 with a child, you are out of position. You are a loser. I am not making that up. Your eggs turn to dust by 35. That was said by a black woman. These things are taking hold beyond the black manosphere. That's why they're showing up. That's why they're angry. I am not surprised.
Okay, before anybody goes, I got somebody new in the back. I don't think it's a troll at all. Gentleman by the name of Muhammad. Muhammad, go ahead and speak your piece, please.
Yeah, hi guys. I just want to mention, I just find it very interesting. I'm here in the UK, and I'm assuming you guys are in the US. We
Yes,
don't
sir.
seem to have this problem as much there in the US. And do you think it's a cultural issue, not like an African issue? I find African women very respectable, polite. The manners are amazing. Compared that to American African women, I'm not like being like racist or anything. There is a bit of a difference there. Do you think it's a cultural thing?
Well, let me say this just to clarify, because I'm looking at you with small camera, but I believe Muhammad is white. Are you white, Muhammad?
No, I'm actually Pakistani, but I live in the UK.
Okay. So yeah.
My wife is. I've got two wives. Being a Muslim, my first wife she's Pakistani, and my second wife is African.
Okay, more power to you, brother. I ain't mad at you and your two wives. I ain't mad at you at all. Okay. Okay. What to answer your question? Yeah, it is a cultural thing because it's been somewhat of a forced culture on black people in America. Okay, but that's how a lot of women would kind of see it. But truth be told, black women have been simply offered opportunities that they've accepted, and they stab their men in the back in order to accept these opportunities. So they would tell you that, oh, we were kind of forced to do it. But the truth is, it's always been a choice. They have to sign up for certain programs so they can get rid of a black man. They have to call. They will start violently attacking a black man. If he puts his hands on her back, they'll call the police to have him removed. Everything that they've done that has hurt the black community is a voluntary thing. They haven't been forced to do anything to black men. So they can simply choose to love us and have our back, or they can choose to continue to be what they are to this particular day. But it's a choice at the end of the day. I understand we live in a climate where those choices to hurt black men are encouraged, but it's still a choice. And shout out to Son is Hot Rod. Thank you very much for the super chat, my brother. He says she wants backup and immediately thought, wait a minute, she wants backup and immediately thought of black men. Okay, I'm pretty sure Son is Hot Rod is referring to the fact that she has a white child. Well, she has a mixed child from a white man, but she don't have a marriage. So who's going to accept her with this baby? More than likely, she thinks somebody in the black community will do it because they believe we're trained to just take care of everybody's baby. We're supposed to be stepdads in a lot of black women's opinion, and we can say that clearly based on how many black women actually have children without having families. So they think we're supposed to be stepdads at this point. They know better, but they like to believe it.
Let's say something, brother.
You know what, Auntie? I'm gonna give you the mic next, but I got somebody named Dante. I just got to make sure Dante in this role.
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I just want to get off a quick point. I know you got a lot of people on here. One thing that all mistake that we shouldn't do is compare other ethnic and racist people against our own. We could not. That's one thing we should not do. Compare other races against our own, whether it be the woman or the man, because we are different spiritually and genetically, and we're different. Period. We're different by culture. We're different. White people, they have their own issues. They white man deal with their own women in their own region, their own issues. We shouldn't do that because if I want to compare black women to white women, then it should be fair that black women compare white men against us. They can pull out a whole laundry list to compare a white man with us, and that wouldn't be fair, and we wouldn't like that.
Okay, Dante, I'm explaining
We
this.
can, and they do worse. But go
Hold
off.
on, I'm explaining this to Dante because he's probably new himself. The reason this question is being asked because
Welcome, bro. Welcome.
yeah, and welcome to the show, Dante and Muhammad.
Sure, welcome.
Yeah.
So, assalamu alaikum, Muhammad.
The reason the question now he's Pakistani, of course he's going. That's a much more of a common name over there. The reason the question is being asked because a lot of black women keep bringing up white women to us, and then when you start talking about having a relationship and how it would be okay, and basically there's no real difference between the white woman and the black woman because the black women for some reason don't want to offer us anything more than any other race of woman. If you act like a functional black man, they'll tell you sound like you want a white woman. So the white woman is a huge deal to them. That's why the question is being asked because they keep bringing her up. Now I would be okay with her not bringing her up, but they worship white folks at the end of the day. That's why they have a lot of responses to things that are being said to them and say, well, white women do this or white people do this. That's basically telling you that is their bar. Their bar is what white people do. That means they look at white people in a godlike manner. So if they don't want white people brought up, they should stop bringing them up because eventually the question is going to have to be addressed.
But men do the same thing just like black women do. When black women bring that up, that's just a deflection. So she don't want to get right herself. When she say, "Oh, you just want a white woman," all that is a deflection tactic.
That's why I'm asking the question because it is a deflection tactic, and I'm bringing out the fact that there's no real difference between with a white woman and a black woman because black women ain't offering us anything extra. They are offering us more problems though.
But it's all who you pick. It's all like you said, like you was having a conversation with the young lady on the panel. It's what you're gonna sit up and tolerate with.
And obviously, black men ain't tolerating. That's why you have less than 50% of them married. They're not tolerating it. So at some point, black women gonna have to make a decision. Either I'm going to do better, or I'm gonna continue to go unchosed.
Yeah, but what's being better, guys? I want to know. Explain what do you mean by better? In what way?
Finding somebody that's suitable with you. That's not if you don't want a combative woman, don't put up with a combative woman. There's too many people on the face of this earth, not especially too many black people, not to sit up and not find your compatible mate.
Well, I'm gonna say this: there's four main issues. The four main issues that black men have with black women. Because if you look at what people say in regular conversations, you look at what people ask on social media, you look at the different complaints people have. The four main issues with black men when it comes to black women are their attitudes, too many kids, especially the ones out of wedlock, because that's way too many of them. That they're overweight and that they have too much debt. That is black men's main problems. If you can eliminate those four problems, you can get a lot done. But black
if you think other races of women ain't gonna do that, you're very naive.
What you're not, bro, stop. This is not a place where I don't think other women. I literally just told you black women and white women basically offer you the exact same thing. So don't try to lecture me on what I don't think other races gonna do. I literally just told you they basically the same. Black women ain't doing nothing to separate themselves from white women. So for you to make that statement after I said that just don't make sense, bro.
Now, my apology. My bad. If I didn't comprehend that well, I'm gonna be a man enough to say my bad.
No, bro, it's cool, but I don't want you to assume certain stuff or that they ain't got really nothing to do with this platform. Okay, because I understand you watch stuff in other places. This ain't them places. Okay, I can't be responsible for everybody else's content. All right. Shout out to Alpha Male Syndrome. Appreciate the super chat, my brother. He says, didn't white men own black women for centuries? They didn't own them for, well, I mean, it depends on the context you put it in. Because in the American context, no, they didn't own us for centuries. They say that black women really didn't even, you know what I'm saying? I got this from Dennis Sperling was lecturing on this. And I actually got it from his channel that they started bringing black women over here in 1809. So I don't know exactly where you got that information from, but I'm talking about this Dennis Sperling, the lawyer who owns a law firm. I'm pretty sure if he says something, he's already done the research and things like that. And I can accept something that he says. There's certain content creators that are always on point, and I can accept what they say. I'm still trying to look into the information to see when that happened, but it does make sense that when they stopped allowing the slave trade, that they would bring women over to start producing more slaves because they can't go back to Africa to pick up new ones. That absolutely makes sense. And when you first started slavery, they were getting all men because they wanted all these different things built, all these different things done. It does make sense that they went and got all men. It absolutely makes perfect sense.
I
And thank
know, I
you.
know it's a new day for a lot of people listening because they believe for a black man to have standards that we dislike black women. Just because we American black men now have standards, you cannot equate that to us having a dislike of black women. And I know it's a new day because a lot of people coming on here have a misnomer about what the black manosphere is. A lot of people joining today for the first time think that we are angry black men and we have something against personal against black women. Even this brother from the UK knows obviously cultural differences. Black men in America have developed a standard, and we have a high standard. It's nothing wrong with black men in America developing a high standard that leaves out the majority of black women. That's just the fact. And a lot of people think that we have some type of personal dislike toward black women because we want virtuosity, because we want virgins, because we want someone who is younger than 30 years old. And every time I speak, somebody come off mute. Please hit the mute button. I'm not gonna stop saying what I'm saying. It's not gonna change your reality because you don't hit the mute button when I speak. That's just not gonna change the reality. All it does is reinforce my perspective, right? The bad acting reinforces my perspective. This is the problem right here. This is not a personal thing toward black women. The fact of the matter is American black men have developed a standard based on what this European man said. There's a difference culturally with these women. And we are saying that we don't only have a standard, but we will have a very high standard now because we are the standard bearers and we are attractive. We are the prize well beyond black women. If you ask the CDC, if you ask any other report and data, black men are the most, and it's been said by the women who've come on this panel, we are the most agreeable. Whether black men like that or not, we are the most agreeable, so we are the most sought after mate, right? So that means we can choose now, and that means we can have a higher standard of what we accept. The problem is a lot of black women don't meet that standard, and they will be left behind. That's why black men and what you find though is it's not just black women who are upset with this new standard by the cool table, but some black men are upset. The ones who are raising black women who haven't done a good job because they feel like their black daughters will be get left behind. Well, guess what, brother? If you didn't do a good job raising her to be a wife, she will be left behind because American black men have a higher standard. And it's not me saying this. BGS in the census has said this, over 50% of black, and because they do want black women, they are remaining single. They are remaining childless because y'all can't get it through y'all thick head that if you don't meet the standard, then we are not choosing. Period. And that's not even personal. They still want black women. That's why so many black men are single because they don't believe like I believe. Every day I tell Roger, let that shit go. But so many black men still want black women, so they're remaining single because they can't find functionable American black women. Y'all don't even see how much he loves you, that he does these topics. He's spending 10 hours a day talking to you to get you to see your folly. It's so much love and benevolence and all this shit. Most of us wouldn't spend the time giving the FUCK because there's better deals out there. That's what Hassan said. There's a bet. I'm living the life. Roger seen another black man living the life. Young Jeezy can't stop smiling. There's a better deal out there. So it's up to you, but it's not personal toward black women. And I do understand a lot of people want to come here and get upset. Y'all doing this and y'all, they think we telling young black men to do something because we hate black women. No, we want young black men to be successful. And we don't got to tell them. They can see, they got eyes and ears. And the people coming up here are afraid of the truth. We did not make that woman have a child and not get married until after 30. All the women who come up here who have placed themselves out of position have done so on their own. They are upset with black men having a standard. Black man, you deserve to have a standard. Damn it, you deserve to be elite. You deserve to have an elite standard if you fucking want one. Shoot for the fucking moon.
I mean, you had a woman who came
Roger,
up
I had a question on this too.
Well, hold on. Black Rule start talking. He is an elder, and I'm not gonna let anybody over talking.
I'm just saying you had a
I'm gonna
woman.
regard some money right after Black
Oh
Rule.
yeah. Oh
Go ahead,
please.
Black Rule.
No, I mean the brother here. I don't know if you recognized Romello.
No, I
747.
haven't yet. I haven't yet.
Oh please, no.
That's what I was about to do.
Acknowledge this, brother, please.
Okay, shout out to Nobody. Nobody sent me 50 on the Cash App. Thank you very much, Nobody. I definitely appreciate you, my brother. He say another one. Salute. Thank you very much, y'all. And shout out to Romello 747 for the super chat. He said paying for your time today. Hey, brother, I appreciate that because y'all know I am giving up other money to do this. So I do appreciate it, but I'm giving y'all a warning now. I've been saying 3 hours, y'all. We're gonna stick to 3 hours. So next week, because y'all know I told y'all I probably won't be able to do a show tomorrow morning, but Mrs. E is gonna do a show at the same start time just to give y'all somewhere to go. So hopefully y'all will choose him. But 3 hours, y'all. Okay, it's gonna be a lot of part twos, and we keep having these conversations that take these hours. But we're gonna be doing some part twos. I don't care if it take all week, but 3 hours is gonna be regular. Okay, starting next week. So everybody been warned. Don't come up at the very last second to join the panel. Okay. Okay.
6 minute abs. 6 minute abs.
Wait a minute, can I say something, Roger?
Well, I gotta say something because I gotta jump off in the next
Hold
week.
on. Yeah, Black Rule's finna say something. Then we gonna give it to Auntie J. Then I let Chaos get in.
Well, I want to emphasize the point that Perfect Timing made with respect to the concept of the cool table and that of the growing fear of black men becoming more independent and becoming more comfortable in their independence. And that's why I was emphasizing the notion of this woman who came out of nowhere. I mean, appear to come out of nowhere and suddenly wants to try to assert some sort of comedy with black men, even though she herself, procreated with a non-black man. That is an indicator of the power and the growing power and potency of the message in this area and the fear associated with the fact that as black men become much more independent minded and view their opportunities outside of the small sphere of ADOS or FBA women, you're going to have even more women like the woman who appeared on this panel earlier today, out of fear, out of dread of the fact that we're no longer the fallback position. We're no longer the stepdaddy to the redheaded stepchild.
Now I want to read this, y'all. Then I'm gonna give it to Auntie. Caramel Baby says black women are the Holy Virgin Mary. God is the one who put his hands on us. And your Negroes need to leave us alone. Okay. So hate is a normal thing among black women toward black men. It's not normal for black men toward black women because black men been fighting for black women since we've been in this country. And if y'all don't think hate is actually what she's saying, if y'all think it's something else, she followed that up and said, I hope these Negroes are listening. They will go to hell, keep on messing with us. So this is a woman who basically wants you to go to hell. Okay. Now, based on the picture, it looked like she's a black woman. That's what it looked like by the picture. But at the end of the day, the hatred runs deep with them because they're white supremacists at the end of the day. I keep telling y'all they white supremacists. They're gonna keep showing up and being white supremacists. The women who don't want to be white supremacists, if y'all actually listen to this channel and listen to some of the older content, you can move away and see life in a way where men would actually mate with you. Because Perfect Timing brought up a great point about the fact that there's so many black men who are still single and childless, which means, yeah, they are waiting on you at the end of the day. They trying to give you a chance. Get in there before the chance is gone. Thank you to Kevin C. Appreciate it, my brother. He said, Roger, another show topic. Black women, quote / unquote, returning to black men with these kids from non-black men. It's unacceptable. Okay, brother. I will definitely I'm gonna put that. Well, I keep stuff in my phone. I'm gonna put it on my phone. We'll definitely get it done. Okay, we'll definitely get it done. Appreciate it.
Hey,
All right.
Roger, can I go after Chaos?
Sure. Auntie
Okay.
Jay, go right ahead.
Okay, again. I understood where the lady was coming from, you know, because I'm a woman. But I don't think she really understood, you know, how it was verbalized. You know, we speak different languages. Yin and yang. You all speak totally different. Your words mean different to us, and a whole lot of other things. And so that's what I've learned. It's a barrier. And a lot of people can't take constructive criticism. You know, even if it's something good for you, and you can use it in your life to move forward with, versus, okay, I'm a single woman. I know I'm a single woman with a baby. Well, what does that mean? Somebody will want me, you know. I don't know if I was necessarily a single mother when I got married, because my daughter was 17 on her way to college, but I was still a single mother. And so I consider myself as trash. But I have to identify myself as such. You know, and it takes a lot of courage to call yourself trash.
Well, Auntie, real quick, you can say you used to be because you married. Okay, so
Right.
some man qualified you. So he pulled you up, saw that you was
Right,
working.
that's what I was about to say. He
So
took
yeah,
me for
okay,
the project. He took me for the projects in my thinking. Because I'm gonna say this. I'll go back to what I said initially. A lot of black women, females, have been wounded. Okay? And it shows in their behavior and the way we have treated you all. You know. We feel entitled to some things that we didn't necessarily have. We want to engage with the man, but we don't want to be controlled by the man. That's the thing. When you use the word leader or lead to a woman, that automatically sends off a wave in her ears as control. Men don't see it that way. You all telling me at 18, the man that I met first and dated, I should have married him when I had my daughter by him at 21, 22. And I was not looking for forever. I just wasn't. That was nowhere in my head at all. I'm being honest. And I know I'm not the only woman that ever thought like that at that age. And so I think it takes a listening ear and the will to want to change, to be better for yourself first. And then you can be better for somebody else. But it comes off when you all are talking and sharing the points about us as you going in on us, you badgering us. And I know badger is not the word I want to use, because badger means something different. But you going in on us, and it's just too hard for some women. I'm not afraid. I can take it. Because at the end of it, you all are men. I've never surrounded myself with so many men in my life, ever. And again, it has helped me moving forward in my marriage, because I've learned how to shut up. I was the type of person always had to have the last word. But the last word is not important anymore because pretty much what my husband says goes. And that's the truth. If I get an idea of something that's out of the extraordinary, be like, no, we're not doing that. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. And I'm like, damn, money, you shoot down all my ideas. He said, it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to do that? You're not thinking right. That type of thing. And now the more I listen to you all, we Black women, we need y'all. And some of us don't even know we need you. I'm just so grateful for your platform again, Roger, because these men over here and yourself, Roger, have really, I can't even express it enough, shown me a lot of things since I've been coming on your platform. And I picked your platform because I was listening. I'm like, damn. Well, damn. Let's like that. Straight like that. And everything when I came on that I attempted to bring to you, like I said, I was 18. You said you was grown. You were an adult. You had choices. And I thought about it. I said, damn, I did run my daughter's father away. Wow. And I just wanted to say that. And thanks again, all you gentlemen. I really appreciate it. And I'm turning it over.
Hey Roger, is it
Okay,
cool
yeah,
if I
Spaceman.
go?
Yeah, go ahead, Spaceman. Then we give it to Truth Teller because he's new up here. So go ahead, Spaceman.
Okay, cool. I get like that. Mashallah, brother. But I wanted to sort of bring it back to the crux of she doesn't because she expected us to be cleanup men. And this is precisely what I was saying earlier about when I was talking to I don't know, the guy with the two in his name. Can't remember. Uh, but those Black functional men have been there the entire time. I don't believe her when she says, "Oh, well, I never dated and I never had a chance to do it with a Black guy." Like, we went to school with you. We went to school. We were at the same churches. We y'all lame niggas. Like, we already know, bro. Like, we already went through that already. And like, also this idea that in order to have these opinions, we have to be like so-called bitter Black men or whatever. Like, no, the majority of the people in the Black manosphere are actually married. That's the crazy part. You know what I mean? Wives are Black too. My wife already knows that she's the last of the Mohegans. She's seen the nonsense and she totally agrees. She's appalled about some of the stuff that she sees. So much so that she doesn't even want us living here. The moment I get my qualifications as a doctor, we're out. So, like, this idea that, oh, well, Black women need you. So what? It doesn't matter if they need us or not. They've outlived their usefulness, not only to Black men, but you'll notice they've outused their usefulness to white supremacy as well. And those benefits that they accrued from being the overseers of Black men, now that they no longer have that sway, the white supremacist always breaks their tools. So you're starting to see more and more of that, more Black women being incarcerated, all these other things. They're being involved in more crime, things of that nature. So suffice it to say that thinking Black men, as Grinch always loves to say, thinking Black men are the future. We've seen what's been laid before us, and we're making decisions that are in our best interest and in our child's best interest. Because there's also studies that say that Black women don't even value the educational attainment of their sons, even if they show intelligence. That's an NIH peer-reviewed study paper, and it's available on nih.gov. You can actually go search these statistics up. Like, we don't have to lie. For every Black woman anecdote and made up husband that they don't have, with proposals that they've turned down, Dr. Tiasan Johnson and BGS and other luminaries in the Black manosphere space have presented data. recordings, video, news clippings. And this idea that Black women have been so-called loyal this entire time, we have videos and all of the most prominent Black woman celebrities during the time that Emmett Till was slaughtered were all dating white men. So this idea that, like, even during the Harlem Renaissance, all of those jazz clubs were funded by cat houses where Black women were throwing themselves at white men. So this idea that they're somehow uniquely loyal to Black men has never been the case. So it's best as Black men, we disabuse ourselves of that fact and we go for women who are functional, whether they be the very few and far between Black women that are functional, that are on their purpose, that may be educated or not, but that have good hearts and that aren't single mothers, or we go find a better deal somewhere else. That's all I have to say.
All right. Well, Truth Teller, you got it, my brother. How you doing? Truth Teller, you unmuted. I don't hear you, Truth Teller. Okay, I guess he having a connection issue. Now you're unmuted again. I still don't hear you, Truth Teller. Okay, man. You may want to turn your phone off, turn it back on. That may help you, my brother. Okay. It's up to you how you want to handle that.
Roger, can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm convinced. I was listening to Black Guru when the young lady was on, and yeah, I'm convinced, and he was doing it very diplomatically. I mean, they're coming on here disingenuous. They're basically lying. All they're trying to do, usually 99% of them, is trying to circumvent any type of standards that we're trying to set here, and that Black men have established. They're trying to find loopholes. They're trying to find exceptions to the rule. They're trying to just any way that they can defend themselves and put the focus. It's not just Black. They always have to put the focus back on the Black man. Get it off of the Black women. Let's put it on the Black men, and that's 99% of the time is their goal. And they kind of play us like we're stupid almost. It's like, they come in like, yeah, I agree with, pretty much most of the things you're saying, which is, vague. And they pretend like yeah, I agree. For the Black man, yeah, you should be the leaders. And then they go about just breaking down everything that you're trying to say and being contentious with everything you say or anything that we establish, man. And it's very disingenuous. They're gaslighting pretty much on that level, and it's getting sickening. And that's why I know when Black Guru says, "Hey, I'm kind of circumspect. I'm kind of apprehensive about why you're here," and they usually reveal it really soon, man. But it's just very interesting to see that.
Well, let me say real quickly, thank you to Alpha Male Syndrome, who says history shows Black women choose white liberal feminist policies over their Black men. And that's a hard thing to argue with. And honestly, if that wasn't the case, wouldn't more Black women be married right now? If that wasn't the case, wouldn't more Black women be married right now? Now, I will say, and before I turn it over to Truth Teller, I honestly think Black women who come that y'all say are disingenuous, I think they're being genuine. I think that this is who they really are. This is how they really feel. And a lot of them will say certain things to circumvent whatever standard we put on. Because, Kay did comport herself a lot better after I took off and brought her back up. She did comport herself a lot better. And when I asked her, with me being a leader of the community and I gave her certain parameters, she wouldn't accept those parameters at the end of the day. I'm a Black man, she a Black woman. She didn't accept it. So for women who keep telling Black men, y'all the leaders, but you can't accept any parameters we put on you, I know y'all think they're being disingenuous. No, I think they're being very genuine. Why do I think they're being very genuine? Because they're white supremacists. So I do believe they're being
Well,
genuine.
I agree. I just think they're being disingenuous when they very often start a conversation under the premise that they're actually willing to engage in some sort of mutually respectful and beneficial discussion. And I think that's almost never the case. So to that extent, I believe they are being disingenuous. It's not that I disagree with you, but because I think they ultimately reveal their truthful intentions in spite of themselves very, very often. But I think they very often initiate conversations from a disingenuous position.
Okay, I can rock with you there for sure. I can rock with you there for sure. I just think it's just the hatred they have toward us, and it's just hard for them not to speak from a hateful place, even when they don't mean to. I think it's just genuinely hard for them not to speak from a hateful place. So
Mhm.
them taking shots at black men is about the best thing you're gonna get from them if they're gonna talk about black men. They're gonna take shots because they really can't help themselves. Okay,
Well, I think part of it is kind of like a child who has made a tremendous mess for him or herself, and he can't possibly or she can't possibly clean the mess up him or herself, and so then they get angry with you for not cleaning the mess up for them. So I mean, I think that's very often what you're dealing with when you're dealing with black women. They're in a tremendous mess, whether it's death or some children they shouldn't have had or assorted other issues. But then they get angry with you that you're not willing to jump down in full board to help clean up that mess. And they try to disguise it in this whole notion of black people working together and us being a community and et cetera, or whatever, but it almost always, when you look at the detail, triangulate to you forgiving all their student debt, forgiving X number of children that they had with X number of men, forgiving, all the extra penis they've had. It almost always triangulates to you having to somehow accept the mess that they've made of their lives.
absolutely. And let me say this real quick. And Kay has actually, well, your world has actually came back up. But to Jonesing Joy, he's I guess he or she, I don't know if that's a he or she, but they say just subscribe today. But I listened a few times before. Great content. Okay, let me say this again, y'all. And I appreciate you subscribing. But y'all, the regular time is 9 a.m. Central Time. Okay. I know I done did some extended panels for show. I promise y'all, or I'm not gonna promise, you ain't supposed to promise, but y'all, it's gonna be a 3 hour show. We can do part 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 if necessary. But these gonna be 3 hour shows. So for all the people who want to join the panel later on, if you come at the last minute, you may not even get on, or you're gonna get on and still the show gonna stop at 3 hours, y'all. I gotta get to this 3 hour show. That's what I need this platform to be on. Okay, so it's nothing personal to anybody, but it's gonna be 3 hours, y'all. It's gonna be three. I'm gonna probably let this go to maybe 7 today. Because these are super long streams, and I don't want people to not want to watch the stream just because the stream is too long. You got to already be into it to want to watch a 7 hour stream that somebody did. Okay, but since you're back here, world, go right ahead. How you doing?
Thank you. I actually just wanted to come back in the panel because my call actually was dropped. So I didn't know if there was any other following questions. And I know I was in the middle of a question as well.
Okay.
I did. I had a couple questions.
Okay.
So I was listening to you guys earlier, and I was listening to what you were saying. So I wanted to ask just a few things in regards to what. So the way I ask questions can seem condescending. I don't want you to get that idea. I'm not being condescending, and I'm really just curious.
Okay.
Who do you think has contributed more between black men and black women to the black community in the last 50 years?
In the last 50 years?
Yes.
I mean, if we're being honest, I think that black women contributed in the past 50 years. I think before that, black men had a very, very good stand area, and they actually was taking care of the black community phenomenally. But I mean, if we're correct, the statistics show that majority of our men are in jail now. So
I can correct that, but I do have a follow-up question.
okay,
If so, what What's the contribution that
Well,
black women have
hold
given?
on. We got to say this because I can't allow false narratives. But that whole thing about black men are mostly
Yeah,
individuals,
it's not true at
that's just
all.
not true. It's been debunked plenty of times. It's not a
It's like
true
in the
thing.
low teens. Yeah, it's like in the
I
low teens.
accept you believe it because I understand American propaganda, but it's not actually the truth.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, truth teller.
Let's tell you, I was going to come back to that. It's like in the low teens. It's not even like 11 or 12%, something like that. So it's not most black men. But in any case, what are the contributions that you think black women have made?
I mean, I guess some of the contributions I can say that a lot of black women was basically upholding the community when it comes to children, when it comes to self-care, when it comes to medical care, when it comes to things like that. And also, women also applied themselves inside of the military as well. They've also gotten themselves involved with the police force. So if you ask me, like, I just personally think that now because women fought for those type of rights, that they officially became equal. I mean, that we, in other words, we asked for it, you know, to be equal altogether.
Now, I want to point something out before I ask my next question, because I asked you what black women's contribution to the black community was, and you just named all their accomplishments for themselves. So I want to give you another opportunity just to tell us what you know black women's contribution to the black community is.
I mean, if that's not a good enough answer, I don't understand your question then, because
Okay.
that is contributing to the black community.
Well, let me just give you a few stats.
So fighting for your state, is that not considered?
Most black boys don't read above a 5th grade reading level. 80% of our kids are raised in a single parent household. 70% of the men that are black men that are locked up in jail come from single mother households. As a community, we're mostly overweight. We don't eat healthy. Heart disease is a major killer of our community, as well as diabetes.
An American issue.
True, but our community is affected drastically. And if our single mothers or our women are our leaders for the last 50 years and these things are happening to us, I would think that they should be held accountable as being the leaders. That's different here to say. But I do want to ask if it's not that, so sorry, and if you don't know this statistic, if you know this statistic, just let me know. All the gentlemen on the panel know this statistic I'm about to say. This is in regards to men. About a third of men are single and childless, right? 2/3 of those men are in the middle class or upper middle class. Another third of men are married. That leaves somewhere between 15 and 25% of men that are fathering most of the children that are in single family homes.
Okay.
Whose fault is that?
I think it's both of their faults.
And how so? How is it men? Well, let me ask you this, because they always say men's fault comes out first. How is it women's fault?
It can become women's fault for multiple reasons. You know, like I don't disagree with you guys when you say that there are women in the world that are definitely aggressive. I've seen it for myself, obviously, firsthand. Women yelling at their men, hitting their men, going off on their men, giving them a hard time as they're coming home. And, you know, they're genuinely supposed to be, their peace of mind is what, you know, they're supposed to be. And they don't represent that whatsoever at all. And then for the men's side as well, they do exactly the same thing. If you ask me, it's kind of like a mirror representation. Both sides
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. What you're describing right now isn't related to childbirth. You asked you a question about these kids in these single mothers' homes and who fault it is. You said it's both of their fault. So you basically said the majority of black women is their fault, the majority of black men is their fault. He asked you to explain what that means. So could you please explain what that means?
So I mean that's exactly what I was explaining, though. He asked me
I didn't hear
whose fault
anything
is it,
about
correct?
children in birth, or anything that relates to kids. I didn't hear anything that relates to children. Well, I don't know how you're connecting it to children being born. I don't know what your connection is.
Well, there's a problem. He asked me, he said where the problem is with it, right? Who's basically held accountable for it, correct?
He asked you about these children in these single mother homes and whose fault it was. You said it's both of their
I said
fault.
it's both of theirs.
So you saying that's black men and black women. So what?
Yes, I do.
So I'm just saying, please relate whatever you're saying to the children in these single mother homes and explain to us how it's both men's and women's fault. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, my
Because
second question was going to be to give
um,
us what the men's fault is. What, how is it men's fault? But you're giving what I first asked is how is it women's fault? And you're explaining that. So please go ahead.
thank you. So basically, coming from a gentleman's perspective, again, it comes from both sides, honestly. There are men in the world that actually don't want to stay inside a household or do not have any type of remorse walking away from women and leaving them in a household when that type of situation where a woman is being aggressive or angry isn't even going on. And it's the same way on both sides, is how I feel.
So you think that's most black men?
I don't think it's most black men, if
Well,
you ask me.
you're saying a general statement, which means most of that particular thing. It happens to be black men. So if you're making it a general statement, you're saying that it's most black men. So if you don't
No, I'm
mean
not. If
most
I
black
said it
men,
was most black
if
men,
you
I would
don't
say that.
mean most black men, please explain what you do mean.
I'm explaining basically the situation between black men and black women.
Okay,
So
no, I understand that, but you're saying it's black men's fault, which is a general statement that means
Well,
most.
well, hold on. Remember, the first part of the question is how is it women's fault? How is it black women's fault? So we shouldn't even be bringing black men in yet because that's the second part of the question. So how is it exactly black women's fault?
Well, I think that women eventually started taking on a role based of all what they were seeing and what they was taught, because of the generation that actually came before us, of the women that actually were single, and the men, a lot of them are very, very angry at each other consistently, or at least from what I've seen, staring at from the outside. But women's fault because when it comes to their side, some of them can be extremely aggressive, some of them can be ignorant, arrogant, some of them talk above people all the time. They don't give people the chance to actually listen before speaking. So I can understand where both of those issues come in. Women also have to take accountability, and men with who they're laying down with and who they're sleeping with. But once again, we all can't sit back and sit here and say that at one point we weren't young and dumb.
Gotcha.
Go
Now,
ahead
how
and
is it
answer
men's?
it.
How is
But
it
not
men's?
Can I ask a question I think is
Oh,
related?
sure. Hmm.
Do you think men and women have equal in this society, in Western society, particularly in
Equal
America?
what?
Let me listen to my question. Do you think in America, men and women, in particular black men and black women, have equal power and influence over the manner in which children are conceived, born, and raised in this country?
No.
Okay, so if that's true, then can you really argue that men and women are equally responsible for what's going on now?
Yes, because every situation is different.
Oh, okay, darling. But do you see you just directly contradicted yourself? I mean, you agreed, you said that things are not equal between men and women, but yet men and women are equally responsible for the outcome. How does that make logical sense?
How about you tell me how women
No,
and
no,
men
no.
wouldn't
How
see? That's what
answer
I can't talk to you.
Well,
Like
hold on.
I'm so
Guru, let
sorry.
me
Like
let me step
no, no,
in. I can help.
everybody,
he's
hold
very
on.
horrible at me
Everybody,
talking to
hold
himself.
on.
I'm sorry. No
it was a
No,
disrespect,
it
but
was a
everybody,
very
hold on.
it was a
This is what's
simple
going on.
question. It
He
was a
asked a
simple
simple
question. There
question.
was no hostility in the question. You got two unequal sides contributors to a situation. Then how can both sides be equally responsible for what comes from that situation? It's a very simple question. There was nothing hostile in that question. Nothing hostile at all.
okay, great. The reason why both parties are responsible is because both parties
I
decided to
said,
lay.
the question was, are they equally responsible?
That's the same thing. You just added an extra word.
No,
They're
that's
A
a
both
word,
very,
a word
responsible.
to make all the
no,
difference.
no,
Listen,
They're
no,
both
darling,
responsible.
you could be,
They're both equally responsible. If
okay,
that helps you
all
feel
right.
better, Blue Room.
No.
You're saying even though both people don't have the same power and influence in creating the situation, both people are yet equally responsible for what comes from the situation. Is that what you're saying?
I believe that it's equally responsibility when it
Okay.
comes to the parents.
All right.
Yes, absolutely.
So who I'm curious. Can we take a poll or whatever? Who would agree with the rationale with what she has just presented?
My name's Kendra, actually.
Kendra.
Thank
Who in
you.
the chat? Whatever. I'm curious as to who else out there in the
Okay,
cyber world
let's do this black rule.
concurs with that particular logic.
Let's do this black rule in the chat. If y'all agree with what she said, press 1. If y'all disagree with what she said, press 2. And I'm gonna read this super chat real quick. Shout out to Stack of Star. Thank you for the support, my brother. He says she can't talk to Uru because it's logic.
I can't talk to Uru because he cuts me off.
Well, ma'am, I'm gonna tell you this. He
I
asked the question.
cut you off, darling, because I'm trying to get to the point. And again, like I say, this has been an ongoing issue between me and Roger. I often find discussions with females in general, black women in particular, to be unproductive because a lot of times we get lost in the narrative that you all want to present, and we end up going afield from what the real issue is. So I cut you off not to disrespect you, not because I don't respect your position. I just don't want to get lost in all the bullshit you're going to say, frankly.
I mean, I just got back. You can call it exactly however you would like to, but at the same time, you also did ask me the question. I don't consider it bullshit. I consider it an opinion personally. And like I said before, I only come here to learn because obviously your guys' conversation interested me. That's why I came in to learn a little bit more. So I appreciate your question. If that
All right.
helps.
In your world, I'm gonna say this because I don't want things to get lost. The thing was when he asked you a question, you answered him with a question. Well, you responded to him with a question because a response is not necessarily an answer. And when women do that, or even the men do that, that causes a problem because we can't have good communication. It's okay to ask a question, but you got to answer the question that was asked you first if you want to ask a question too. That's just simple respect. If you're gonna ask somebody a question with the expectation that they're gonna answer you, you should at least answer another person. So
I answer
you're
everybody's
being
questions.
reciprocal. That's all it is at the end of the day. Well, let me give a shout out to BGS Itmore. Thank you very much for the super chat, my brother. He said this young lady is a prime example of the American school system's failure. Shaking my head. And also a quick shout out to Taipan, who says they follow the logic but reject the conclusion. Very interesting
I think
comment.
it's both. I think they don't follow logic and they reject the conclusion, but that's me being flippant.
Can we say that it's not cutting someone off when you're starting to veer off of the actual subject and we're trying to veer you back or redirect you back on a path? That's not really a cutoff. You're starting to drift off. You're starting to go into a tangent and it doesn't address the actual subject or the question. That's
Now
not
hold
really
on, guys. Hold on, guys. I wanna follow because I did have a couple more questions for her. But Miss World, I just want you to understand that Roger does this show quite frequently. A number of us come on this panel quite often, and Black Uru will cut us all off respectively. So I can attest that that is an equal action that he performs on everyone that comes
Thank you
in
for
this panel.
confirming.
Right. So
Well, let me say this real quick. Truth teller. The thing is, anybody who's 62 or over, if you know what I'm saying, especially a man, they're an elder, and at the end of the day, God made them. God made them my elder, so I'm gonna respect them as my elder. And they just can cut people off. At the end of the day, I have to sit and listen. Just the same way when I was a child, I had to listen to adults that were much older than me. I do actually believe that we should listen to people who are much older than you. Even if you don't agree with nothing they say, if you think it's all BS, just at least listen to it so you can come to your own conclusion.
And to editorialize, a lot of times y'all talk too fucking much. and let's stay on a particular point, right? Let's deal with a particular point, address that point, and then move to the next point. And that's why I typically cut people off. It's not because I don't respect your opinion. Actually, usually when I cut you off, it's the exact opposite of that. Usually I'm trying to clarify or determine what exactly you're saying so that we can adequately and properly respond to what you're saying. But guess what? When you spend 5, 10, 15 fucking minutes talking, can't nobody adequately respond to what you're saying.
It definitely wasn't that long of a response, but I understand. Whatever floats your boat, I understand.
I do want to say something for you, ma'am. I do want to actually thank you for coming on and talking with us, although I am not quite certain of what your intentions are. I hope is what you say, that you just want to come on to learn. But you have exhibited some things in what you've explained from what we've all heard from women in our lives, women that we dated, our mothers, our aunts, women that we work with. A lot of the things that you guys say come from some place that is just inherently disingenuous about Black men, right? Now, I don't know if you intentionally do it, or, you just going off of what you feel, the whole trope. My sister's even told me this, and she's 7 years older than me. Most Black men are in jail. And I'm like, where? A lot of Black women believe that most Black men are in jail. A lot of Black women believe that most Black men aren't married. A lot of women believe that most Black men have kids everywhere. And it's just not true. More than 60% of the Black male population are either married or single with no kids.
And I'm going to cut you off, Truth Teller. I'm going to be the old part cutting you off. Because I'm going to ask her, where do you get this fallacious notion that most... Well, and I wish you had done that, because like I say, I'm cutting you off to get to that basic question. You had to present all that lead in. So the basic question, well, ask your question, Truth Teller.
Well, I was going to ask, when you guys say this stuff about him, where do you get it from? Who's telling you this? Are you looking it up? How do you come to these conclusions about your own men, but you say you're for your own men?
All that college education, you can't use a search bar. Crazy.
Come on now, let's be nice. Come on. Please give us an answer.
Well, you know what? Think about your answer to his question. Let me read these super chats, and then we're gonna go right into what your answer is. Shout out to Stack of Star. Thank you very much, my brother. He said Black Uru is the Yoda of the space, or to the space, I should say. And thank you for the super sticker, Solo Dolo. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Appreciate you very much, my brother. And shout out to Abuki Cabal. Thank you very much, my brother. He said, another magnificent show, Roger. Never change, bro. You know what? I'm going to do my best to stay the same in all the good areas, but the one thing we going to change is next week, y'all, 3-hour shows, okay? I'm going to keep saying that. Next week, 3-hour shows. If we got to do part 2, 3, 4, and 5, we'll do it. But 3
Roger,
hours.
I'm going to shoot you something under my government after this show, all right?
Oh, well, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Okay. Your world. You heard his question. You had a moment to think about what that answer is. Why do you have these thoughts toward Black men? Where is that coming from?
Well, I personally learned that Black Americans are actually incarcerated in prison 5 times more likely than what white men are. And that just comes from sensitive.org, sensitiveproject.org. But that's what I've personally learned.
Okay,
I'm sorry. So you thought the ratio to incarceration rate meant that most of us were in jail?
No, let's address what she previously said, Truth Teller.
Okay.
But to be specific, you said most Black men. Now that's not the same as some whatever so-called proportion to white men. You say most of the total number of Black men. Most of us are in prison. That's what you said.
Black Americans are incarcerated in state prisons nearly 5 times the rate of white Americans.
That is not the same as saying you got 10 Black men and 7 of them are in prison.
Okay.
That ain't got nothing to do with white men. That ain't got nothing to do with Asian men. They ain't got nothing to do with Middle Eastern men. They ain't got nothing to do with no other men. You said most Black men. Where does that statistic come from?
I just want to know how many degrees she got so I can laugh harder.
Please,
come on, y'all. Be nice.
Let her answer.
Let
Yeah,
her
let's not.
answer that
We're not gonna
question.
make fun of the lady. Okay, we not.
No, we're not. I'm not making fun. This is an important point here, Roger. Because when you say most brothers are in prison, you're saying most black men are in prison. Do you all understand what that statement means?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I wasn't talking about you, Black Crew. I was somebody
Yeah.
said something.
So I just want to know how you come up with that shit.
You have to understand all that information is posted and on the internet all the time. It's
Where
always
where
out.
is
That's
it
what's
posted that
promoted.
most black men are in prison? Show me
I
where
just
that
read
is.
it to that would be
No, you
citizenproject.org.
cited some comparison to white men. That is not the same as saying most black men are in prison. That's
Well,
not the
I
same.
didn't say
That's
that.
not
I
what
said
you're saying.
Black
You didn't
Americans are
say
most
there's a
white.
higher percentage or a higher proportion of black men in prison than white men. Hell, I would agree with you. There's a higher percentage or proportion of black men in prison than white men. Now,
Okay.
why that exists is a different conversation.
Yeah,
But I
absolutely.
wouldn't disagree with that point. What I'm saying is that's a very different point than saying the majority of black men, because that's what you're saying. The majority of black men are in prison.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a very
Hold on,
damning
I didn't say that.
hold on,
No,
y'all.
you
Hold on,
said
y'all.
most. You said most.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. Real quick. Okay. And the reason, and Black Rule is saying this to you. Now I'm doing just a quick little Google search. How many black men live in America? That answer it came up 19.91 million. Now, BGS did something not too long ago, giving close to an exact answer on how many black men are in prison. That number, I believe, was 785,000. Okay, so you're talking about 785,000 men out of 19.91 million. We're not talking nowhere near close. We're not even talking
I mean,
about.
that's got to be in the range of 4% or whatever.
It's closer to 10. It's like 9.
8, yeah, 8, 9.
No, seven divided by 19. That can't be no more than 4 or 5.
Well, 785,000.
About
So you're not
8.
even talking about
Out
1
of
million.
19 million, that can't be no more than 4%. If you
And
just
it's
divide those numbers.
19.91 million. So you're closer to 20 million.
Yeah.
And 785,000
Close to
ain't
800.
close to anything when you're talking about close to 20
So it
million.
can't be no more than about 4%,
Okay.
5, whatever.
It's not most. We know it's not most.
Yeah, so
It's not
I
even
mean,
half.
and I'm just saying, because look, when you say most brothers are in prison, you're making a hell of a statement about black men.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a potent effect of you and other black women saying that.
Okay.
It's a very potent effect. It's a damnable presentation of black men. And the fact that black women who
Well,
are supposed
don't
to
you
be
guys
our
think that this is
sisters,
the way I'm
let me
sorry, go
finish,
ahead.
supposed to be our sisters and our mothers and the people we're supposedly going to have families with, the fact that you would say that boldly and unapologetically, that's a very damnable thing that you do.
Okay.
Could you
You
state the
have to
statement you were
understand
about to say, ma'am?
America promotes you guys that way. You have to understand that doesn't just come out of air. That is how you guys are promoted.
Can I
hold on a
let me
second.
respond to that. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that,
Mrs.
please.
Z, Mrs. Z, I'm
Okay.
about to get you, Mrs. Z, but
Okay.
This is what I'm saying, y'all. That's why I say I do believe she said what she believed. And yes, American propaganda will tell you most of us are in jail. That is very true. And really, they're talking about prison, not jail, because it's a difference between prison and jail. So I believe she believed that. I definitely believe she believed that. Okay. So that's why I try to give women some level of grace. I definitely believe she believed that. Because unless I actually start reading stuff for myself, I would believe in a lot of nonsense too. The fortunate thing about me is my parents told me to go read stuff and then come start drawing your own conclusion based on the information you read. Look at who's giving you the information. See if it's a credible source. See if what they're saying actually makes sense. Does it make sense to the time they say it's happening? Do the best you can to make sense out of what's being told to you. So I know that most black men ain't in prison, or at the end of the day, most black men that I've ever known would not be available for me to talk to right now because most of them would be in prison. So I knew it couldn't be true just off the eye test, plus a lot of other things. But Mr. Z, since I have you here, and I've already said, you know what? Shout out to Concrete Rose of the Breakdown of Women's Perspective. Hey, Concrete, how you doing, sister? Always appreciate you. You know that. I hope you know that. even though we still gonna, we gonna forever be enemies at the end of the day in a nice way, but we gonna,
Hysterical.
but no, I rock with Concrete. I rock with Concrete very heavy. She just don't know it, how much I actually rock with her.
You love her from a safe and comfortable distance.
She's my first frenemy. She's my first frenemy. You know what I'm saying?
I know enough about Concrete to know why y'all would be frenemies. So go ahead.
All right. Well, she said it's a white supremacist talking point, and it is a white supremacist talking point. And not for you to get offended, but I said it multiple times. Black women are white supremacists. They do believe in white supremacist talking points. It's just real. That's who they are. They believe in whatever white supremacy is promoting, and they roll with it. And they don't care enough to even see if it's true. And that's just what it is at the end of the day, because we live in an information age. But Mrs. Z, since I now got you up here, I promoted that you would be doing a show at 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. So rather than come to my show, because I'm about 98% sure that I'm not going to do a show tomorrow morning, the people are coming to your show. So boom, now I'm trying to put you on the record, brother. You hosting the show tomorrow, or that they can come to, right?
You see how they do you? Yeah, no, I'm hosting tomorrow. I'm hosting tomorrow.
So if you're not already tuned in, if you're not already subscribed to Mr. Z, please put your link in the description so people can subscribe. Well, matter of fact, I'll go find it right now and do it for you. Go ahead and say what you want to say, my brother.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for having me up, Raj. Look, I'm glad the young lady said what she said, because it just shows what's happened for the past few decades, where a lot of the rhetoric from Black women went unchallenged, right? It went and that's why you can say the majority or the most Black men are in jail or in prison. You can say that because it went unchecked for decades, and you even had a couple of Black men that said it too, right? So you can say it, but we live in a new day, right? You see how quick we was able to look that up and say, yeah, and it just speaks to, like Raj was saying, Black women being allowed to use white racist talking points, and like C Rose said, white racist talking points, anti-Black talking points, couch it as some type of my truth or the truth or just stating facts, right? And it's 100% false. And when you made that comment, what were you even attempting to get at? What was the flow of the conversation to even say that so flippantly? That's a real question.
Well, it's not necessarily in a flippantly. It's just basically what I have actually known and experienced. That's what I see. So that's actually what was taught all the way around. And I think, like you just said, you can go ahead and attest to that and say that that's true.
No,
however,
but you say you've known and experienced, but we just proved that wasn't true. So it's not something you knew; it's something
you
felt.
just stated another fact, but
it's
hold on, Mrs.
it's
Z,
not
one
what
second.
you go ahead.
One second, Mrs. Z. Your world, are you saying you be kicking it with them gangsters like that? Is that what you're saying?
no, absolutely not.
Well, you said you experienced. You said you experienced.
People going to jail doesn't make them gangsters all the time. Honestly, people go to jail for everything.
That lawyer got shot by a drug dealer boyfriend in Atlanta, though.
Wait. Let's see this.
I'm
Wait a
not
minute.
from
Wait a minute.
Atlanta.
So you're saying even with what everyone just said over the past 5 or so minutes, are you still saying the majority or most Black men are in prison?
No, sir.
Are you still
I'm not
standing to that?
No, I'm
Okay.
not saying that.
Okay.
So when you say you know or experience, then what you said? So you just said you know or experienced. We just
Yes,
said
I did.
differently. So
wait, hold on. I think we need to get some context from her. So
go ahead.
There was basically 3 questions I wanted to ask you before you answer his question, right? That'll give us some clarification. I heard a little northeastern accent in something you just said a second ago. So are you from New York?
No, I'm not from New York.
What part? Tri-state area?
No. I said I'm not.
Well,
Jersey,
are you from the tri-state area though?
Yeah.
I'm from Maryland.
Oh, close enough.
Okay, so okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
when
next
Charles
question.
them people, go ahead.
Where are your peoples from?
Maryland.
All Maryland.
All Maryland.
We're going back to slave days. Both sides?
If You want to know something? I don't think I've ever gotten the opportunity to ask my parents that far, but to be honest, from my understanding, where I've seen my generations all the way up to where my great grandparents were, it was all Maryland. Like majority of my family is Maryland, Baltimore, PG, all of that.
All right.
Okay, hold on. This Roger stepping in. Roger stepping in. And
Thank you.
this is why this is what I want us to do as people. We have to start doing the best we can to be as truthful, even with ourselves, as possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that you didn't have an opportunity to ask, unless these people died. And I'm not asking about your personal life like that. The thing is, we didn't care enough to ask. There's certain things that come up about my family, and I had to accept that I didn't care enough to ask. I know what happened to my family. I know both sides of my family come through slavery. I know where slavery took them to. Why I'm in Chicago, the whole enchilada. But before I found that out, I had to accept that I never cared enough to ask. We in the information age, y'all. If we don't know it, it's because we don't care. Not enough to know it. But go ahead.
I don't disagree. So, the one more question I was going to ask in regards to just black men in general. And you said this earlier, that black women had to take up the torch as far as leading the community. So, do you believe black women are to blame for the situation our community is in right now, present?
Can I ask what you mean by the situation now? So, if you don't mind giving me some examples.
Sure. Our boys read at a 5th grade reading level at best. Graduation rate from high school is far cry from what it is from other groups in our country. We're not healthy. On the whole, we still make less money than everybody else except Hispanic folks.
Mm-hmm.
Black women specifically are on average $400 in debt, even though they claim they upgrading. Black men average about $41,000 a year. Black women average about 37. Our marriage rate is in the toilet. Most of our women are single mothers. Most of them are overweight, and most of them are obese.
Mm-hmm.
Black women are the most depressed of any women compared in current history since we've been tracking it. Most of them are on meds.
Okay, I get it. I completely understand 100%. And yes, I do believe that we do play a role in that. So I don't disagree with you guys when I say that, but I don't think we're alone in that factor.
What's the percentage
that doesn't make
rate of the role you
Roger.
play?
That don't make sense.
No.
If I'm a,
I get, hold on.
Yeah, let Roger go.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna answer this, and then I'm gonna give it to you, Dalia. What is the percentage you think the women play in that role?
Just remember who's the leader of the community the last 50 years.
So-called backbone.
Probably about 40%, 30.
Who? How does a leader only 40% responsible for the outcome?
That's our answer. We gonna accept it. I'm gonna give
but
it to
that don't make
Dalia.
Roger. That's what I was going to ask. Because I was going to ask something similar. That doesn't make sense. Because Truth Teller was saying it because, I mean, if you CEO of a company and you a leader, you got to take responsibility for everything, the good and the bad.
Pretty much.
So if you
there is
fail,
no partial responsibility.
So if you fail, it's all on you. Now, if I'm a CEO of a company and I'm dating a lady, well, excuse me, if I'm a CEO of a company, let me take that back. If I'm a CEO of a company and my vice president leaves me 5-10 years ago, I can't blame my vice president that my company is fucked up right now, who left 5-10 years ago. It doesn't make sense. Like, here's what's happening. Globally, everyone is seeing why black people are fucked up. Period. You can't say you're the most educated and your children can't read at a normal level. However, if you take a white single mother and she has a black child, that black child does just fine like any other normal human being in America.
Okay.
Period. If that black child has an Asian mother, black child goes off and does just fine in school and education, on with their life. It's only when it's black women that there's an issue with the motherdom part. and the productivity of said children. So again, if you are leading something, then you got to take full responsibility. You can't blame. I guess that's literally like anybody else who runs a company or a manager who's blaming everybody else in her department why her department ain't productive. It all falls back on you. That's the whole point about leadership. You take full responsibility regardless, but you also get all the glory if everything goes well.
And now,
It's
let me say
it's
this real
the
quick.
and here's the last point I'm
Now,
going to say.
hold on, real
Okay, I'm
quick,
sorry.
real quick. And first of all, to the super chat, thank you to Ty Pan. He said, "Truth teller thinks like a lawyer, very smart brother." And
Yeah.
I gotta say, my apology to Zab in the back. Okay, Zab, I'm not gonna let you on. I'm gonna close this out at the 7-hour mark. So I'm closing the panel. The only person I will give some privilege to it. I mean, well, if you an elder in the privileged position, y'all know who y'all are. You can, if Concrete Rose want to come up, of course she always can, because we are frenemies. So you can come up anytime you want. But Zab, I'm closing the panel. Anybody else who wants to join right now, I'm closing the panel. It's finna be 7 hours, y'all. I did 10 hours
Concrete, you should
yesterday.
come on up.
But that's my last point I wanted to make, and here's the craziest part to me, and this is what's killing these white supremacists. This is what's killing these white boys, and this is what's killing these black women who own these white supremacists. It's called reading. The one thing y'all never should have done is let a nigga read. I mean, for real, because y'all had the narrative locked down. Right? But the sheer fact that black men can take these studies and break these things down and look at all the numbers, right? And then present a narrative, like I said before. It's one thing to say 80% of black women got children under wedlock. It actually makes you think black men out here got 80% of black men got children. But as an average, we don't. And so the narrative is education. Now you're seeing where you're going. Well, black men commit the most violent crimes. How many violent crimes are committed a year? I don't know, maybe 5,000. Okay, how many were committed back in 1990s? Like 20,000. Oh, so you mean crime rates now? And if you remove 5 cities, black people all across America are great.
No, don't remove 5 cities. You can look in, like I say, the city of Chicago, and most of those in a city
regulate
that has
to like 2 neighborhoods.
55 neighborhoods. You're talking about 5 fucking neighborhoods.
Yeah. I apologize. You're right. Yeah. It's crazy to me how people want to use talking points, but don't want to actually tell the truth. They say they're telling the truth, but you're not telling the truth. You're not. You know
it's
what I mean?
propaganda, though. They live
exactly.
in, and this is what we have to be honest with. This is why y'all hear me speak the way I do. We allow, well, not even we. Black women let white society put their thumb on the scales in a back and forth between black men. And they've been running that narrative for the past 50 years. And like They Live just said, y'all fucked up because y'all let us read and we got the internet now. And you can run the same narrative you've been running for the past 50 years. That waiting to excel and color purple shit is out the window now. And y'all don't know what to do.
I blame it on BGS.
It's that simple.
I blame it on BGS ass.
Let me point out.
We ain't gonna let Black Uru throw his baby boomer brother under the bus. No, you a boomer too. If he under the bus, you under the bus. Go ahead.
Hold on a second. I second that motion, but I'd like to volunteer another candidate.
Hey, let me point out something. Let me point out something real simple. I'm sure you guys noticed it, but it's she said the talking point that most black men are in jail, and after several black men on this panel that actually looked it up, did the research, and just disavowed that statement. She did not just retract her statement and say, "Yo, I stand corrected." So that's where the disingenuousness comes from. It's like, hey, you know what? I retract that statement. I stand corrected. I'm wrong, and I will never repeat that again. You did not hear that come out of her mouth.
Okay. That's why I'm sure you guys have heard me cite before the intellectual dishonesty.
And it's look here, and her man ain't apologizing either. Look, you live on this mess. I went to private school. I know you people. I know them people through and through. They ain't gonna apologize until it's rubbed in the face. Plain and simple, right? So here's the rubbing in the
the
face.
issue with black men that we always have is we can't punish them for their intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah.
See,
That's
that's the
fine.
problem. See, look, if a black woman goes out here and does a whole bunch of lying and deceiving about a white man, he gonna punish her.
Yeah.
They are going to collectively punish her.
Mhm.
But because we don't have the levers of power and control in this society, when they engage in just wholesale slander and libel and propaganda on us for generations, and we can't punish them, then they just continue to do it over and over and again. And then white people will use that as a basis to justify the evils
I
they
want to address
on
that
white
with this
people.
comment.
Facts. All
Well,
the
I want
hold
while,
on,
Black
hold on.
all the
Hey,
while.
hey, hold on. I'll get the flow to They Live, then Mr. Z, and I
yeah,
got
because I
a
want to
super
address
chat.
this comment when you read it.
I just going to
Okay,
make a thing.
I'm
All the while, you're going to a white dude's home, and he got a phone book, and he got and if you go to a white neighborhood, Home Depot or Lowe's, you can't find no rope and duct tape on the house.
okay.
Mm.
Now, well, I'll let Mrs. Z address this comment, but after that, I got a super chat that I got to get to. Nicole
Okay.
Jones says a group of men blaming women for a community they should be leading. They should be leading is pathetic. Now I'm gonna tell you what's the actual pathetic part. Nicole, I'm 100% sure. Well, you know what? I'll give you 99. I'll give you 99. I'm 100% sure you're an unmarried woman saying that we should be leading y'all, and you're not under a man's leadership, which means
You're
you the problem
unled.
in the first place. Okay, you're the problem. If you look at your statement, a group of men blaming women for a community they should be leading is pathetic. If you believe that, you
Who as your
need to
leader?
have a husband so you won't be the blame. The problem in the black community for the most part is we got a bunch of women who refuse leadership of men so the community will be fine. So if you're an unmarried black woman, basically you're part of the problem. It's not all of y'all for sure, but it's a very high percentage of y'all that's the problem. Because, yeah, there's some of y'all that we gonna marry. We're gonna approve of y'all. We're gonna bring y'all into the fold. Some of y'all are doing what y'all supposed to do, but it ain't very many of y'all. And we can tell because the marriage rates are so low. If you were better women, you would have been picked. Point blank, period. Go ahead and say what you want to say, Mrs. Z, then I'm gonna read the super chat.
You know, it's almost as if I just didn't say that y'all colluded with white society. Like you make this comment after I said, like I just said it. They're not like going to back what Black Uru said. The intellectual dishonesty, right? Black, you will have black women simultaneously admitted that they went along with white feminists with the BS because we didn't build Wakanda, and then at the same time chastise black men for air quotes not leading. Wait, but you admitted that you sabotaged the whole black community with white racist feminists so that you could be in the leadership position, and you didn't let us off a cliff. So
Black,
which one is it?
Mr. Z.
Either
What?
real quick. Either you're leading us off the cliff, and
Mm-mm.
that's your fault for the sabotage, or it's our fault for what letting you sabotage the community and leading us off a cliff. What?
Okay, now we're gonna hold
You're
right there.
the community.
I'm gonna read this super chat. I'm gonna
Go
read this
ahead.
super chat. Savant88, thank you very much, my brother. He says this is so intriguing as to why this lady would even mention that we were portrayed by the world as jailhouse dwellers, vagabonds. That is a mere
I think it's real
perception.
slow that you guys act like you don't see
What?
that.
What? Hold on.
They
Hold on. Hold
create
on.
documentaries about
Hold on.
all
Your
of the
word. Just hold, let me finish reading it.
they
Let me finish
create
reading it.
documentaries about you
Yo,
guys.
just let me
You're telling
finish
me
reading
nobody
it.
looks at it?
Let me finish reading it. Then you can say that. Just let me finish reading it. That is mere perception. Remove the veneer. Keep it real. Okay. Now, and let me say this too. Look, I don't mind women complaining about black men at all if they got a husband. I think women should be able to say something to their husband about how the community needs to move and what he should be doing to help the community be better. Yeah, a wife can say that to a husband. A husband's going to consider what the wife says. We're going to move things in a better way and with our wives in mind. But when you are a woman who ain't got a husband and you talking about the community, you don't have a foot to stand on because you don't respect leadership
based off the proof that you have no husband. You have to volunteer to be under a man's leadership. If you didn't volunteer to be under a man's leadership, you can't blame black men. Point blank, period. You can't blame men that you're not following, because that means they're not your leader. And most of the black community, when it comes to the women, are not following the man. So you're automatically wrong by saying it's something to do with men's leadership. Get under men's leadership, then you can say all day long how the community is bad under men. You can start pointing out all the problems you want to, as long as you got a leader that you can point to as well. And shout out to Marvelous Cousin, who says, I'm in Louisiana and white boys is broke down here. Okay. And that's for the comparison of the money. And thank you to Alpha Male Syndrome, who says these divestors getting their talking points from their white zaddy. And I'm going to stress again, y'all got to understand, especially when new people come here, they've heard American propaganda at the end of the day. That's why I believe she believed what she said. If you've been hearing that your whole life, you never cared enough to actually look into it, of course you're going to say that.
But Roger, she's not new here.
No, she says, well, she says this. She told me she was
she
new.
has a distinct accent. She's not new. She's been in this space for at least 5 years, minimum. You're not new.
I'm not gonna challenge her on that. She said she knew.
I
I'm
don't. Well,
accepting what she said.
if you want to come up here and lie, you can lie.
You know
But I bet that white boy. But here's the thing. But I bet that white boy won't get on. Hold on a second. But I bet that white boy won't get on this panel.
Hey, Roger, let me just hop in real quick so I get
Okay.
out of
Well, you know what? Shout out to Justin Murch for the super chat. Appreciate you, my brother. Donnie, you got it. Donnie is a habitual line stepper, if y'all don't know, so he had privilege to come up anytime he want to. Go ahead, Donnie.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of comment on her statement about black men being incarcerated, X, Y, Z. Yeah, I mean that's really a Fox News talking point. It reeks of white supremacy. But some people don't know better, like you said. There's a sister named Michelle Alexander who actually talks about this in great detail.
Facts.
And basically it's racial disparities. It's not, when people present that and they make that statement, they try to make it seem as if little black boys are born with a gun and a mask in their hand, which is completely not true. It's just racial disparities. You have white cops going into black neighborhoods, fucking with black people when they're not even assigned to that neighborhood. If black people do get into the criminal justice system, they are unfairly treated all the way throughout the process. Another thing to add is we do have a lot of black people on papers, not just incarcerated. So when you have black people on papers, probation, parole, things like that, all of that accounts for the incarceration rate, quote unquote, because they kind of just all throw it in there all together. I said all that to say black people aren't just out here creating crimes. And when people make that statement, it just really comes from a place of ignorance, in my opinion. But let me get up out of here. Y'all have a great day.
Donnie, before you go, Donnie, I think we need to make some distinction because you say black people.
Thank you, Donnie.
And this is a black, I have a problem. I think we got to hold people responsible for what they believe about their own people. What does it mean?
What's that?
What does it mean when a so-called black woman believes that most black men are prisoners? What level of disconnection from reality? Because it's one thing for white people or Fox News or skinheads or the Ku Klux Klan to say and believe these things, because we know why they're going to say those things, because it advocates a particular position that they choose to believe and act accordingly to. But what does it mean when black women who supposedly want to be our wives and our mother of our children actually say, and for whatever reason believe, the inanity that most black men are in prison? What does
virtue
that mean?
signaling? It's virtue signaling for white. I'm sorry, Donnie, but it's he asked you the question. Actually, go ahead, go answer it. I'll go after you. I'm sorry.
I see it as perfect programming. That they were programming. They were programmed perfectly to the white supremacist specifications. That's really the only way I see it. If you look at it, everything they've been feeding the black women is to be our enemy.
I think you're being too kind and courteous to them.
Me too.
I think you.
Me too. I want to answer that too. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Stop.
They are the most educated after all.
To me, saying this program is like saying, "Fucking, I'm looking in the sky, and obviously the sky is blue, but I'm saying it's purple because I was so-called programmed to believe it was purple, when I'm actually looking at a fucking blue sky." And that's the same way I view this issue. I don't give a fuck what white people have programmed Black women to believe, but then to actually believe and say that the majority of Black men are prisoners, they're out of their fucking minds. No matter how
Well, let me read the super chat real quick. Kind of goes with this. Savant88, thank you very much, my brother. He says, yes, American propaganda, remove the veneer. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. And shout out to Alpha Male Syndrome again. Thank you so much.
We heard the same programming. We didn't believe it.
What I've said,
I'm gonna get to that, Black Guru. I'm gonna get to that.
Yeah, and I have said before that you got to start holding people accountable for what they do and what they believe. Alpha Male Syndrome says someone asked her who raised all these men in prison.
Wait, I don't. Before we get to that question, because I don't want to go veer off too much. Look, it's virtue signaling for white men. It's virtue signaling for white men. We got to be honest about what a lot of Black women are on. This is another reason. Okay, let's go with that. We already know that it's a lie, but okay, let's go with the whole Black women are the most educated group of people in America. Okay, fine. And those places that you go to be educated, indoctrinated, they're called institutions. So you're institutionalized. So you're institutionalized by the people that run the society, which are white people, white racist people. So you're being institutionalized by white racist people, and you virtue signal to them in academia, in the media, in print, by throwing Black men under the bus, insulting Black men, and trying to essentially class your way, air quotes, class your way out of being Black. And how you do that is by saying you either use intersectionality. So I'm a Black woman. I'm not just Black. I'm a Black woman, or I'm a Black LGBTQ woman. And all of these ways are virtue signaling to white people, white men in particular, that you're not like them niggas over there. And that's all it is. That's all this. Yeah, y'all go to prison more. White men come save me. Yeah, y'all beat up on us. White men come save me. Y'all not in college that much. White men come save me. I'm better than these niggas. All it is white men come save me. Come save me from this label of being Black. And that's okay if Black women want to do that. I just wish y'all would be honest about the shit. That's always what it is. Just be honest that y'all trying to run. Go ahead.
Mr. Z, here's Mr. Z. Here's, go ahead.
On the point of Roger's show today, what do you think is more damaging to Black men? White women saying that most Black men are in prison, or Black women saying most Black men are in prison?
You see what I'm saying?
Who do you think is more damaging?
Well, here's the thing, the Black Guru. This is the best
More damaging.
Yeah.
What do you think is more damaging for Black men? That white women would say that, or Black women would say that?
Oh, it's Black women. Look here. This I was gonna say. I was at a breakfast with a
No,
white
hold
woman,
on. Can we let her say? Can we let her answer?
Oh,
I like. Yeah, that's actually yeah. Let her answer. Yeah. That's a good question.
I'm sorry. Was he talking to me?
Yeah, he just asked a question of what do you believe is most damaging to men? A Black woman saying that most Black men are in prison, or a white woman saying that most Black men are in prison?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think the statement is necessarily damaging. Just like you guys already said, it's basically false statement, correct?
Well, hold on.
You don't think making a false statement about the men in your race is damaging?
Hold on, wait. Can I ask why every single time I talk, all 5 or 8 of you guys decide to attack instead of acting like gentlemen and explaining
I asked you a question.
It's a perfect time to do it. Like, try to explain it. You have somebody that's willing to listen. Try it.
You're losing the argument.
Condescending 101. Go ahead, miss.
Come on, guys. Come on. Let her answer. Go ahead. What were you saying, ma'am?
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Was she talking to us?
Yeah, I was talking to you guys.
That was funny.
I'm simply saying that I don't think the statement is necessarily damaging. I think it's false advertisement is what you guys are saying. So
okay.
I guess
right.
because I'm
going to
Black Rule,
interrupt you for a
what I'm
moment.
saying.
I'm
I
going to
always get
interrupt
caught
you
off
for
in
a
this, and you
moment.
guys expect me to act calm. I don't get that.
Black women
I'm
can
going
cut
to interrupt
anybody
you
off.
for a
That's how it
moment
But
to
goes.
black
prove the
women
point.
better shut up, right? I don't get that.
No, no, no,
Let
no,
me
no.
get at least
Just let him
1
talk.
minute.
Let him talk.
You
He's gonna let
made your
you.
statement. You made your statement. You made your response, and now
I
you're
made a
responding.
sentence and you're about to go.
Come on, man. Don't do that. Just
Hey,
hear him out,
okay,
please.
all right.
I've been hearing y'all for 25
I
minutes.
lived through the 70s and 80s and 90s of talk shows where black woman after black woman after black woman got on those shows and declared that all the black men or most of the black men were criminals in jail, were drug dealers, all that kind of stuff. That stuff definitely affected policy, definitely affected law, definitely affected judge decisions, court decisions, in some cases, even custody decisions. If you don't believe that propaganda and those lies about what black men were or were not doing did not have an effect on the lives and the quality of lives of black men, you're grossly ignorant
No,
about how
I'm
the
not.
country
You want to
actually
know what
works.
the issue is? Can I ask you guys a question very quickly? How many of you guys have daughters on this panel?
I do.
I have
How
two
many of
adult
you
daughters.
guys have taken the time to descriptively explain that to your daughters?
I have.
I have.
I mean, all
I
the
know that's a
time. I mean,
lie.
what are you talking about?
I've
I
been
think
married
you're
for
on the
20
wrong
years.
panel, ma'am, because you don't know who
How
you're
old is your
talking to.
daughter?
You're wrong panel.
Hey, hold on one
No, or
second.
not. I mean, it doesn't
Hold on
apply,
one
so I'm
second.
not offended.
No.
But
Your world. I understand why you asked the question, and it would make sense in a
well,
lot of other panels.
because I'm curious.
But
I have to know where you're coming
I
from
understand
because
that, and
these
we're
statistics,
okay.
I don't
Oh,
see them.
ma'am, I understand you've been given propaganda. I've said that multiple times. We get that you got the propaganda and you roll with the propaganda, and you don't know this stuff because you never researched it. We get that, okay? But you asked the question. You're talking the very man you were talking to has daughters, and
Two
there's other
daughters,
men on the panel
adults.
with daughters.
He doesn't have two daughters. He has two daughters who are successfully married off to two men.
That's
Well,
great.
one's
One's
about
about
to
to
be
be
Well,
married.
the
The
other one,
other
she
is
getting there.
still
You she
unsettled.
getting there.
That's
They on the
great.
path.
But
They on the path. And there's some girls I deal with, and I explain all this stuff, and they ain't even my kids. Okay, so I understand that question would mean something somewhere else. Here, it ain't gonna hold a lot of weight because
Nice
we're the
try.
men that actually take care of our children.
George, this is the question I got. Here's what the problem that I
But
got.
before you ask the question, let me say this. Now, the reason I highlighted this is from another woman who said the exact same thing the
Exactly.
other woman said. So
They cranked him
that's
out of the factory.
yeah, she
You
said a
guys
group.
see, I guess you guys don't understand when it comes from a woman's perspective, just like this, where you guys are stating all of this information. This is where that leadership role comes into play. And this is where you guys left women lost, if you ask me. If black men would have taken the time, just like you said you did with your daughters, to sit me down and explain that to me instead of other things, that type of stuff would have been
Madam, think
beneficial to
about
me.
Well,
think
If you
about
guys
what you're
are
saying. Wait,
if
wait,
you
wait, 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 wait. Let me
understand
let
what
me
you
let me
guys
say.
are
Let me
on,
saying,
guys.
absolutely, I
Go
Guys,
accept
ahead,
what you
guys,
Raj.
guys are
Raj,
saying.
go
I
ahead.
hey,
really,
hold
I
on,
really believe as leaders, if
hold
you
on,
guys would have taught that to
Ma-
your guys women, if I would have been brought up that type of stuff up to me, I would have
ma'am.
took the time to listen because I love to hear about it. But that's just personally me.
Okay,
However, if you guys are teaching this
Raj, I
to
gotta
your
address that
daughters,
after you.
awesome. That's amazing. I agree. That's awesome. But at the end of the day, not everybody got that same experience though. But I also didn't know you guys were a panel of married men as well. So I understand your perspective. Now that kind of changes it just a tiny bit.
no,
But you guys also see it from a different perspective than with
no,
that being said.
not all of us are married. I said we're the type of men
Oh,
that take
excuse
care
me.
of their children. Not all of us are
Mm-hmm.
married though. I said the very man you were talking to is married with two daughters, and that
Okay,
was black
just the
who
one. Okay.
that you was talking to.
So
Now,
then the other guys.
truth teller is
What
also
he's
married as well, and he
I'm
takes
not
care of his children as
married, but
Okay,
well.
so then the other guys.
what I'm saying is
He's
I'm
not
not
included
married.
then. We don't
What
he's not.
y'all
Huh?
hold on, because I'm trying to address this and get it off my screen. Okay, this is what I'm saying. This other woman, this ain't the woman who said this the first time when I lit it up.
This is
Okay,
another one.
but this
Mm-hmm.
woman said the exact same thing with the exact same verbiage. A group of men blaming women for a community they should be leading. The other woman said the exact same thing. Not close to the same thing, not
The
similar,
exact same
exact
words, the
same
exact
thing.
same way.
So guess what? This is probably another, I'm 99% sure this is another unmarried woman talking about y'all should be leading
and who is supposed to be leading you? Your husband, right? So you can't say anything about the leadership of black men when you don't have a husband. You're out of qualification to even speak about leadership. If you believe black men are supposed to be a leader, then some black man somewhere you should have
Should be
accepted
leading you.
his leadership. Point
Yeah.
blank, period. You
Okay.
look like idiots saying that. You really do.
What to try? I
No,
want
you don't.
Real quick,
No, you
because I
don't.
want to wait, y'all,
No, you
because I wanted
don't.
to address
Just
this.
putting it out there. You don't look like an
Wait,
idiot.
y'all, like,
You
because
look like a
I want to,
woman. You don't. You're not an idiot. Don't
ma'am,
fall for
kid,
that shit. Fuck that.
if this is
Oh,
one
excuse
of
me.
this is one of the issues we have, and I find it interesting because you don't know how old Black Uru is. Do you know what it sounds like telling someone Black Uru's age that a black man in America should have to explain the plight of black men to black women in America? You think about what you're saying historically. That a black man should have to be explaining the plight of black men and to black women that he's in community with, that he goes to church with, goes to school with, listen to the same music with, watch the same television shows with.
Y'all guys don't
Think
do that
about, just
though.
think.
That's the issue.
Do,
You're
do you
not.
you're
It's not
saying it
like
again?
that
You don't even
anymore.
realize what I'm saying.
It's not. I do realize what you're
It's
saying. I do, but
astonishing
you
that
should.
you
Wait,
don't
wait, wait.
know,
Let
ma'am.
us talk.
You
Let us
really
talk.
don't
Let us
realize
You
what
talk.
I'm
should move
saying.
on and let the
Go ahead.
next
Let us talk.
person yell because you
Everybody,
keep
No,
going
everybody.
like you're real
everybody,
emotional. Like you should just move on to the
everybody
next
stop,
person.
everybody stop. We not gonna turn this into an argument.
You should go
Honestly,
woosah for about 20 seconds and come back.
honestly, look. If we listen to what she said, I get her perspective. At the end of the day, her perspective actually says her father failed. But from explaining this to her, he was supposed to be the man that set her down and explained this stuff to her. That's her father's failure at the end of the day. If we listen to her perspective, it makes all the sense in the world. If a man has to coach his children, I've said many times, a parent's job is to make sure the child no longer needs them. So if a child needs to be told that, it's their father's job to tell them.
Well, I mean, you never stop learning.
No, ma'am.
You
This
have to
ain't
be
this
told
is not an
stuff later
argument.
on in a job. That's not considered
Ma'am.
failure.
He's
That's
explaining your
considered
point of view.
Hold
learning.
on, y'all.
Like
Ma'am,
that's the problem.
No, your world. I accept what you said. You said
I don't.
men need to teach their daughters
That's
this.
cool.
And if men need to teach their daughter this, who's the man that's supposed to do it? It's supposed to be the girl's
But you guys
father.
have to understand, not everybody has their father. Some
No,
But
people's
that's
fathers
that's
die.
That's what
that's the
At the
Roger's
end
point.
saying.
of the day,
Okay, that's what
it's
Roger's
off of
saying. That's what
experience,
he's
off
saying.
of people that you meet,
Just
regardless, and some of that
ma'am,
comes
hold
soon,
on.
and some of that
Wow.
comes later.
Ma'am, just hold on one
Wow.
sec, because I don't want to do this in a hostile manner. Okay, I don't want to do this in a hostile manner.
I'm not hostile.
The whole point is the father is supposed to sit down with his daughter and explain this stuff so she will have understanding of it. Which is why I gave a parameter as a leader of the community. Women should not be having children with men unless they're going to be under that man's roof. So things like that can be done the way they should be done. That's
Facts.
something you disagree with.
That I
And
didn't
whatever
say
your
I
reason
disagree. I
is.
said I agreed with you
But
actually when you
Roger,
asked me
here's
No,
that
no, no,
question.
But
no.
here's
So don't switch
Roger.
my
Hold on a second. Let
words,
me get that
please.
Z.
No, no,
but
hold
here's
on.
the problem. They
Hey,
live.
I
hold
agreed
Okay,
with
go
on.
you
ahead.
when you said that.
Hold
I
on,
said
hold
that.
on, hold
You
on,
didn't
hold
agree.
on,
You
hold
didn't
on.
agree.
I
No,
did.
you
You
did
did
not agree
not.
because
I did.
when I
Wow.
asked you,
I
when I
You
did.
did
Why
asked
not.
wouldn't
you,
you?
man, when I asked you, is it a woman's fault who doesn't have a child in that situation? You said no, it's not her fault. So you don't agree because those two things have to go together. They cannot not go together. You cannot have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and if you don't have the peanut butter included, or if you don't have the jelly included, or the bread is not included. Some things just can't be separated and still be that thing. You can't separate
Okay.
the bread from peanut butter and jelly and still say it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You cannot remove the peanut butter and still call it the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You remove something, which means you don't actually agree. And when I asked you about it, after clarifying that to you, you said, I don't agree. You literally said that. Now, let me read my super chat, and then I'll let you say what you want to say, and I'll let Mr. Z say what he want to say. Okay? Well, I'll let Donnie come in if he wants to say something, but let me just read the super chat real quick.
Yeah.
Top Pan says they only invoke that belief when you condemn their affinity for Pookie. Black men need to delineate genuine beliefs versus feigned ignorance and excuses. Well, y'all know my thing is no excuse should matter. Point blank. Period. None should matter.
Donnie, do you mind if I say this real quick? Because it's not. This is, and let me say it this way, ma'am. The issue I have with this type of rhetoric is
We
black
still
women
got
always reserve the right to play plausible deniability. They will burn down a house on purpose and claim, "Oh, I didn't know it was flammable. Oops." Right? So the issue is that if black men and black women had real issues, black women decided to go in the direction of white racists and regurgitate white racist feminist talking points from first wave feminism and from white racist landowners and slavers back to them about black men. That was the decision many black women made. And now that black women are dealing with those consequences decades later with their daughters and granddaughters, and sometimes great granddaughters, now they're playing plausible deniability. The daughters are playing plausible deniability. The issue we have here is when you make a calculated choice to go left, you got to eat that choice to go left. What black women are saying is, I didn't go left. And if when you see black men responding the way they do, it's because we see you lying. When women were chastising, and this goes especially to the brothers 40 and older that saw this on talk shows and stuff. This is what Black Uber was telling you. When black men saw black women overtly chastising and belittling them all through the media for decades, and then for them and their daughters to now pretend like they didn't know what they were
Does
doing,
anybody else
that's
have a
why you
point?
see the energy I'm giving you right now. Is the well,
Mrs. Z,
we
you're
didn't
missing
know, and you
Mrs.
should
Z.
have explained it to
I mean,
us.
don't get
Go
me
ahead,
wrong.
go ahead. I'm
He's
listening.
Mrs.
he's
Z, you're
just
missing the point.
unentertaining. He's not.
Hold on a second, Mrs. Z, you're missing the point. Here's
Go
the
ahead.
issue. At the end of the day, if she's ultimately going to say it's her father's fault, or most black women are going to say it's their father's
Of
fault for
course.
not teaching them things, then ultimately the person who has the ultimate blame
It's a
is
question.
the ultimate blame is the mother, because she picked the loser.
Hmm.
At the end of the day, here's the
Yikes.
thing:
Anyway,
if 54% of black men don't have children, how is one man who has multiple children by different women, how he's supposed to be in 3 different places at one time? It's not like they don't know. Women are all on TikTok saying, "I want a man that other women want, but I don't want him to cheat though." Like that's female nature. So at the end of the day, if you're going, us all men are saying is be fair. If you're going to blame your father, you got to blame your mother, because at the end of the day, she the one opened her legs, and she believed them stupid ass lies he whispered in her ears, and she let that man do what he needed to do.
Well, at least he said it's both of their fault.
That's all I'm saying. It is
hey,
both their fault. At the end of the
hold on,
day,
Miss
that
Lady.
one.
Thank you for
At the
that,
end of the
Delilah.
day, at the end of the day, what I'm saying is this: one day, all that woman got to do avoid for 1 month is 1 day, maybe 3 to 5 days leading up to it. But it's her ovulation day. That's it. When women talk about, well, if you know if you have sex with a woman, you can have a baby. No,
Oh,
man,
now
that's
you
not
took one of my
true.
points.
You're not. So that's not true, ma'am. What's true is you only have to not have sex for 3 to 5 days.
Box
Period.
management.
A month. That's it. That's all you got to do.
That's
If you can
actually
have
not
sex, you
true.
can have. That is, ma'am. That
It's
is
not, because
true,
sperm can live up to more than 10 days. So
ma'am. I
if you have
understand
sex
that.
before that time, I'm just saying,
So that
You
you
means
can
could
you
have
wear a
be.
sex
condom.
So
before
that
that time and it'll give you a longer window of contraception.
it
Okay.
does give you a longer window of
Hey, listen,
It's
contraception, but
actually
y'all,
the
about
body is
7
hold on,
days.
hold on.
clean.
Hey,
But the body is
Wait a minute.
clean.
It
yeah,
was
we're
the
not
Hold on a
real
second. I
arguing.
got it,
brother
Roger. I got it,
Hey,
Delilah
Roger.
talking over you.
Roger, I
no,
got it.
I
Wait a
just want
minute.
to
Wait,
let you
wait a
guys
minute.
know
Wait,
that
wait,
I
no.
wait,
can
wait, wait.
only hear yelling.
Hey,
Hold on a
guys,
second.
guys,
Roger, I
guys.
I
got it.
genuinely can only hear yelling, guys. Please.
Roger, I got her.
One.
Because the reason why I know who she is because she's a healthcare provider, just like I am.
No, I'm not.
No, but this is what it is. They live. If
But thank you, though. I
no,
appreciate
But
it.
like I said, well, if I'm a healthcare provider and I'm telling you, who actually is a pediatric nurse, that you have a 3 to 5 window of getting pregnant, and at all
Okay, you said
times,
three.
a woman's body is always trying to cleanse itself out. That's why it's always trying to clean itself out. Yes, sperm can,
Then
but
you know
the
bodies do that
offspring
naturally.
and the exactly that's the point I'm
All
making.
bodies, and that includes you guys too.
okay, look,
Oh boy.
this is what I'm
No.
3 to
saying.
5 days.
Yeah, because I'm finna get a flow to Donnie because he trying to get in. But look, if I don't know who she is, if she's lying, and I'm not saying she is, but if she's lying, I don't care. She's still saying what she believes as a woman at the end of the day, and as a woman, she believes men are supposed to be leaders, but men cannot set parameters in our leadership. And if that's not a fundamental problem that people should recognize, I don't know what to tell you. I said the parameters, point blank, period. If a woman's gonna have a child, she has to raise that child in the man home she had that child by. She don't even agree with that. That's a very small thing. Don't have a baby by a dude you ain't willing to follow. She don't agree with that. She made it clear she doesn't agree with that. And then somebody asked her, did she have a kid? Unfortunately, the answer turned out to be yes, based on the conversation. I'm not saying it's unfortunate she had a kid, but based on this conversation, yeah, she had a kid. So I get she's never gonna get to that point of accepting she did something wrong, so she
Well,
will
I
have a
don't
corrected
disagree with
mindset.
you that it was wrong, but also I agree that everybody still just transitions through their wrong points. Just like if a gentleman went to jail for a little bit of while and he came out, that just happens to be a mark, like a 7-year mark on his progress on
Man,
job. That's just what it is. It happened.
Okay,
So what do you do
if
about
you
it now?
okay, ma'am,
I see
you
out here
still can make a
petty
correct.
women.
You hold on. You still
All
can
right.
make a corrective action. You can go marry the man you had a kid by. You still can do it. If the man ain't dead, just go marry the dude. Now I'm gonna give Donnie the
Crickets.
floor.
The only thing I could say is that just doesn't apply to all. That doesn't apply to all women, though. See,
No,
you,
ma'am, I
you would be
understand if a
asking
man
women
is
to
not
basically
alive. She
settle for men that are
no,
actually,
no, no,
genuinely hurting
ma'am.
them or
If you
something.
had his
People
child,
you
you're
wouldn't
not
want to see your
settling.
girls with.
Wait a minute. If you had his child, you're not settling. That's the man that you liked enough to have a baby with. That's not a settle. You
Well,
don't.
you. Oh, never mind. Actually, that wouldn't really
No,
make
no.
sense, anyways.
I understand. You're right. So you're not selling for a man that you're willing to have a baby for. So if the man ain't dead, just go marry the dude. Point blank, period. If you believe what you say you believe, go marry the dude. That's the corrective action you can make.
No,
It ain't
sir.
the end of the
I
world.
didn't say that. I didn't say that it was something that wasn't traditional or shouldn't be practiced. However, there are situations where ladies or gentlemen do need to walk away. Point
Are
blank.
you in that
No,
situation?
no, no, no.
No,
There's
sir. No,
if a
sir.
woman hold on,
I'm just a working
hold
woman
on.
chilling,
Hold on.
basically.
The point is, a woman should walk away before she has a child by the man, which she's allowed to do in America, because these are social, voluntary situations. So she
Well,
can walk away before she has a child. If she wants to walk away after, she did wrong. Period.
But Raj,
What she's trying to say is most black men are abusive.
No,
no,
no, no,
sir.
no, no.
I didn't say
Before we
that
get to
because
that,
the
before we get
father
to
of my
that,
kid is
no, no, no,
black.
no, no.
My whole point is, it don't matter what she say. She had the man's baby. She
I didn't
found
say
that
that, but
good,
the father of my
incredible
child isn't
enough.
black. So
She had
again,
look.
the
I
father
don't.
of my child isn't
No,
black.
no.
So I'm not diminishing
Hey,
for that.
it don't make a difference that in your particular case the dude white. Go marry that white dude. Same thing. Period. It ain't gonna change. The whole thing is, no matter what she's trying to say, she found that man incredible enough. She found him amazing enough to have his baby. And if you're gonna have a man's baby, I don't care where that dude is in life. The parameter is for good leadership. We see what's going on in the black community. We see single motherhood is a bad thing. A woman shouldn't be having any babies by a man she ain't willing to follow for the rest of her life. She needs to go get under his roof. I don't care if the dude white. That just means we lost one black woman. So what if he white? Go get under that man's roof. Period.
Agreed.
But
Agreed.
Now I'm
I
giving the
agree with.
floor to Donnie. What I
Okay,
said
okay.
I was gonna do. Donnie, go ahead, brother.
Oh
Now
boy,
we can't hear
you
you,
transformer.
Donnie, you Borgin. You Borgin, brother. You Borgin. Okay, somebody else can jump in. You Borgin,
Okay,
Donnie.
because I wanted to say this. So, ma'am, I asked you if that was your situation, and you said no. And if I heard you correctly, what you said was that you're just a working woman, just living out here in life, enjoying your life. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I'm trying to just be productive for myself that I can have myself together. That's all.
Okay, so you weren't in an abusive situation necessarily. You don't want to be with the man you had a child by. So how do you want this to work exactly? Like
Can I
what?
can I be 100% honest with you? The last time I mentioned that on a panel, I kind of got chewed out for that. So I don't like to mention the previous situation, but to kind of toe and toe, it was an abusive situation. So other
Okay.
than that, that's a reason. In other words, I'm just saying there's different standpoints for women to walk away. So I guess I'm coming from more of that type of standpoint versus women walking away and being like, "I bye, nigga, bye." You know what I mean? So it's like
No, we don't.
And
it's more like
for
it's more
clarification, it
of
was a
a walk
physically
away from
abusive
something if it
situation.
doesn't
Hey,
necessarily
hold
Okay.
on,
collaborate with you. In other
guys.
words, so if it's not
Hold on.
healthy for you, eventually it'll take you. So you have to walk away from those type of situations so it benefits you and your children later
Okay,
on,
now I'm gonna say this.
including if it's really bad. You know, that's all.
No, your world. I understand where you're coming from. I'm
Okay.
saying point blank. Period. I don't care if dude is abusive. If you are
That's
a
horrible.
listen your world. Just listen. I don't care if dude is abusive. If you
Okay.
as a woman are willing to have an abusive man's baby, I accept that you have a right to do it.
Nobody said that man was abusive
Hold
when
on,
she
your
met him.
world. Hold on, your world. Okay. I accept a woman has a right to have babies by abusive men. If they're going to have babies by abusive men, so what? It's their right. They can do what they want to. We got to let them do it. At the end of the day, it ain't our job to go snatch them off some abusive man's dick. So if she's going to have a baby with an abusive man, that's on her. At the end of the day, that's her choice. Commit to that abusive man. If it's that big of an issue that the man is abusive, don't have his child. That's the answer.
Okay, so can I just ask you a quick question, Roger Report? Just very quickly, just a hypothetical question. So if your mother was in a relationship with your father for 10 years, 15 years, we'll say that. And later on down the line, you know your mother's a peaceful type of woman. Let's say she's a God-fearing type woman. Just hypothetically, it's not over dramatic. And one day he decided to knock her lights out. You're telling me you would tell her to stay and be okay with that and let it happen again to her?
What I would do is not butt in their business. I'm not on their level. That is my mother.
Boy,
She can do.
exactly. That's your mother.
She
I
can
have to
do what
understand.
she
See,
wants. She can do what she
different
wants
level,
with. Ma'am, you asked me a question. I'm giving you the
sir.
answer.
Different
My
level.
mother is not on my level. She is
Honey,
not my peer. If she
she's
chooses to
above your
get
level.
with,
She's grown to
ma'am,
men.
you asked me a question. I'm answering your question directly. Let me answer the question directly. My mother is not on my level. It is not my job to tell my mother who she can or can't date. It is not my job to tell her if
That's
she
not what
should
I
marry.
asked you.
Ma'am, I'm telling you right now, at the end of the
That's
day,
not what I asked you.
this is the answer to your question.
You get
I ain't
upset when I
telling
sound
her,
like you,
I'm
right? That's
not
not that.
telling
That's not what I
her,
asked you. You're
no,
giving
it
me. You're
is.
giving
Because
me a
you,
question with an
ma'am, I'm
answer.
telling her nothing about her relationship. Nothing, because it ain't my business. She can do what she wants. She had me, I didn't have her.
Okay. She could do what she
You're better
wants.
than me,
Point
Raj,
blank.
because my answer is yes.
She could do what she wants.
I don't
No, my
understand.
answer, my
Hold
answer
on,
is
True.
yes. She should
Yeah.
stay
So
with her
insinuating
husband.
that your mother would be peaceful and your dad would just sock her. That's
In
what
that
most black men
scenario,
would do.
I would
That's
say
not even
yes.
statistically true anyway.
Hold on, guys.
That's what she's
This the whole thing.
insinuating.
She
No,
asked me.
we can go with that. We can go with
Look,
that. I would say yes.
This is the thing. She asked me a question with a scenario to
Well, just to put that
somehow
out
make
there,
my
whoever the
answer
lady was
change.
that talks like that, God forbid that ever
It is
happens
not
to
my
you.
job to direct my mother's love life.
Hey, I
Period.
didn't say that you were directing her, but I also wouldn't let my father knock my mother's lights out in front of me
Guess
either.
what?
So
It's not my
Guess what?
business.
it is your business.
No, it's not.
It
It's her
is.
choice, not mine.
Please stop. Please,
We're not going to agree on
stop.
that. We have to
Stop.
disagree on
You
that.
don't
I'm
have
sorry.
you don't have to agree,
Let's
but I'm
agree to
gonna say what I'm
disagree.
saying. You're
Kindly,
gonna have to agree.
respectfully, let's agree to disagree on that topic then.
How we gonna mute you because it's necessary now. Okay, this is it. My mother is not my peer. My father is not my peer. Point blank period. I don't care how anybody feels about that. My parents are not my peer. I
So why
don't
you
get to
mad?
tell them anything about what they're doing with their relationship. I can ask a question. I can make a suggestion. Humbly, if I want to, I can make a suggestion. Whatever my mother does with a man, that is 100% up to her. I am not finna nowhere act like I'm anything close to her peer.
She
She ain't
married
my
you?
peer. She ain't my peer, and neither is the man. Point blank, period. If a random man starts dealing with my mother and my mother accepts her, that now makes that man not my peer. He was my peer until my mother started dealing with him. Point blank, period. He ain't my
But what?
peer no more. He
But
just got
Roger.
elevated.
But Roger, what I don't understand if a white dude is being abusive to whoever his woman, I don't understand why you over here in this community talking about the issue. Go to their community and bring it up on they got plenty of panels they run every night and bring it up on their panel. Like that's the disingenuousness of why black men are so upset. Why are y'all coming back over here? We're not even. You have the community. and then you have people who have divested.
And
And
you
then
know what would be a good idea if you guys came into the community and explained it that way so that you guys can
wait,
sort that shit out.
but ma'am, what did you say earlier? You said you were a
Sort
working
it out,
woman.
find out what's going
But
on.
ma'am, you
Why
said
aren't we
you're a
fighting to
working
figure out
woman.
what's going on?
Hey, you know what?
Wait a second,
Yeah,
hold on, I got it.
hey.
Like,
You,
why not fix it?
We've
I
reached
would.
the 7-hour mark. I told y'all I was gonna close the show. This is an extra long one. At the end of the day, she is welcome to come back if she'd like to. She can participate as much as she like. But at the end of the day, we are literally explaining it right now. I'm putting this stuff out on the internet so anybody who wants to hear it can. We're doing the job now. So there makes no sense to say, why won't y'all tell people what I'm literally putting in public so anybody can hear it if they want to?
yeah.
And every brother who joined the panel is doing the exact same thing. They putting the information out so people can hear it if they want to. If you ain't have no daddy, you still ain't got no excuse now. Because guess what? Now you got productive men putting out the information people need to hear anyway. So if
Okay.
you missed it
Well,
in your
with all due
childhood, it is
respect,
now your responsibility as an adult to go seek the information you need to have a good life. That is
with
your
all
job,
due
not
respect,
somebody
share
else's.
all that information with me. I would
But
genuinely love to see those
but
statistics and those
but
numbers
here's the
that you
issue.
guys are talking about.
Here's the issue. The
I'm
issue with
open
that.
minded. That's it. I'm just open
But
minded, and I would
hey,
love.
no, hold on. We can talk backstage. I'm about to end the show.
I'm
Don't
I'm
nobody's.
I'm I'm down for that.
All
We
right,
can
Rob.
talk. We can talk.
I have a question I want to ask your world before we go off
All
screen
right.
here.
Oh,
Just one
Black Guru
question.
got you got
If you
privilege.
had
So
it all over to do again, all other things being equal, would you have chosen a black man over a white man?
or you can answer.
I had to. Thank you. I think honestly, the way it would have worked out is I would have ended up being with the guy that I was with originally, who actually I had my daughter with, because that's genuinely how I wanted it to be. But that's not how it turned out to be, and it is what it
That
is. That's
wasn't a
okay.
question though.
She did answer
I'm.
the question. She
Yes, I
answered
did. Thank you.
it. She
She
answered it.
would have chosen
She
the
would have
white
done the
man.
same
Okay,
thing.
she would have
Exactly.
chose
I
the
would
white
have
man.
stuck with the
That's
man I
fine.
was supposed to be with. That's the
That's
way I
fine.
wanted it
So
to be.
so
But that's okay.
understand
It didn't
then.
work.
So then you should understand perhaps some of the sentiment towards you in this particular environment, given that particular response.
Okay. Now I'm gonna end the show, y'all. I'm not saying anybody got to go anywhere. We can talk backstage. Your world, you're welcome to come as much as you like. Okay. But I am gonna say, as a man, if women keep telling us we the leaders, I'm setting parameters. If y'all ain't gonna even agree to the parameters, y'all swear we the leaders, but y'all ain't gonna accept the parameters, you are the problem. Get into the parameters so you can get a better situation, and so some of us can pick. It ain't like I want to see all y'all die alone at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? That was
So
made
can I
famous by
ask, what do
Kevin
you guys want
Samuels.
us to do
But
as women? What do you guys
well,
prefer for women to do from
look,
y'all?
we would talk after
Black
the
women.
show. After the show, what we can engage as much as you like after the show. But I'm closing this one down. Okay, it's been 7 hours. It's gonna be 3
Salute.
hours from here on out, y'all. Please support Mrs. Z tomorrow. Y'all know I'll come on 9 a.m. Central Time, but I won't do that tomorrow because I got family issues I got to deal with. Okay, so I'm gonna be tending the family tomorrow. Unfortunately, got something I got to deal with. But at the end of the day, if black women claim we're their leaders, you gotta do what we say, not what American society says. You gotta do what we say. If we don't agree to it, it ain't worth doing. It doesn't matter what you did if we didn't say do it. Point blank, period. If you're not
Okay.
going to follow the parameters that we set, even if you're a person who already broke the parameters, all you got to do is say, you know what? I'm sorry I broke the parameters. I ain't going to break them no more. I'm going to be under y'all leadership from here on out. But most women ain't willing to do that. We going to end the show. We going to talk your world. We can talk backstage. I'm ending the show. I do
How
love
do we
y'all.
do
I
that? I'm
appreciate
sorry.
y'all. I appreciate everybody who gave financial support. I got some studying to do, so I'm gonna talk a little bit backstage. Then I'm gonna get to
Okay.
some studying
Cool.
I got to do. But Monday I'll be back. Please support Mrs. Z. Um, Matter of fact, you know I never put Mr. Z's I never put Mr. Z's link in the chat. So what I'm gonna do, y'all, I'm gonna put in my community chat the latest show that he did, so y'all have the channel. I'm gonna put in the community chat right now, so y'all have it. Please go over to his channel and subscribe and check him out 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. Love y'all. Have a great rest of your day. Long live the habitual line steppers.
I'm Roger. I'm right.
Peace.
And I'm out.